What is up, everybody? It's EPL213 here with another video, and today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Today I will be doing a challenge video. I will be attempting Red Dead Redemption 2 with only throwables. And now here are the rules for this challenge. Throwables are anything that is under the bottom left of the weapon wheel under the Throwables tab. The only weapon that I can use to attack enemies/animals or throwables, and that goes for hunting as well if I decide to do that. Until I have throwables, I am allowed to use melee attacks, or if I run out of them during combat, I am also allowed to use melee attacks. And a mission will count as failed if I shoot and kill or just hit an enemy or an animal with a bullet. Oh yeah, I forgot something, is that for this challenge to be counted as complete, I must beat the main game of the story, and obviously no using checkpoint skips. You either beat the mission or die trying. Now go grab some popcorn and enjoy this little movie. Can you beat Red Dead Redemption 2 with only throwables? Here we are, right in the first mission, where we have to protect Dutch from the O'Driscolls that are going to kill him just for asking if we could stay during a snowstorm. It's honestly kind of rude, but right here is where I realized, man, this is going to be a fun challenge, and a long one too. Since you don't have any throwables, you have to run straight at them and tackle them like Ray Lewis. As you expect, running at men who have guns isn't really going to end well for you 99% of the time. And after being embarrassed by dying on the first and easiest mission in the game, I'm coming back with a vengeance. I'm going to take down all of the O'Driscolls. I am going to beat the mission on my second attempt. And, you know, missing right there doesn't really help. And having such low health, since this is the very beginning of the game, forces you to run away and kind of regain health and also flank them. So you have to take a more strategical approach to it. So, yes, they make some of these missions really fun when you have to run across the entire map to escape the enemies. But right there, I flank them, and I'm like, oh my god, yes, there's like 3-4 of them left, I got this. And I got so lucky that the AI did not shoot me there, and I'm like, oh, I can easily kill him right here. Oh. Well, here goes attempt number 3. For the third attempt here, I decided to go on the flank, because I need to try something different than just throwing myself head first into them. It didn't work the first 2 times, so why would it work a third? And flanking them was the right option, because I was able to successfully take out one of them and then take cover and dodge all the bullets being fired by both of them, without any help from Dutch over there. I don't know why he's not helping me at all, just staring at me, but after being able to tackle him, I'm lucky that they missed the shots on me, and I was able to just tackle him. After taking cover and almost dying, but thankfully Arthur decides to actually, like, hit him, and after taking cover to regain some health there, I meet the second to last guy, or actually third to last, take him out, and then have a scarce encounter with the last one here. It got scary right here. And yeah, the last guy, all we had to do was just chase after him, and it was actually pretty easy. So the first part of the first mission in the game only took me 3 attempts. That's great to see, and kind of scares me for what the later missions have to do, and how many attempts they will take, and if they will even be possible. But after we let him go, nah, we kill him. We don't let any O'Driscolls run here. We have to search the house. Now that we are in the cabin looking around, I decide to take my time and spend a whole 3.5 minutes just looking around, grabbing, picking up every item that will allow me to, because you never know when something like a can of peaches or a classic oat cake will come in handy. You can either sell it, or it may save your life in a mission by giving you enough health to survive another bullet or enough stamina to run away. So, yeah, through the first couple chapters, I'd say maybe 1 through 3, you'll see me loot, like, everybody, every just house that I'm in. But I quickly abandoned this habit once I have some money and a bunch of items. After Dutch tells us to go investigate the barn, we, thinking maybe more loot, you know, something worth keeping, maybe steal their horses, but unfortunately when we open this door, an O'Driscoll will jump us and Arthur will drop the revolver. And I was scared here because I thought, oh no, it's going to make me shoot him because it was a key point that Arthur dropped his revolver. But no, fortunately for this challenge, we can just beat him up, and we're putting up more of a fight than the Panthers did versus the Broncos. But yes, luckily we are not forced to shoot him, and we just have to interrogate him to find out where Colm O'Driscoll's hiding so we can go exact our revenge on him. After we are done interrogating the O'Driscoll, we lead the horse out of the barn, hitch him, and go inside to see what's happening. And we find out that the O'Driscolls kidnapped a woman and her husband, and things got kind of rough, and the table got pushed, causing the lantern to fall and burn down the O'Driscoll's house, which is fine by me. But then we decided to take the woman back to our camp just to get away from the O'Driscolls and keep her safe. And with that is the first mission of the game done. We have what, like 70 more missions to do? Get ready for a long ride. I skipped ahead in this mission, but don't worry, all you missed was horse riding a walk through snow. But me and Javier have been sent out to look for John if no one has seen him after the Blackwater incident, but we find him right here, barely clinging on to life on this ridge. He's been attacked by wolves, he's heavily injured. But we're just lucky we found him because he's one of the best characters of the game, and, well, mainly he has to live for Red Dead Redemption 1 to even take place. So after carrying John to safety, we are interrupted by some wolves. So Arthur hands John over to Javier, and Arthur decides to take care of the wolves. And this is very interesting because obviously your intended method is to shoot them, but you know, I can't do that. So what I decided to do was run around and pray that they would not maul me. And it's kind of a decent strategy. I mean, you get your stamina up, but other than that, it really doesn't do much, and just waste your stamina, so you're pretty much just a sitting duck when they all decide to charge you. And they avoid me, but they're going after John and Javier, and yeah. That worked out well, considering Javier got mauled. And on the second attempt here, I decided to fire a warning shot. You know, maybe that'll scare him off. And that didn't really do much. It just kind of attracted them towards me, and then I decided to play Black Ops 2 and start dolphin diving. And here is where the running around like a headless chicken strategy takes full form. I just, once again, hope and pray that I can just survive and that they don't attack me, or I can survive enough attacks to fend them off long enough so Javier can get John on his horse and then we can escape. I'm honestly surprised how decent it's working and how well it actually does work, because we're still alive and we're buying them plenty of time to get past this section. We do end up getting bit about maybe like 5 or 6 times, but they do get on horse. But unfortunately my horse gets scared, which does not allow me to mount him because I still have to wait for John and Javier for some reason, causing me to get attacked even more and lose even more health. And you see the stamina problem appearing right there because I'm running out of stamina, so I get slower and easier to be attacked. And here's the end of this attempt. If only we could have lasted a little bit longer. And on the third attempt here, I decided to do something that, you know, is probably the intended method, or at least one of them. I decided to call the wolves. It does once again attract them towards me, but it makes it better because I don't have to fire a shot. And this is also once again the run around like a headless chicken strategy, pray I don't die, and I can live enough of their bites. And also, right here, I turn into a more intense version of Michael Vick and decide to fight some dogs. And this actually does end up working. It does take a little bit, but I'm able to fight off and kill the wolves, and then able to regroup with Javier and John and escape the mountain. Bring John safely back to camp. But then, unexpectedly, I ran into a roadblock. This hunting mission. As you can see, we don't have any throwables. So my only option is to chase down a deer and punch it. and I didn't think that was possible, so my only option here that I thought was go to every other mission to see if there's any way I can get throwables. And if there wasn't, I thought this was going to be the failure of the run. So what I decided to do was take on the only other mission available and pray that we get throwables and come back and do this after that mission, or just sit and cry in defeat. Here we are, the only other mission that is available right now, and it is the first true test of this challenge's difficulty because of the mass amount of enemies that you have to deal with, and you only get access to one throwing knife, and is in that building that I am adjacent to right now. And you know, taking out all these enemies with one throwing knife is definitely a challenge, but it's better than doing it with only fist, or only a lasso for that matter. As you can see here, I just panicked. I didn't know there was a throwing knife. I thought I just had to go in melee only, so I panicked and retreated. But unfortunately for me, the retreat isn't really going that well because I'm one shot away from being dead and having to restart, and I've killed nobody. There's the first guy. Oh, he took it. Yeah, that's also fun with the throwing knives. If you don't hit them directly, they will take the throwing knife and just practically eat it, which basically means you lose because that's only melee attacks. And here's a little tip for this challenge. If you ever tried this mission, or at least the game, with only throwables, for this mission, I'm pretty sure it is mandatory to go to the right, where that house is full of throwables, because right here I was running around to see if I could get any throwables, and I was not able to find any in any of the houses or on any of the bodies, so I'm probably like 90% sure that this challenge with only throwables can only be beaten if you go to the right and collect the one singular throwing knife that is in that building there, or else you'll be like me right here, just forced out in the open, getting shot by about 6 different guys and no way to kill them long range, or really just kill them at all, because you'll just be pinned by them and murdered. Of course, you'll get lucky sometimes to be able to flank a couple of them, but your health will be so low that you won't stand a chance when you're surrounded by 2 or more of them. I'm still trying to think, oh wait, no, this is possible. I have this. They can't stop me. I'm only using melee attacks and throwables. I'm undefeatable. Yeah, you're not. This mission proves it. Right here, I think, is the saddest attempt. I got one tackle off and then just died. That was probably the most pathetic one. And here I learned something even worse about this challenge. That your allies can die. Yay. And you can tell this attempt failed because I'm going to the left. Wow, that lasted long. Here, I think Arthur had a little bit too much Red Bull. I think he was a little bit overconfident. This is one of the better ones. As you can see right here, I tackle him, and then just magically fall, and he bounces up in the air. I was honestly so surprised that I ran in fear to the back of this house. And I'm just pacing back and forth because I'm honestly still in shock of just bouncing that man like a basketball. I still just want to know how the game decided to push him that high up in the air. And yeah, you expected. It didn't last much longer after that. And right here, Arthur decides to try out for the Olympics. I give that flip a nice 10 out of 10. This attempt right here starts off horrible. I thought I was going to die right here, but I managed to just run away fast enough to actually turn this into the best attempt we've had so far. We get all the way to the middle, I would say. But still, unfortunately, like the rest of them, I fall. This attempt was ruined by Micah. Here I forgot what game I was playing and tried to air assassinate him. No, I was so close. Why'd you have to die, Bill? Why?
Small damn
This is also up there in attempts. Arthur turns into a hockey player, body checks the first guy, and then tackles the second guy and just magically falls and dies. This one, I just honestly don't understand. Arthur, watch out for the banana, you're gonna slip and fall. Looks like I was too late. Here we go, finally. This is the attempt where I beat the mission. Well, actually part 1 of the mission, but thank God that there was a checkpoint that allowed me to continue from the part of the mission I just did, so I didn't have to go through that hell all over again. And I'm just thankful that I was able to beat that with only using throwables and melee attacks. And here's the rest of the mission, just in case you wanted to see how a run would look. Or at part 2 of this mission, where you have to attack or defend the O'Driscolls while in the trees, and it's just a relief, honestly, to not having to do part 1 of that mission, but unfortunately right here I try to switch to my knife, and I do pull it off successfully there, but I end up shooting him right here, and have to let them execute me for my crimes of using a gun. And just like I did with part 1, if you want to see a perfect run through of this mission with only throwables, here you go.
So, what are we doing, Dutch? I can take this if you want.
Just make the call. You want to take the lead? Go.
Okay, fine. You make the move.
Bit more than you can chew, eh?
Just like that, we have successfully beat the 3rd mission in the game. I just can't believe I've had this much trouble with the 3rd mission in the game, but I'm just happy that it's over with. All we have to do is collect the TNT and just bring it back to the base. Yeah, I kind of forgot, but the mission's not over. You have to chase down and kidnap a guy and bring him back to camp. And boom, like that, the 3rd mission in the game is officially done. And here we are. I'm back at attempting the hunting mission with something I can actually hunt with, the throwing knives. So I came back doing this mission after the O'Driscoll's one where you actually obtain a throwing knife, because to my knowledge that is the only way you can get a throwable this early in the game. So I had to come back to this hunting mission just to obtain one. This mission took right here. This simple hunting mission that's supposed to be used as a bow tutorial took me an hour and a half. Mainly because of stuff like that, where the deer will just look at you and say, yummy, a throwing knife, and just eat it when you throw at him. It was just kind of annoying because they would just decide, yeah, I'm gonna eat this. It was just, honestly, just seemed kind of random if you hit them in the head if they would die or not. But this is how I ended up beating the mission. I had to chase him down like a mall cop who just watched a kid steal an iPhone, and it surprisingly does work out. I was honestly shocked that the deer was able to stop, and then I recreated what happened to Bambi's mom. And after that, all I have to do is pick them up, load them up, and take them back to camp, and that is a mission done and an hour and a half on an easy mission that shouldn't have taken that long. And unfortunately, after that hunting mission that gave me so many problems, it does not get easier from here. I really wish it did. But unfortunately, we are about to get stuck for an even longer amount of time, I think. Maybe like an hour 40, hour 50, somewhere along that, on the first train robbery mission right here. And this just sucks because it's an easy mission. It's like the 5th mission in the game. You know, supposed to just get you warmed up, learn the mechanics, learn the controls of the game, but fortunately it does not treat us well.
Okay, this is good.
After setting up the TNT ready for the first train robbery of the game, we have to go return to Dutch and just wait for the train. Oh my god, it's gonna happen. We're going to be able to rob this train right here. Gonna be rich. We're gonna be able to go to Tahiti like the plan has always been. And
Here we go.
it doesn't work. We messed along somewhere, and the TNT is not detonating, so that causes us to have to chase down the train and jump on it.
Come on! You're pathetic. You know that?
After we jump onto the train here, Javier unfortunately falls off, and Lenny, however, luckily stays on so he can have someone else to rob this train with. But this was the biggest mistake, because now we're going to have to deal with an AI that'll just constantly take damage, not kill the enemies, and just die, causing me to fail. And this honestly made me want to quit the challenge at certain points. It was horrible. Just having to sit there and watch the AI take damage and just ruin perfect runs was just horrible. What made this challenge truly awful was that since I had no throwables because I used my only throwing knife on the last hunting mission, is I had to go through every single train car, beating everyone up and tackling them like this, while not dying myself and also not letting Lenny get shot and killed. This challenge was truly one of the toughest in the entire game for those reasons alone.
You want me to take him?
Here's what an average run of this mission would look like. I would have to just tackle, body check, punch everyone, running from train car to train car, just trying to survive myself and not let the AI take enough damage so they die. But unfortunately, half the attempts were like this. I get decently far and then Lenny just gets shot and killed. Or I end up getting shot and killed with the sheer amount of enemies. This attempt was a bit weird. It ends up with me trying to tackle this guy right here on top of the train and also him shooting Lenny somehow. I'm not really sure how that happened. Something I had to do quite often in this mission was take a break and heal and then just run up and tackle them, but that unfortunately leaves Lenny out in the open and able to be shot. It also happened a bunch during this mission. Arthur would like to get stuck in horrible spots, which once again allows Lenny to die. Arthur tries to imitate the ending of Red Dead 1. Yes, I am cutting out a bunch of clips because mainly they just look like this. I try and charge a guy and Lenny dies. And I'm sure if I didn't chop it down and take out a bunch of attempts, this video would be over 2 hours long. The train right here, this is easily the worst part, just because you're out in the open and you're just begging them to shoot you. It's like you're holding a target saying, shoot me here. This was another great attempt. I tackle him, we both fall. I'm just scared, just panicking, and then I just decide to stare him down, which gives them enough time to shoot Lenny. I love this mission. We finally get to the front of the train. The conductor smacks us in the face with a shovel like it's Tom and Jerry cartoon. We have to break free from him, punch him, and we do end up stopping the train, which thankfully ends part 1 of this mission. All those struggles, all those deaths, well, to be fair, I cut out most of them, but it was like 30-40 minutes of part 1, just pure death. Ends right here, and now we have a whole nother part to this horrendous mission. After forcing the train to a screeching halt, then Arthur jumps out and we realize that we have to kill pretty much everyone else here. They're on the rocks, in the trees, on the train, on top of the train car. It's just a mess, and oh, this mission got even harder. Not sure which part of the mission was worse, but I honestly think it's this one because I have to run out in the open from the trees to the rocks to all the train cars and beat up everyone since I do not have a throwing knife. And once again, there's pretty much nothing to protect Lenny. He doesn't really take cover, just stands with us out in the open, and he watches us both get slaughtered a bunch. I honestly think part 2 of this mission is worse, mainly for those couple reasons. I mean, come on, you could have gave us some throwables and not just one throwing knife. Come on, Rockstar. Here, Lenny decides to morph with a guide to become a Mighty Morphin Power Ranger, but unlike the Power Rangers, he does not survive this battle. Arthur learned an important lesson about tackling people on top of trains, that you have a very high percentage of falling off, crippling yourself, and leaving yourself open to be shot. So far, this is the best attempt that I've had. I was able to get decently far and take out a big chunk of them. I drink a health potion right there just so I can sponge enough bullets and take out the rest of them. And unfortunately, like many of the other attempts, it is ruined by the AI, who doesn't take cover, really doesn't help at all, and is just there for an annoying crutch to make you fail. And he apparently died here, but he looks healthy to me. Come on, let me continue this run. It was going so well. Having no throwables really hurts you here because it just forces you to meet your inevitable demise fast because of the firing squad that is aiming and shooting at you. This attempt here, I just honestly got fed up of dying and I decided, you know, I'm just gonna sit here, wait, and let Lenny kill all of them, let him handle this, and no, unfortunately it did not work. I cannot just sit there and do nothing and let the AI kill everyone for me. Once again, I get very close to the end of a mission. There's maybe like 5 or 6 of them left, and the AI dies. I was so depressed here because I thought I can finally finish the mission, but nope. Finally, after failed attempt after failed attempt after failed attempt, we finally did it. This was the winning run. And I really didn't think this was actually going to happen, this run right here. It didn't start off too well, but we ended up clutching it out, and I was just so happy to finally be done with this mission. It was just insane, the amount of just trouble it caused me because of having to run atop the train cars, on the train, in the trees next to the rocks, all the potential for the AI to die, you to be caught in a crossfire and end up dying. It was just horrible, but we luckily managed to beat it and finally advance this mission. And here I was scared because of how low my health was, so I decided to take another health tonic potion, and these are the savior of the run. If these weren't in the game, I legitimately don't think this would be possible at all. If you ever attempt a challenge or any type of challenge in this game, you're going to need those health tonics. They will keep you alive. They will just single-handedly win you the missions. And here, we are getting down to the last few enemies. There should be only one left. There you go. And now we have to open up the armored train car and find out what riches await us. Dutch has the idea to shoot the armored train car to force them to open it, but I don't really like shooting guns. I don't feel like it. I'm just gonna leave it up to them, which does work out. They don't open the door, but
Mr. Williams,
thankfully we don't have to shoot at it, and we end up taking the dynamite from Bill to go place on the armored train car and blow open the door. After we light the dynamite, we then force the occupants out of the train to go retrieve our riches. Finally, after all this time, what we've been looking for is right here. Bonds. All this pain and suffering from this mission is kind of fulfilled. I mean, it paid kind of nice, so that's always something to consider, but I'm just happy that this mission is done, and I don't have to touch this mission ever again.
what did you find?
After a brutally hard first chapter, we now kick it off into chapter 2. So right here for the first mission of chapter 2, you have to name your horse. I decided to go with Butt Stallion, but the game would not let me put that. I don't know why they won't let me put the second best character from Borderlands. Yeah, I said that. Second best to Claptrap. Fight me, I like Claptrap. So, the other name I decided to go with was a misspelling of Wild Stallions. Yes, I realized there was supposed to be a Y after it, and I never changed it, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. That's an I instead of a Y. Hosea invited us on a hunting mission, so we decided to go with him, and we right now have to plant the predator bait and wait for a predator to appear. What are we, Chris Hansen? So now we have to go follow Hosea and hide behind the rock and wait for the predator to appear. I guess just like Chris Hansen does, actually. And then we go to investigate what was attracted to the bait, and it was way more and way bigger than Arthur and Hosea ever imagined. It's a Vietnam War vet bear. And it forces us into Deadeye, so I obviously do not shoot because that's the whole point of this challenge, and that was my downfall. I tried to dolphin dive out of the way here, but one swipe and Arthur is gone. After sitting through the cutscene again, the bear decides to attack, but I managed to get out of Deadeye and run away, but unfortunately I cornered myself running into that rock. And I was scared I was going to die here, but I turned into Leonardo DiCaprio from The Revenant and managed to survive this. I'm not really sure how, but I'm counting this because I was protecting myself and I didn't shoot it, so I don't care what you say, this counts. I just thought it was impressive that I didn't die and was able to actually survive the bear attack, because I just got a far enough distance away and it ran away. Not really sure why, but it did. And now this mission is a success. Kieran led us to the supposed location of Colm O'Driscoll, and now we're going to take out every O'Driscoll to try and find him. And this is where the fun, I'd say, part of this challenge comes, being super stealthy and actually having throwables, because it was fun just silently going about taking down the enemies without being noticed. And this is one part where I do recommend this challenge. Any missions like this where it's go attack this place and try and do it stealthily, this mission does a great job of doing that and is really fun, I'm not gonna lie. Still slowly but surely killing all the O'Driscolls that are singled out or have their backs turned to us, using Bill here to help us with that. We are still slowly getting through trying to find Colm O'Driscoll, and unfortunately soon it turns chaotic as gunshots start blazing everywhere and you have to take cover so you don't get shot. Now after we find out, we have to just survive, and this also brings up one of the most annoying things about this challenge. The throwing knives, the easiest to get and probably best, maybe besides the tomahawk that we will get later on. Every time you throw the throwing knife, you have to go retrieve it, so if you manage to throw it and kill a guy who is surrounded by 3 or 4 more guys, if you end up running out of throwing knives, you're going to have to run up to his body, pick it up, and then frantically switch back to it while not dying from the other 2 people that are shooting at you. And also, like right there, how he just took the throwing knife, that also happens a lot, how if you don't hit them in the head because the throwing knife is quite weak, they will survive and will shoot and kill you. But other than that, I would say this was a fun mission. I'd say probably my favorite out of Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, just fully being able to utilize the throwing knives and see how this challenge would work. And this was the first example of this challenge and seeing how it changes the combat, the way you would take cover, regain health, and also run around frantically picking up your throwing knives after throwing them all. And we have to hunt down the last remaining O'Driscolls here, which shouldn't be that hard. Just I had to run into the woods and it got kind of scary here because I kept missing throwing knives and running around trying to retrieve them. And also like there, where I almost die because once again they took the throwing knife and the other guys are shooting at me. I'm just lucky that I had some allies here and the throwing knives stack up to a bunch, so you can just keep them no matter what. And here I killed all the O'Driscolls, but I decided I need every tiny thing I can find and every little bit of money. So I proceed to spend the next 2 minutes running around the entire camp and looting bodies. I don't know why I decided, yeah, this is what I need. I need to go and monotonously, I don't even think that's a word, check every single body there and pick up every tiny bit of money that, you know, I don't even really spend throughout the entire playthrough. But like I said earlier, I abandoned this habit quickly once I actually get into the later chapters, so we won't have this for much longer. Here, Kieran saves our life from this random hillbilly, and we thank him by almost killing him because we thought he lied about Colm O'Driscoll being here. But then he's like, wait, why would I let you die and lie to you? I saved your life. And they're like, that's good enough for me, so we let him live. But once again, after this cutscene ends, I spend another minute and a half, maybe 2, once again, just grabbing every tiny thing I can inside that cabin while we try to find the location of Colm O'Driscoll. After seeing that Sean is being held hostage by these men, Hosea, Arthur, and Javier devise a plan to save him. So Javier decides to go up and be the distraction while Javier and Arthur sneak up behind the guys and take them out. And then they push on ahead to find out where Sean was taken. Here's Javier and Arthur take out the 2 guards. We soon discover when we go to find out where they took Sean. We follow them, and it turns out they were not alone. They had a little block. It's not really a blockade, I guess just a trap, more likely, to see if his gang would have broken him out and saved him, which they do, so I guess they were kind of smart on that point. And since it's in this little valley, I'm not really sure what to call it, just this open area of no cover, just rocks and a hill. So we really don't have any cover while trying to avoid all of the gunshots from everyone here. And right here, Arthur decides to take cover on the side of the rock, which does happen a bit and is annoying, but right here, the weakness of the throwing knife is showed off again because they both take 2 throwing knives each, and Javier had to kill the guy on the left. I didn't even get the chance. So he just ate up 2 throwing knives because if you don't kill them in 1 throwing knife, you lose that throwing knife, so you can only get 1, which does hurt since we had 4 to begin with, and now we only have 3. So we have to make do with what we have and just run through this little... That was a nice shot there. I'm just gonna call it a valley, whatever, to try not to die. And I ran out of throwing knives right there, so once again I have to go run around to every single body that there is to find my throwing knife, and also just run around and hope I don't die. And here was the problem with this mission, is that there are guys on top of the rocks up there at the very tippy top, and I tried. I couldn't use the lasso or the throwing knives to reach them, so I really didn't know what to do. I was kind of stuck here, and yeah, once again just almost dying because there's no cover, having to use a health tonic, which really saves us a bunch. This was my first attempt, so I really didn't remember much about this mission. So I'm like, oh, awesome, we're done, right? That's everyone dead here. But then I look up and I try to throw my throwing knives up there to kill the 3 guys that are up top on the rock shooting at us, but unfortunately they don't reach. So I try to move closer to them, but as behind this rock I am too close. I can't aim up high enough while in cover, and if I step out I'll just be shot by all 4 and pretty much die. Or 3 of them. So I also tried the lasso here, but that doesn't work. I tried to yank them off the rock. The lasso wasn't doesn't have a long enough reach. So I tried to run up the path here and try and catch them from the side, so I can just flank them and easily kill them, because I'll be able to lock onto them with the throwing knives. But unfortunately, that leaves Javier just to die alone. Attempt number 2 went surprisingly way better. I mean, I got to the same point as last time, but I was actually able to overcome it, and what I did differently was I decided to let Javier take them out, so I just stood behind cover and waited for Javier to take out all of the guys up on the cliff, and it does actually surprisingly work. I'm kind of shocked, honestly, that he didn't take too much damage and die, which was my fear, and why I tried to do it myself the first time, but it does end up working out, and it lets us continue on with the mission. During that sped up footage, you saw us take out the guys who were near Sean and had him tied up, so now we have to rescue him, but yet again, another like minute and a half to 2 minutes of nothing but looting, so we can just skip past this real quick. But then we will save Sean and take him back to the gang so he is safe and back with us. Right here we actually get one of the few throwables in the game, the tomahawk, which will come in very clutch later on. After rescuing Sean, I decided to go get some more throwables, and the only way you can obtain these throwables is buying them from a fence, which, unfortunately for me, so far the only fence that is available is in Emerald Ranch. So I had to take a 5-minute horse ride all the way halfway across the map to Emerald Ranch just to restock on my throwables, and then take another 5-minute, maybe like 3 to 4 minute ride back to our camp near Valentine to get the next mission from Dutch. Take back what I said earlier, this is probably my favorite mission. Honestly, maybe the entire game, just because of its absurdity and just what weird and stupid things Arthur and Lenny get into by just being so drunk they don't know where each other are. Arthur loses Lenny, and then the game turns into heavy rain, just having to yell, "Lenny!" every 5 seconds.
Lenny, where are you? Leave the kettle on, you goddamn animals.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Nobody. I'm talking to nobody.
What did you say?
What?
I said, what did you say?
Get lost, buddy.
Shut up, mister. Yeah, shut your mouth, mister.
After you beat that mission, it just spawns you way south of Valentine, close to Strawberry, where the next mission is, which is pretty good, but the problem is I am out of range of my horse. I did not get the bonding up enough, so the horse was not my whistling range, so I guess because I'm psychotic, what I decided to do was run until I could either find a horse or to the next objective. And while I was enjoying my run, I decided to stop at the post office just because I'm like, oh, maybe the train will come and I can just hitch a ride on it, or I can steal someone's horse. And luckily enough, there was a horse that I could end up taking, so I would not have to run all the way to my horse. Lucky for me, right outside the post office was this guy and his horse, so I decided to hitch a ride, just become a hitchhiker and crouch on top of his little carriage here, and lucky for me, he was going the correct direction that I needed him to, but he just jumps out right here. I'm not really sure why. I guess just my pure ability of being there just intimidated him enough to leave, so I end up stealing his carriage and not getting wanted somehow and taking it to my destination for the next mission. Here, being the brave soul that I am, I decided to help this man who was in trouble being hunted by these wolves. But unfortunately, I made the wrong decision, and instead of going to my destination peacefully, I decided to pick a fight with these wolves, which would not be the best idea, and that would be my inevitable demise because I couldn't seem to hit them, and then they just were able to maul me. So I died trying to get to the mission, just because I'm an idiot. Fortunately, the next mission here is that we have to free Micah. Honestly, if it was up to me, I would just let him rot in jail like he deserves, but the game forced me to, so we have to save Micah, break him out of prison. And this can only go well. Nothing bad will happen at all. Oh, I was proven wrong really fast. I mean, all we did was a tiny jailbreak. I didn't expect the entire town just to come at us with guns ablazing, ready to shoot us down at a second's notice. But once again, it's hard. I'm not gonna lie, this was a hard mission, just once again for all the same reasons. Limited amount of throwing knives because I wasn't prepared, getting shot from every single direction, having the NPC not do anything really. So those all contributed to this being kind of a hard mission, but it's once again another fun mission. Like, this challenge was kind of annoying, but also it was really fun. And these are the missions where you have to fight your way through a town, change the play style, only use Throwables instead of stand out in the open and just gun them down like you're used to. You have to cross the bridge here, which was scary because there are people on the house, and the guy that jumps off the horse, there's still people behind you. You just have to keep running and not give up. Don't let them catch up to you. It gets pretty intense. And also just 2 throwing knives again. It got pretty scary because I end up running out of throwing knives and almost die here. Like, if I got hit by one more bullet, I would have been dead. One bullet could have just ruined that run right there. And I also have to wait for Micah, which that's probably the most annoying part about this challenge. Maybe second to always running out is having just to sit and wait for the AI to move or do anything really. Which also just adds to the pain of some of these missions. Here I decided to utilize one of my other key weapons, dynamite, which doesn't really come into play a bunch, but with areas like this with a bunch of grouped up enemies or just places like that where they're just kind of stuck behind something, it's just nice to be able to clear them out with a dynamite stick. But I knock myself out for a very long time, which gives them enough time to push up and kind of just gets us in a really bad spot, and they end up tackling me. And right there, I have to end up just knifing him with the throwing knife. Finally, Micah decides to make himself useless and actually kills one of them. And he is going to go into that house to get his weapons back, but we get run up on by more lawmen. And I run out of... I still have dynamite, but other than that, I'm out of throwing knives, so I'm kind of just screwed. I'm just left to do that. Blow him up with the dynamite there, wait for Micah to enter the house. Almost die again. I'm just frantically running to find cover, heal. But then I realized I'm an idiot and I had tomahawks. I'm not really sure why I did not decide to use the tomahawks, but unfortunately this run ends right there as I shoot and kill him. And it just sucks because this entire run right here is just ruined by me shooting him, so I have to wait for Micah just to do whatever he's doing and enter the house and get his guns back while I just choose. I'm like, how do I do this? But then I remember I have dynamite and I blow myself up because I shot and killed that guy, failing the mission. After living that dynamite for some reason, I don't know how Arthur managed to live that. It actually kind of proves how weak dynamite is in this game because it took 2 to kill Arthur. Luckily, we did end up hitting a checkpoint right here, right before we get to the house, so that's good that I don't have to go through that entire mission again, just only about half of it, while I would have been really mad if I had to do that entire mission, because you would have to run through the bridge, the prison, and all that on my limited throwables, but at least I have them back, which is good, and I should only have to protect Micah while he has to go into the house and retrieve his guns. And here I actually decided to use the tomahawks. I guess I got a brain that day. But unfortunately, Micah, I thought he was in a cutscene so he wouldn't die, but he unfortunately dies while he's trying to enter the house, so I have to restart this mission. From the checkpoint at least, but still, it kind of sucks that he can die while trying to enter the house. Micah finally gets his guns, we are able to continue with the mission, and it just becomes another section of take cover, don't die, and just make sure that you're safe. But unfortunately, Micah didn't listen to me and forgot the whole don't die part. Ugh, I hate him so much. Here, I really don't know what I was doing. I guess I just wanted to swim. I just wanted to go for a swim, but I'm just lucky that I didn't go too far away from the mission and abandon the mission. They just decided to not shoot me. It was, to me, honestly, so surprising that I'm able to recover and actually beat the mission from this, because I'm just drifting away downstream, but eventually I'm able to catch back up with Micah, take cover, and then me and him managed to take out the rest of everyone into this, in this city, so we can safely escape. After Micah finally decides to make himself useful, we end up clearing out the city, killing everyone who was trying to kill us, and we managed to escape on horseback, get away from the law, and successfully escape, which I don't know if I really want to, since we had to break him out of jail, and this is entirely his fault. We should have just kept him locked up, but, you know, I guess I'll let it pass considering it was a fun mission. So we are on a fishing trip with John's son Jack. Two Pinkerton agents roll up and say, "Hey, we know where your gang and hideout are, and we're coming to kill you." I just thought I would mention this because it's pretty important to the plot, because it is what makes us move camp to a whole different location in Chapter 3. My good friend has returned. A train. Now, this is John's little heist that he has us, Charles, and Sean working on. And it's a train robbery, so I'm honestly just having PTSD from the last train mission and how long that took, so I just hope this one will not take as long and will be easier. After we jump on the train, we rob everyone on the train, and so far this is going way better, way better than the first train robbery, and it honestly does go great. This one is miles easier than the first one, probably because you have more allies that can shoot people for you, and also you don't have to really worry about them dying, but it's just nice to not be stuck on a train mission for once. Here I did have an insanely close call because it forces us into Deadeye and pulls out her gun, but luckily I was paying attention and was able to pull out the throwing knife and kill the guy, saving Sean. And here we get jumped by people on the train, and now I'm really having flashbacks to the last train mission, just the tight corridors, having to kill about 2 enemies every single time that'll jump you, and unfortunately, this really does remind me of the last mission because Sean dies. The AI dying in a train. Oh no. Unfortunately for us, the cops show up. I guess we took a little bit too long looting, and now we have to fight our way off of this train. And this is where the dynamite will come in handy, because they'll be bunched up and easy to kill. And unlike the last train mission where we only had Lenny, this time we have 4. We have Lenny, John, Charles, and Sean all shooting back at them, which is good. So we just, because obviously I'm not using a gun, so it's nice just to have some cover fire from the AI here. And like I said, the dynamite there coming into play, blowing up big groups of them. And it's also, this mission, you have to heavily rely on the AI to do their part and actually kill some of the enemies, because there are a bunch of enemies here. And they will get kind of scary when they start surrounding you, because there's not really much you can do just besides hoping that the AI doesn't take enough damage and die, and that your throwables will be able to take them out and actually reach them. Because this is a problem that happens a little bit in this mission, that the throwables don't go far enough, so you cannot reach some of the enemies further back, and you have to rely on the AI to end up shooting and killing them. and Charles tripped over a banana peel and died. This time we went ahead and removed all the banana peels off this train so no one will trip, fall, and die again, and that succeeded. Apparently that's all you needed to do to beat this mission was take away all the banana peels, but the AI does help out so much by hitting their shots and just being competent, really. Just all they need to do is just provide cover, hit their shots, and we make it further because they start attacking us from both fronts. I guess we turn into Germany here, but it's kind of easy because you have some people facing the front, some people facing the back, which just once again allows you to easily take out everyone here, get on horseback, and get your paychecks. After we kill the remaining officers that we need to, which allow us to retreat, we get on horseback, run away till we escape the law, and get our paychecks. John's mission here is that we must go into the gun store and pick up a rolling black rifle, which I have no intent to use to shoot anybody with, but we'll see what happens in this mission since it's literally forcing us to buy it. So I hope this isn't the end of the run. After a short little horse ride, John takes us up to a cliff where we have to use it and try to find someone. And we end up finding a bunch of people herding some sheep. And the game is going to make us shoot near them. And I say this counts because I did not directly shoot and kill them, which is a part of the rules that I can fire a gun as long as it does not directly shoot or kill an animal. It's just fired as a warning shot to scare them off. So, as of right now, the run is still to go. And after we go down and collect the sheep, after we scare off the people herding them, it then becomes a Red Dead Redemption 1 herding mission, which I do not miss at all. I remember them being just long and tedious and annoying, and this one is kind of long, but at least it's not like you're in Emerald Ranch and have to take them over there. You're just barely outside of Valentine, so it's really not that bad. Once we are finished herding the sheep, we go to the bar to meet Dutch, and outside there's a guy yelling at us. His name is Lord Cornwallis? Something like that. And he's basically just mad at us because we robbed his train, but Dutch really doesn't seem to care. He just tries to play dumb and say that, oh, it's not me, you have the wrong guy. But unfortunately, Strauss and John have been taken hostage by this man, so we're gonna have to go outside and try to defuse the situation. But it soon turns sour.
When I think the moment's right, I'll make a move. Why not?
Get out here now! Deal with this nonsense.
Please, gentlemen, this is a terrible mistake. This is a case of mistaken identity. What is worse than admonishing a man for the sins of another?
Here's our chance to save John and Strauss, but unfortunately it wants us to press RT to pull out our revolver, which I don't want to do, but I know you can't tell right now, but I'm spamming every button on the controller just to see what would work, and the only button that would work would be RT, so unfortunately it's not looking very good. Our chances of success look very slim right now. And I tried the mission again. I'm like, maybe it was just a fluke, maybe I can do something. But no, it's impossible. All the buttons don't work. The only buttons that work are RT to pull out your revolver and shoot it, so unfortunately, this mission is impossible. And that means it is not possible to beat Red Dead Redemption 2 using only throwables. And you might be wondering, why is there still a bunch of video left? Well, it's because I decide to continue this challenge. It's failed, it's impossible, you cannot beat Red Dead Redemption 2 while only using throwables, but I'm like, I was kind of curious to find out how many missions that you can beat while using throwables, so I decided to continue with this challenge, and we will, at the end, tally up how many challenges are impossible. But I was like, there's no fun in just quitting after it's impossible. So I do decide to continue and play through the rest of the game while only using throwables. After we save John and Strauss from being held hostage, we once again have to fight our way out of a town. This time, the only difference is that last time, it was Strawberry, not Valentine, we had to fight our way out of, and this time, Dutch and John have to push a giant wooden carriage that Strauss is laying in because he's hurt, and it's really just about it. It's the same thing, just fighting through the city while protecting our allies, making sure they don't die. Here we have to do some intense fighting while trying to hide behind the carriage for safety because it sponges up a bunch of the bullets for us. And there are people on every building. Literally every building shooting at us, trying to kill us, so we just have to take cover and hide behind the carriage so we don't die, and basically throw every single thing we have, all the knives, the tomahawks, the dynamite, throw everything so that we don't just get surrounded and die by them. And like I said, right there, they're up on the rooftops, they're in the alleyways, just in front of the buildings, they're literally everywhere trying to take us out. And here I think I was a little bit too courageous, you know, I'm like, I'm invincible, and somehow don't die when I was running out in the open like an actual just idiot. And once again, just standing here like an idiot. I luckily get a remedy off and I'm able to heal. I just got super lucky right there. And almost die, but once again, we're halfway through the town. We're almost there. That guy right next to me, I have to pull out the tomahawk to get him. And the dynamite does work here because if you throw the dynamite close to someone, they will dive out of the way, so they're on the ground and they can't shoot you. And there are guys coming out of the stable as well that are going to shoot us, more guys on top of the stable. And here's where it just gets bad. We get surrounded too much, take too much damage, and Strauss, unfortunately, ends up dying. We did hit a checkpoint though, so we don't have to fight through the entire street again. I just have to grab Strauss and then go put him on Dutch's horse and let them ride off. I was surprised that I honestly hit a checkpoint there. You know, I should really make a drinking game. Take a shot every time I say I was surprised by something or surprised by a mission. Actually, no, because then you would just die of alcohol poisoning. But after we put Strauss on John's horse, actually, my bad, we let them ride off into the sunset, and we can just end up escaping the cops, which I just decide to get on my horse and run. I don't decide to fight. I can just get on my horse, run, and escape the cops. Immediately jump into Micah's mission, which is going to be robbing the stagecoach for a little bit of extra money, and hitting throwables on horseback is incredibly hard, so I decided to go for the lasso strategy here, is where you lasso them off their horse and it's just easy. You lasso them and they die on impact, but unfortunately that can happen where the horse just decides to run headfirst into mine, causing me to get behind and pretty much unable to catch up to the rest of them because the stagecoach will just yeet itself off a cliff and we can't collect the money, which sucks because if that horse didn't run into me, we could have very well completed this mission on our first try. But for this mission, that's the way I will be tackling this. I will be using the lasso instead of the tomahawks or throwing knives and stuff like that. However, one of the major downsides to this lasso strategy is that you have to get very close to them, ensure that you don't miss, so you will end up getting shot a lot, and obviously riding right behind them will, you can crash into them. You can run into their horses easier having to be right next to them, which adds another layer of annoyingness because if you hit them, you're just gone. You pretty much fail the mission because if you fall off your horse or your horse trips you or gets tripped, you cannot catch up back to the stagecoach and it will just run off the cliff again. And my lasso strategy here didn't work because my horse decided to slow down and I missed that tomahawk. Well, I guess he decided to spawn outside of it, but the driver couldn't stop him in time and he drove right off the cliff. I was pretty close. I was trying to get right beside him and lasso out the driver, but unfortunately I forgot to look for any trees. and just like I said earlier, just you fall off the horse, you lose the mission because Micah doesn't decide to do anything about the driver and lets it drive off the cliff. Stealing the armored stagecoach, we are just trying to escape and get our loot, but unfortunately the O'Driscolls chop down that tree, causing us to blow up, and all the horses run away from the stagecoach, and now we are being attacked and shot at by O'Driscolls, so me and Micah have to quickly take cover and kill all of the O'Driscolls that are attacking us. While Arthur and Micah have to defend from the O'Driscolls' attack, we are currently running low on throwables. I have 1 stick of dynamite and 3 tomahawks, so I have to kind of decide what to do here. Do I want to go methodically and just throw a tomahawk, get it, throw a tomahawk, get it? Or use them all and just pick them up as I go, and then probably have to resort to the tackling strategy. But I do start out going the methodical way of picking up every tomahawk after I use it, but unfortunately I do miss a couple tomahawks, which ends up with me losing them in the water, so I have to end up resorting to the tackling strategy. There I'm out of throwables, which means I just have to hope I get lucky and am able to pick up the tomahawks that I missed or used to kill someone with, and that is what helps us get through it. And I missed the tomahawk there, and I'm pretty sure that's Knock from Rainbow Six Siege, but I guess I could just be mistaken. And once again, we pick up the tomahawk that we missed. I really suck at aiming the tomahawks. I really needed to improve my tomahawk aim because I missed there and then I miss again. But this time, I just have to straight on tackle him because he might kill us if I don't. And after we take out this first wave of O'Driscolls, reinforcements do end up coming, which isn't good for me because I only have 1 tomahawk. I lost the other 2 in the water. But luckily for us, Micah actually is useful again. That's kind of shocking, Micah being useful, but he does decide to kill some of the O'Driscolls, and once again missing another tomahawk there. I just decide to charge them again and almost die, but Micah doing something for once, taking them out, allowing me to hunt him down, and the other O'Driscoll flees. After that, all we have to do is blow open the armored stagecoach and collect our rewards. Yeah, I'm a bit dumb and forgot there are a couple more enemies, but after that, then we are able to finally open the stagecoach. I just forgot there was like 1 or 2 enemies that we had to kill. But then we open the stagecoach and claim our rewards. Actually, first, before we can get our loot from the stagecoach, we have to have another 2-minute looting. Yay. Finally, no more stops. We can finally claim our reward from the armored stagecoach, shoot the lock, and yes, that's allowed because I did not harm a person or an animal or kill a person and an animal with that shot, so it's perfectly fine, and now we can finally get our payday. In case you were curious of how much we made off of that, we made $300, so I'd say it's well worth it for that mission. After Dutch and Hosea send Charles and I off to look for a new camp because they are now aware that the Pinkertons know where we are, so we have to move. But the first camp was just a dead, dry place where it looks like nothing was growing. There was like nothing to help hide us. But Charles then tells us about a location that has this dense forest here next to some water and is really beautiful, and it does end up becoming the camp for the 3rd chapter, which I would say is my favorite camp in the entire game. I just love being able to look out over the water, look at the nice dense forest, the green grass, the green trees at this camp. And while we're looking for this camp, we see a little camp set up, and a man is tied up, and he is the father and husband of the family that we met earlier. And we decide to untie him and try to take him back to his family. But unfortunately, when we decide to untie him, a bunch of people pretty much come out of nowhere and try to kill us, but we end up cutting him loose, saving him, and fighting our way out of this camp. We have to fight our way out of the camp here, like I just said, and this is pretty easy considering there are not a lot of bandits that attack us here, and We also have Charles to help us, but we really don't need him just because I'm that good. I can do it myself, but there, like I said, just aren't really a lot of them, and they're really easy to handle because they just are kind of dumb, honestly, and just don't focus on you, don't really try to shoot at you, so we can take this man back to his family easily. After we untie this man, pick him up, we are going to put him on our horse and take him back to his family. And once we do that, he gives us a reward for bringing him safely back to his family, and that ends up being a gold bar, which it's worth a lot of money. I just kind of forgot about it. I guess I just had so much money saved up because I really didn't buy any new guns, so all that money that would have went into buying a new gun was just kept there, so I never saw a reason to use it. So you can get mad at me for just leaving a gold bar worth a couple $100 on Arthur for the entire game, but yeah, I just forgot to use it. And with that, we are in chapter 3, which is probably my favorite chapter because it's home to my favorite camp in the entire game and has some of the coolest missions in the entire game, so this is going to be a fun one. So after we steal some moonshine from some swamp hillbillies, we decide to hide out in this little barn here, but unfortunately, to not be detected, we take out this guy, and that ends up a bad decision because now we have to shoot our way out of the barn that we're kept in, and since it's such a tight space, there's so many windows, there's so many opportunities for you and the AI to get shot. As you can see, they can just shoot away the door like they did there, and I don't have a lot of throwables. I'm pretty limited on my amount of throwables here, so I have to be smart and decide, like, when I should throw them, how far an enemy is, if I can hit them or not, and use Deadeye to my side. But this mission is annoying for how long it takes, because I think the winning run of this attempt is like 6 minutes long by itself, and it's just waiting around like this for the AI to kill them or me to just wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. And here I jump out to go try and retrieve some of my throwables, and then I realize something awful. I will fail because I'll leave the gang, so I have to make do with my limited amount of throwables on this mission. Oh yeah, here's the fun element about this mission. You get attacked from the front, the side, and the back, so you have to constantly move between the 3 sides while not letting yourselves die, the AI die, and killing all of the enemies. And like I previously said, the dynamite is good for taking out groups of enemies, but it doesn't reach all the way back there. Like, some guys are so far back that nothing can really hit them, so you just have to wait and hope that the AI is able to smartly take them out and just not stand there and become a bullet sponge. This attempt can show you pretty much what this mission is. It's just running back and forth between the 3 sides while not dying, and just once again fending off the enemies and praying the AI doesn't die. And I should have been more prepared, honestly. I should have had more throwables, but I still genuinely think that even if I had full throwables, it wouldn't matter because of the sheer amount of enemies, and once I throw my throwable, I can't get it back. That also is what makes this mission annoying, the length, and because they're throwables, you can pick them up after you throw them, but the enemies are so far away that if I try to do that, I will fail the mission by leaving the gang, so there's really no point into leaving the little barn here to go get the throwables because I can fail by just leaving the gang. And after that, the barn catches fire, which will start another part of the mission, but unfortunately Bill just doesn't listen and doesn't really do anything and just stands there and dies. And what sucks is when the barn caught fire, I thought that was going to be a checkpoint. I'm like, oh, it's changing like the thing that we're stuck in when we're fighting, and I thought it was going to be a checkpoint just continuous from where it catches fire, but no, you have to do all of this again, defending all 3 windows while not dying, while the AI does not die on my limited amount of throwables, And when the barn catches fire, you still have to survive for a little bit longer with the same thing, with pretty much no throwables, the same health that you already have. And on this attempt I got kind of worried because I'm like, oh no, because I can easily die, or the AI can die after the barn catches fire, which means I'll have to do all of this again, and I was not looking forward to that at all. Sadly, this attempt was not it, because Bill ends up dying here, and I don't know why, but so far Bill, I think, has died the most out of any of the companions we've had on these missions. Not sure why. After the barn's fire becomes a little bit too much for all of us to handle, and it starts crumbling down, we decide to finally exit. Oh, and I just cut out the beginning part of this because it was pretty much the same thing, and it was kind of boring to sit there and watch the same thing. And this run right here, the winning run here, ends up coming out to 7 minutes. So this mission took 7 minutes of just sitting there waiting around, not doing much, and just escaping that barn. And once we do, we run over to the forest to try and escape our pursuers. We end up splitting up and hiding behind rocks in this forest and trying to jump out at them once they hunt us down. After hiding for a bit and losing them pretty much, we have to go help Bill and Charles, who are kind of just being attacked, and I'm out of throwables here, so for some reason I'm trying to lasso him while being shot, and I kind of forgot that if you tackle someone with the lasso, Arthur will immediately tie them up, which gives you plenty of opportunities here to get shot, and it's not good for me because I have to run up and punch every single one of them while they have guns trained on me and are ready to shoot. But luckily they don't really hit as many shots as they should have. I mean, like, just based on this I should be dead right now, and I pull out the lasso to pull off the guys on their horse and miss because he just decided to run away, and I actually managed to pull him off of his horse, which was kind of lucky. And this is the last guy here. I was one shot away from death. But once again, the miracle tonics saved the day. I was just lucky I was able to get off that shot, or not the shot, the miracle tonic, and be able to run up and tackle and take out every single one of them, even without my throwables. After we beat up this guy, that'll be this mission done and complete. Which was nice that it only took about 4 attempts to complete this mission. Ah, another bar scene. This is gonna be fun. But Arthur and Jose, after delivering some whiskey from the Braithwaites, I believe, we are basically forced into being a bartender. Arthur takes the role as a bartender, and we have to give out shots to all the patrons. And it's kind of fun. I mean, it's not as good as the last bar mission. That one was great. Nothing will top that one. But it's kind of fun here, just serving drinks. But unfortunately, some Lemoyne, I think is how you pronounce it, I'm not 100% sure, raiders will break into the place, and it'll soon turn pretty ugly. After the raiders break into the bar, it turns into a little bit of a shootout here, but luckily I have the trusty throwing knives, which allow us pretty much just to stay behind the bar and only come out when we have the throwing knives ready and trained on them, so it's not really that difficult. After taking out the final guy on the bottom floor here, we follow Hosea up the stairs to take out the raiders that are attacking up there, and it wasn't really that hard of a challenge. We just have to follow Hosea, take out everyone in our path, and try and fight our way back to our carriage full of the whiskey that we delivered that got us turned into a bartender here. But unfortunately for Hosea, 2 people are out here after we take out the guys who burst open the door, and we're trying to run back to the carriage here. He gets tackled and lands on it. He lands on the little carriage down there. Arthur jumps onto it, and then we proceed to try and escape the Lemoyne raiders as fast as we can while trying not to die.
I'm getting us out of here. Ain't gonna let this go, are they?
Here is where the challenge of this mission came into. Here, we, while escaping the Lemoyne raiders, are being chased by some more of them who are outside, and we're in the passenger seat, so the game will not allow us to pull out any Throwables. As you can see there, they're all grayed out. So my only options are shoot or stand there and just take all of the bullets. And it doesn't really work when you have, what is that, 5 of them shooting at you and Hosea all at once. And like all the other partner missions, Hosea will eventually take too much damage and die. So this once again turns into a mission where you have very little impact on doing anything of protecting yourself and Hosea, and just kind of have to get lucky and hope that they miss so many shots, or you and Hosea recover health enough to beat them. And unfortunately there I pulled out the pistol and ended up shooting him, which obviously invalidates this little mission here, so I decided just to sit and wait for them to kill me. But of course, when I fail the mission, they won't kill me. Like, they aren't hitting a single shot now, but when I'm actually trying to succeed in this mission, oh, they can hit every single shot. But this was the furthest time I made. This was the furthest I made in this mission. Unfortunately, shooting and hitting the enemy invalidated it, and we just have to wait here until they can actually hit the shots and kill me or Hosea. But I was surprised. This was the first attempt. I didn't expect the first attempt to really go that well. Right after the longest run, I think this one takes the cake for the shortest run of this mission. It really did not go well at all. Here is actually one of the few times that Hosea died. I was honestly kind of surprised at how little he died. It was mostly me, but I don't know why he just flies out of his seat. It's weird. Something that's interesting about this mission is that the Lemoyne Raiders can actually hit each other while they're on horse and cause themselves to fall like that. So this mission just adds another random element of chance of, will they hit each other? Will all 5 be on you at once? No one knows. Just try again on your next attempt and see how many Raiders are right behind you. Didn't happen very much, but you could get lucky that those first 2 enemies right there, when you go into the town, the one coming out of the alleyway does end up hitting them. So that's kind of lucky because there's only one of them, and then the guy that comes out of that alleyway there. So cool, there's only like 2, but unfortunately it does not end well. I wish it did, because I kind of like the chance that less will be on you. It's kind of funny watching them hit each other, but just annoying to battle that element of chance. So here's the winning run, but something kind of funny happens here. This is after I beat the game. I went back and attempted this challenge again, because I'm like, oh, I think this one's possible. I don't know, I just feel like the luck element's there, like them hitting each other on the horse, for example, there. But one thing I do throughout this run here is, I don't know if it actually does anything, but I have the pistol out and keep aiming in and locking onto the enemy so Arthur changes position, because my thought process was, okay, so their AI is programmed to shoot at Arthur when he's sitting there and when he's aiming to shoot, so they have to aim a little bit higher when Arthur's head is higher. But I'm not sure. It may have just been something that my brain was like, okay, do this, it'll help, and it didn't really. But it actually seemed to kind of help, because it seemed like they were missing more shots, but I'm not really sure. I was just happy to actually be able to beat it, but I did give up on this mission. I think I spent about an hour and a half, maybe somewhere closer to that, maybe like an hour 10 on this mission before I decided to give up, and I'll attempt it after I beat the game. Just another run through, see if it was possible. And after close calls like this, I'm a couple shots away from death here, but it was possible. I was kind of surprised and honestly relieved. I was kind of like mad, and I had it sitting in the back of my mind like, I can beat this challenge. I know I can. And this is the furthest we went, like, distance-wise is the furthest we traveled, and right there they just decided to give up. I'm not really sure why, but I'll gladly take it. We just have to wait for Hosea to park us somewhere, and once again, one shot away from death, and a couple retries, this mission does end up being possible. Kind of surprised, but very happy. While Arthur and Lenny are looking for some explosives, we find some here, held up by the Lemoyne Raiders, and it, as you can see, gets pretty intense, and it's basically just a battle of two gang members against all of these Lemoyne Raiders, and it's fun. I'd say this is another really fun mission because of just how you're able to utilize all of your throwables, the dynamite, the throwing knives, and the tomahawks. Being able to use Deadeye and lock onto all of the enemies with throwing knives and tomahawk, and the dynamite to take out a bunch of enemies cramped together like over there where the tents are. The dynamite can just clear them all out, and this does get kind of intense at certain points, like when they get out the Gatling gun, or would it be Maxim at this point? I think it might have been the Maxim gun. Whatever. They get out a machine gun at the top of the mansion, start shooting at you, and Deadeye makes it kind of easy because I'm able just to lock onto him with a tomahawk, actually, and take him out. But this was kind of a quick mission. It didn't really take that long, and a pretty fun one at that. After an annoying looting session I cut out, just to be happy I didn't include it and put it at another 1000% speed. If I did, you'd probably have a seizure at this point with the amount of times I've done it. But after that, all we have to do is just escape the Lemoyne Raiders and take this to our waypoint and get it safely back to the camp. Arthur and Sean are getting revenge against the Grays Manor, I believe. It may be the Braithwaites, whatever. I think it's the Grays Manor. By burning down all of their crops. By pretty much just crippling their tobacco so they can't get any more money. And I'd say it's a pretty good revenge plot. I'd say this is probably my third favorite mission in Chapter 3, with the bank robbery, the mission that's coming up later, and then this one. It's just, I like seeing the dynamic between Arthur and Sean, and it's just a really cool, dramatic, and intense mission that you have to face. Since Arthur and Sean are going to destroy all the tobacco, they decide to use moonshine, and Arthur has to pour it over all the highlighted areas and most of the tobacco just to make sure that once a little spark gets to it, it's all gone. It'll all be set ablaze, and then they both realize that they'll pretty much just have to fight their way out of this, and it won't be pretty. Well, I mean, it'll look good because this game has amazing graphics and the fire in this game looks good, but they are gonna have to get into a pretty intense fight to escape safely after destroying this manor and these people's pretty much form of income. After all of the moonshine is poured over the crops, Arthur and Sean go into this barn and kill the guard. As Sean pours out more moonshine, they are going to set this barn on fire, and then pretty much just as a warning shot, well, I guess warning arson attack, not really sure what this would be classified as. They burn down the barn and then start throwing the fire bottles into the crops to set them ablaze and to let the Greys know what is happening. And this is where I said the visuals look nice, because the fire does look very good in this game, but probably just saying that because I love this game and I love the visuals of it, but it's something nice to distract you that you're burning down crops. And then after that, the Greys catch alert and start to attack you, so this turns into a survival mission here, which is pretty easy, I'd say, just because of the amount of stuff that you can take cover behind, like taking cover right here behind Sean, that box where that man's running to right there, and just the open area gives us enough room to just run around, escape if we need to, if we're low on health. It's just a nice open area, which is pretty good, but also kind of bad because they can just stand out in the open, making them kind of harder to hit. Another advantage to being like an open landscape like this mission has is that the enemies come towards you pretty decently fast, at like a decent pace, and once again, since it's so open, there's so much room that you can run around and get your throwing knives and take like minimal damage from all the enemies shooting you, so the throwing knives and the tomahawks you can pick up easier and just kind of have more room to run, so you can zigzag more and get the enemies to miss more often. After we take out all of the enemies in that area, we have to follow Sean to the horses and fight our way through this hellish looking landscape with most of our surroundings on fire, just charging through. And I kind of just like the scenery of this, how you're just a deranged, crazy lunatic running around with tomahawks in your hands, chucking them at all these people with guns and just running through all the flames surrounding you, looking like they're about to engulf you, where you have to take out the last remaining of the gray soldiers before you can get on the horse and escape. But once again, overall, this mission was not really that bad at all. It was cool. Pretty fun and interesting mission, but other than that, this posed really no challenge. It is just an intense mission, kind of to show the feud that you start with the Gray family, and that you would later go with the Braithwaites? I'm not really sure how to pronounce it, but I guess that's good enough. It just shows you the feud that you'll eventually go to set up with these two plantation families. And after Sean finally decided to get on his horse, you just have to escape the burning crops, the burning barn, and the rest of the Grays. A couple will try to attack you, but that doesn't really matter. You just pretty much just let Sean carry it, because this is one of the times the AI will actually do something and try to protect you and themselves. But after that, you just have to run off of the property of the Grays, and that'll be this mission complete. It was a fun, kind of short little mission. We just got done burning down people's barns, murdering half their family, and destroying their source of income. We now take the next logical step and rob a bank. Man, we're really going for crime bingo at this point. Arson, destruction of private property, murder, and now a bank robbery. At this rate, we'll get a bingo in no time. And yeah, I saw that dog and got a little bit distracted and kind of set me off course, but I think I have my priorities straight. I'd put this dog over a bank robbery any day. If I could, I would just do this for the entire mission. Just say screw the bank robbery and spend it with this dog here. After we send Karen in as a distraction, it's now go time. Arthur pulls out his revolver, or I guess in my case, double-barrel shotgun, and it lets me put it away that I don't have to shoot him, but as you probably saw, I'm an idiot and didn't decide to refill my throwables from the last mission, the burning down all the crops mission. So I decided to go into a bank robbery mission with 3 throwing knives, which are my main weapon, my main way to attack people. So this can only go well. We steal all the money to no one's surprise. The cops show up, and as soon as you exit the bank, it forces you into dedicated wham. I was trying to say before I had a stroke was I can cancel Deadeye and pull out my throwing knives, which I'm glad the game lets you do that because, well, obvious reasons that I'm doing a throwable only challenge, but it's also just kind of cool how the game will force you into Deadeye and either you just wait it out or just spam buttons enough until it lets you pull out a different weapon, or in my case, the throwables. And just like the mission back in Chapter 2 with Dutch, John, and Strauss, where you have to fight your way through Valentine, we are doing that again. And I decided to go get the horse because I'm like, oh, I can just run around and maybe not die, avoid some of the bullets from the cops, but I forgot I'm an idiot and just run right into the little cover that they had there, flinging me off my horse and leaving me just out in the open, able to die. But miraculously, somehow I was able to get on the horse, just rush through those cops, and join everyone else and escape Valentine. Obviously, it wouldn't be that easy just to leave the town immediately, lose the cops, so you bring them on a giant chase through the valley, just outside of Valentine, and pretty much until you kill them, because they are kind of relentless like they should be and will chase you for a very long time. And I'm low on health here, obviously, because I have to meticulously, I guess, kind of aim and make sure I don't miss with my limited amount of throwables, so I have to kind of take my time and line up most of the shots, but they can just shoot me as many times as they want, which obviously running out of throwables here, since I didn't buy any more, I have to use this little lasso technique where I just have to yank them off the horse. And yeah, I had no health. I was one shot away from death, so I was looking for anything that could refuel my health, but unfortunately I was not fast enough. On the second attempt here, I get, well, smarter and actually keep my health up and make sure my health is high, so I'm not forced into another situation like that where I have to frantically look for something to get my health up and die trying to. And this was honestly shorter and way easier to escape than I thought it was. I thought we would have to go so much further and lose them, but all we have to do is cross the train tracks here, and I guess the cops are just like, damn, they're out of our jurisdiction, and then just give up. But, surprisingly, you know, for a bank robbery, it's pretty easy, and ends up paying pretty well for us. Oh, Mike is here. This isn't going to go well. And, oh, well, that was fast. And obviously Mike is trying to make himself look cool here. I know he had a part to do with it. I don't trust him at all. Every time he's near, something goes wrong. But yeah, that went pretty wrong, as what should have just been a normal casual walk through roads with a couple gang members ends up with Sean dying. I'd say a pretty important gang member for us. He helped with a couple missions and would have been nice to have in some later missions, some extra help, but yeah, he ends up just dying right there, and it might just be the Greys wanting revenge for us burning down everything and killing a bunch of them. It could just be that, but I'm putting some blame on Micah, and the Greys are attacking us from every building, alleyway, in front of us, behind us, beside us, and I'm picking up throwing knives here just to get a little bit of extra ammo, but surprisingly, I actually had my throwables restocked. It's kind of surprising I'd go in between missions and have them restocked like that, or at least a decent amount of them, and not kind of just screw myself. But we have to enter the gun store to just take some cover and kind of recoup for a minute after just watching one of our gang members get murdered right in front of us and being shot at from every single direction possible. I was hoping that you could just kind of take a little break, kind of recoup, hide in this gun store, just get some of your health back. So I go to retrieve my throwing knife and look around, see if I can loot anything, and Micah does what he does best when he's in a mission where you have to protect him or be with him. He dies, being completely useless as always. Luckily enough, though, we do hit a checkpoint in the gun store, so if I fail, we have to come back here at least, and that's relieving because I thought Micah just screwed me and had to make me restart the entire mission over. But we take cover in the gun store, just kill all the Greys that are dumb enough to push up and try and fight us. And this is where, once again, just throwables are nice because they'll just stand out in the open or try and hide behind cover, and the dynamite can flush them out, or they're just standing in the middle of the street, throwing knives can hit them, and apparently I go to make a pizza, I go back there to the fire for some reason, and I'm deciding to throw a throwing knife at the wall. I really don't know what I was attempting there, but I'm going to lock on to the guys, take him out on the horse, and then take out the guy up there on the little patio, and that will be all of the Greys dead. And I decide to get stuck on that fence and go pick up the shotgun that I'm not going to use. It was just shiny and told me that I could pick it up, so I was like, ooh, I want the shiny thing. And we wait for Micah to escape the gun store, and I do a little bit of looting, maybe like 1 or 2 bodies, but we walk the streets just kind of still in shock of what just happened. We just watched one of our gang members get murdered right in front of us, and then had a surprise attack by the Greys on us. And we're also thinking, wait, where did Bill go? Because Bill was with us, and now he's just magically disappeared. And I was kind of confused as well. I'm like, where did he go? What happened to him? Oh, there he is. I found him. And I'm kind of scared now, because this is very reminiscent of the mission back in Chapter 2, where they're holding John and Strauss hostage. And obviously that mission was impossible, because it forced us to kill the captor, and unfortunately, it does the same thing here. It forces us into Deadeye, and just like that mission in Chapter 2, you can't wait it out, or else he'll shoot and kill Bill, and you can't switch weapons, and like there, if you wait too long or just shoot, Bill will die. And there's unfortunately nothing you can do, so once again, this is another impossible mission. Here again, just like in that first mission in Chapter 2, when it forces me into Deadeye, I spam every button. I'm spamming the weapon wheel, trying to use it, it won't let me, so then I just decide to take out the captor and the guy holding Bill to just finish this mission.
Come on, let's get this.
After we report what happened to Sean back to the gang, we find out that the Braithwaites stole John's son, Jack, and the gang has to team up and go get him back. And I'd say this is probably one of the coolest scenes in the entire game, just seeing the entire gang walk together like this, because you know that something's about to go down and that this mansion will probably not be standing after we're through with it. I'd say this is probably my favorite or second favorite mission in the game. It's tied probably with one that's coming up in Chapter 6, which pretty much has the same vibe, just the entire gang working together to get back something that they've lost. Dutch does what he does best and tries to defuse the situation, but it just ends it with everyone having a gigantic shootout. We pretty much just lay siege on this mansion here. I mean, I guess they deserve it. We have a reason for doing this. They stole one of our gang members' children, and we're going to get him back. So, I'd say this is fair and reasonable, and I think this one's kind of funny. I throw the dynamite and Dutch dives out of the way even though he was nowhere close to it. But, yeah, I for some reason did not think to go buy Throwables to refill after the last mission, the fighting in Rhodes. I should have been smarter about this and just refilled my Throwables after every single mission. It would have been kind of annoying and time consuming just to go back, because the fence is very spread out over the region. There's very little. There's the closest ones would be in Rhodes and Emerald Ranch, which would be kind of a decent way to travel out of the way for me, so I decided to go from mission to mission. But yeah, that proves it wasn't really a good idea, because when I use like the tomahawks and the throwing knives on people that are on the balcony and to the sides of the house, I would run out of like the area and be forced to return to the gang or fail the mission, or with them up on the balcony it's too high and I couldn't get up there to like refill or collect the Throwables again. And it does come back to bite me that I don't have Throwables, but we'll worry about that part of the mission when we get to it. Right now we just have to go kick down every door and look for Jack and see where he is. And there are people hiding in these rooms, but this is where the close range Throwables come in handy. It's pretty nice. After unfortunately not finding anything to tell us where Jack is, or anyone that can tell us where Jack is, we have to go upstairs and recoup with Dutch and Hosea after I get stuck on that chandelier there. Who knew that would be the most annoying and thing that would stop me on the bottom floor, is a chandelier. But after we go up the stairs, we see Dutch and Hosea down the hall on the right at a door where they think Jack is located. But when we go to help them kick down the door, unfortunately that's when the reinforcements come in, and this is not that good for me because I'm very low on Throwables and we're on a balcony, so they will naturally sit back further, and since the Throwables don't really travel that good or far, isn't good. And with this dynamite throw, I learned something interesting here, is that I can hurt the allies, because I guess they shot it in midair. I'm not really sure what happened, but I need to be careful with my throws because I can end up attacking the allies like that and failing the mission. Barely surviving the first attack at the front of the manor, I then learn we are being attacked from the side as well, and this isn't going to be well because I have one tomahawk, and obviously that'll kill one person, just assuming I actually hit, and the AI doesn't steal my kill before that happens. But unfortunately, I missed, and I am now completely out of Throwables. I have a lasso. So I go around and try and go to everybody, seeing if I can pick up any Throwable left, which, even if I did, it really wouldn't do anything for me because it would most likely only kill one of them. It would be like a throwing knife or a tomahawk. And that really wouldn't solve the problem, so my best solution here to this problem was just sit here, don't die, let the AI shoot and kill them all, and just hope that they don't die, because, yeah, something like that can happen where I end up messing up and shooting them. So that'll be my plan for the rest of this, is just going to be sit tight, just let the AI kill them, don't do anything, because something like that'll happen where I end up shooting, harming the guy, and therefore causing this to be invalid, any restart to be necessary. And of course, it's always when I want to die is when they always miss their shots and just keep me alive. It's never when I'm trying to live, it's always when I'm trying to die or want to fail, is that they just become stormtroopers and then can't decide to hit a shot. Since I shot the guy with the gun earlier and harmed him, which obviously is against the rules, I run around all of the balcony here. I tried to jump over the table, tried to jump off the sides, tried to fall down where they shot at the banister there, but it wouldn't do anything. Nothing would work, so I decided to run back inside the house and then try and run outside the front door so that I could just be like in their line of fire and die. After jumping down the stairs, which almost killed me, John ends up dying, which at least failed the mission for me, but I can't believe how hard it was to actually die when I wanted to there. Oh yeah, I also learned that there is no checkpoint when they start attacking from the side, so if John dies like that, or if I run out of throwables and one of the gang members takes too much damage and dies, that means I have to start all over again from the attack here on the front, and then go to the side and just pray that I manage to like keep my throwables, I'm able to use them correctly and just spread them out so I have enough for the side attack that they launch, and that the AI takes cover, doesn't die, and yeah, this mission makes you put a lot of trust into the AI and your other gang members just by not being dumb and actually hitting shots. Here, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what I was attempting here. I just decided to go walk back in the mansion while leaving everyone else to just pretty much die, and that is what ends up happening. John does end up being shot and killed. Yeah, I don't know what I was trying to do here. Right here, this attempt, I let my greed get the best of me. I just decide to go back to looting everything, trying to get just the most money and items I can, and you know, it really wasn't the wisest choice because I just left everyone out in the open to die, and yeah, John got sat down. You know, I probably shouldn't have just left the battle to go loot for personal gain. But finally, after a couple failed attempts, this does work out. And right here is my last piece of dynamite, so I have to use it sparingly, try and take out as many enemies as possible, and yeah, I think this mission wouldn't have been so much of a pain and a struggle if I was just smart and went and refilled after every mission. So if you do this challenge, I recommend not doing what I do and possibly after every mission, or just going to refill, or if you think you have a decent enough, you can attempt it. I just say don't go into a mission with very low throwables, because this will happen where you just have to sit and wait and hope that the AI will actually take out all the enemies and you'll be able to succeed. Sometimes you'll get lucky, but other times it'll just be most likely they'll just stand there and die and force you to retry on those limited amount of throwables, throwing you to a cycle. And we have to help John open the door so we can get into the room that Dutch and Hosea were trying to get into and see what is behind this door. So after just standing there and watching him struggle, apparently, we finally decide to help him, and once again, unfortunately, we are thrown into Deadeye. And just like the last two times we're thrown into Deadeye, I'm spamming all the buttons, literally every button on my controller, practically dropping it. I'm frantically hitting everything, and it doesn't work, so I just decide to fire a shot. Maybe it would scare them. It didn't. They are pretty fearless. I'll give them that. And just like the last mission, on the second attempt we were forced into Deadeye, I pretty much just give up. I realize that it's impossible. And I try to shoot the gun out of the first guy's hand, but I miss, and I was aiming for the gun on the second guy, but John shoots him and takes him out for us. So, just like the last mission, you're forced into Deadeye, and you have to kill them. I tried. None of the buttons were working, and as you saw, I tried to shoot the gun out of his hand, but I just ended up shooting him, and it sucks that 2 missions back-to-back were impossible. After we find the main head of the Braitwits, whatever their stupid name is, Dutch just decides to drag her down the stairs so we can try and interrogate her and find out what happened to Jack, or what she did with Jack, and while we're doing this, the gang decides the house would look better remodeled, so we decide to burn it. Yeah, this is... After burning down the Gray's crops and barn, I guess this is only... what's right, burning down both of the plantations, which I'm totally fine with because, once again, they get what they deserve, and another cool scene comes out of it of pretty much a kidnapping, which you can add to the bingo from earlier if you want to, and us walking away from the burning mansion. Unfortunately, with not finding out where Jack is, but the Braitwoods pay, and so does their mansion that they had. Actually, she does end up telling us what she did with Jack, but unfortunately it's a little bit too late, but now the gang knows where Jack is and what happened to him, and now they go to retrieve him. Wouldn't be a chapter without an encounter with the Pinkertons basically telling us we know where you are, and instead of killing us or capturing us, they just give us a stern talking to and allow us to leave. But the Pinkertons know where we are once again, so we must leave and set up camp somewhere else. Going to this location with John, we find an old plantation house and we have to take care of the people inside and clean them up. But after that, we tell the gang and they come over here and we have our new camp for Chapter 4. I mean, at least it's a house. This is the first time we've had a house since the first chapter in the Snowy Mountains, so it's kind of nice just to be living in a house and not just underneath some trees or on top of a hill for once. After leaving everyone else to set up the camp, Dutch asks Arthur to go ride with him into Saint Denis, which is the location of Chapter 4, and the only fully industrialized city that you can visit in the game. I mean, other cities have like buildings and stuff like that, train tracks, but you can tell by all the pollution and big buildings, this is a modern, built-up city, and probably the most populated one. And after this, we go off into Saint Denis to try and find out where Jack is so we can get him back safely to John and Abigail. And this will kickstart Chapter 4 down in Saint Denis. After we finished playing a totally legit game of poker and didn't cheat whatsoever, we have to follow this guide to go collect our reward at the top of the steamboat that's in this little vault. And I'm gonna be honest, if we weren't cheating in that poker game, I probably would have lost because I'm not that good at poker. But all we have to do now is just collect our reward, wait for this guy to open it. But Javier ends up taking out the guard and kind of messing this up. Like, we should have just let him open it and then do that, but Arthur has to push him away. We take his revolver so he can't shoot us, and then we proceed to take what we earned from winning out of the vault here. But he has a revolver and stares at us, and once again I was pressing every button but nothing worked, and this will turn into another fail. And just like the other times that we fail, unfortunately, when you're forced into Deadeye here, the only thing you can do is shoot him. You can't shoot the weapon out of his hand, you can't switch weapons, so this will indeed be another failed mission. And here, after we just take him out because I just realized there's no point in retrying since none of the inputs will work besides killing him, we are finally able to retrieve the loot out of the vault, and then after some more walking, we will end up with the next part of this mission, which unfortunately will be another tough challenge for us to face. So after we reach the bar of the boat, the guy who we beat accuses us of cheating, which we kind of did, and then this guy comes out of nowhere. Javier then just shoots the guard, and this isn't good because we don't have any throwables. All we have is our revolver and the repeater that Javier throws us, and there's not really any cover, and considering I don't have any throwables, my only method of attacking people here is running up and tackling them or punching them. Because I have no lasso either, so I can't like tie them up, so it'll lead to a lot of this. Oh no. Since this mission doesn't really have any cover, you most likely to sit behind this poker table here for cover, and here's where this challenge is impossible. Well, at least I deem it, because you have to run up and punch people or tackle them, and while you have 5 to 6 guys shooting at you at once. Like, that'll happen. You'll get shot when trying to take cover, and everyone will just fire at you, rendering you pretty much useless. On this attempt, I tried to just stay back, don't die, and let the AI kill all of them for you, but it doesn't work. I think just the lack of cover is what ruins that strategy. Here I learned something pretty important, is that you don't really ever want to go into the little seats here, I guess, because, yeah, that'll happen. You'll just either get stuck or just be forced to run around in a circle being shot at. I think this one was probably the worst attempt because I only got one guy. This one was just pretty pathetic, actually. Just everyone shooting at me, only able to get one guy. It was not good at all. And here is the furthest I made it, I believe, or it's one of the few times I actually make it up to the stairs, and right there as I was just beating up that guy, his friend right there with the revolver missed a bunch of shots, and that's why I deem this challenge impossible, because of just the amount of sheer luck that you need to be able to do this. You just need luck that they'll miss their shots, luck that Javier will actually kill them, and luck that you can just tank the bullets. Like, they're just, if you try to tackle them on the stairs as well, they will slide down and just pretty much hurt you. And also missing doesn't really help that much either. And there are people who come from the left and the right as well, so you have to deal with even more enemies on top of them. I've been cutting out a bunch of the Tims just because I don't want to bore you, because this is probably already the length of a feature film, and also just because most of the attempts look like this. I get one guy, go to the second, and then just be shot by people on the stairs, up from the banister up top, and also just down there as well. This was a pretty good attempt. I mean, besides them actually deciding to hit shots here, I was able to take them out pretty quickly and effectively, and almost died, but I was able to like dive on top of him and get to cover enough, so after I beat him up I can take a remedy and then charge the people on the stairs. And another annoying factor, like I said previously, is if you try to tackle them on the stairs, they'll just do that and flop and force you to the ground most of the time. I don't know why it only happens sometimes, and other times they'll just actually tackle you, but the attempt was ruined by Javier. It just sucks because that was the furthest we've gotten. I thought we were actually going to beat it there. So after attempting this mission for like 30 to 40 minutes, I just decided to give up. I just decided to go through and complete the mission because I just think that since there's no cover, you have no throwables, and the AI can take damage and ruin your run. That happened a couple times for me. That just, this mission's impossible. Of all the missions that were impossible or that I deemed impossible, I think this one has the most likelihood of being beaten. You just have to end up getting very lucky that they'll miss their shots and that you'll get the animations that won't take that long where you're not just diving on them and wasting your time. But at least we're now done with this mission and we can continue on with the rest of the game. After we return back to our camp from the steamboat robbery, we find out that Kieran has been watching a little bit too much Sleepy Hollow. Now that we know Kieran is dead, the Lemoyne Raiders, I'm pretty sure who attacking us right now, but they decide to launch a full-scale attack on us, and luckily, before this mission, I decided to go buy and refill all my throwables, so I'll actually be useful and won't have to just sit and wait for them to kill everyone. But this is a more dangerous and full-scale attack than anything the Pinkertons have ever launched at us, so it's kind of interesting how the Lemoyne Raiders are a more aggressive enemy than the Pinkertons are. They just show up and be like, we know where you live, and then walk away. But these guys don't really care about that and just attack us since we took over their base, and they're pretty ruthless. I mean, just launching a full-scale, like, small militia attack on our old base here. Oh, we have to run out and protect it. And luckily, this mission is in a very open area with a bunch of places to take cover, so it won't have the same problems that the steamboat one had, where there were nothing to take cover, nowhere to run, so you were forced just to take shots and just absorb all of the damage. But here you can sit for as long as you want, just decide how to repel their attacks, take out the enemies directly shooting at you. If you have to, run out in the open area, and once again, the open area is just so good for us being able to run around and actually pick up our throwables instead of being forced to like return to the group or be forced to fail the mission. But their attack eventually gets too strong from the front. We have to retreat inside of the mansion and then block the door. We finally push the cabinet in front of the door to barricade it. We then learn that we are pretty much surrounded. They're in front of us, behind us, to the left and the right, and that we just have to repel their attack again and stop them. And luckily for us, we are allowed to throw the throwables outside the window. Arthur will just break the window, and I'm just happy that those windows are breakable, that you don't just like throw them off the window and they'll ricochet and just kill you, set you on fire, explode you. But unfortunately, it can also happen like this, where the Molotovs hit the pillars or part of the fence on the patio there, where they'll just get stuck or force them to fall right in front of you and just make you waste a throwable like this dynamite here. I somehow aim and hit the little fence barricade there, whatever it is, but at least it's gone. The dynamite blew it up, so that won't happen again where it'll get stuck. But since this is my last tomahawk here and I kind of can't leave this area, I have dynamite and a couple Molotovs left. That's it. And this mission does make you very low on throwables, obviously, because you're having to repel this full-scale attack by this gang. And we have fended off enough of their attack to where we can jump out of the window and go look for another one of our gang members, Sadie. And this allows me to go back and get the tomahawk that I threw, so at least I'll have a safety net of one tomahawk just in case I run out of dynamite or Molotovs. That it's always nice just to have like a safety blanket of a couple throwing knives or tomahawks, so that once you run out of the ones that you can't retrieve anymore, like the dynamite or tomahawks, you can go just infinitely pick up the tomahawks or throwing knives as long as you're able to find them. And once again, we are having to fight outside, this time kind of in the swampish area, and luckily they do group up a bunch. The enemies decide to group up, so the dynamite and Molotovs do work very well. But there I just threw my last stick of dynamite and I'm down to 5 Molotovs and a tomahawk. So we're gonna have to play this pretty carefully here and just make sure that I'm always able to pick up that tomahawk, or else I'll just be forced to meleeing people again. And I have to be pretty careful with the Molotovs here because I'm running pretty limited on them, and missing one could be really bad. And here I just decide to say, no, I really don't want this Molotov, so I'm just going to throw it at a guy who's running, and I miss horribly. I'm looking like Cam Newton trying to throw a football back in Carolina. And then I do this risky play and come up right to this guy and then throw a Molotov right on top of him, almost setting myself on fire. And I decide to do it again here, throw a Molotov at a guy who's 2 feet away from me, but I miss horribly, and once again, I miss again. That's 3 Molotovs I miss, and it just wasn't looking very good. Now, since I messed up so badly, I need to go to throwing practice, I am now out, so I'm going to have to resort to the strategy of just running up and tackling everybody. But since they're so spread out, besides whatever that was, I'm not really sure, but since they're so spread out, it gives me kind of more room to run after them. But yeah, I'm kind of close to dying here and just have to sit behind this tree and hope they miss shots, which luckily they do. But unfortunately, I got put into the animation where you have to tackle him and you're kind of just standing there. But I guess they're just stupid, honestly, and allow me just to stand here and just look, panicking, looking for anything that'll fill my health up. And I managed to find it and just do that. He's not really sure, he's just straggling there, but there we go, there's the last one. After we took out that last little straggler there, we successfully have defended the raid on our camp here.
We okay? I think so.
We join Arthur, Lenny, and Dutch, about to pull off a 3-man robbery job on this little train station here. And I'd say it's not really a smart idea to only do a 3-person robbery, because this is, well, the biggest and most industrialized city around, so the response time is probably going to be better than somewhere like Ansburg or somewhere like that, just kind of like smaller, far away town. And I guess it's easier to escape if you have less people, but I think the firepower of more people would be needed in this giant city. And now what we have to do is rob all the patrons, and after we do this, the conductor will, not conductor, postman, whatever he is, he will open the little safe that he has in there for us, and then we will just take what we have and then discover that there's pretty much nothing and that we kind of messed up because it wasn't a lot of money and now we have to escape the cops.
The trolley. The trolley. Follow me, gentlemen.
And what we are going to use to escape the cops is this little trolley cart, I guess. Trolley would be the right word, right? That's good enough. If it isn't, whatever. I don't care. And this is where we hit a roadblock, unfortunately. And I'm trying to hit every button. I'm trying to switch weapons, trying to do anything. But unfortunately, the game forces you to hang out and pull your revolver out. And the only option it gives you is switch sides. So you can't change weapons. You can't do anything besides switch sides on this train. And right now, it's not looking too good. Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be just another mission that's impossible just because this is all you can do. Just swap sides and just make them miss you, which is great that you won't die, but Dutch dies about the same time every time, the same turn, so it's kind of just useless to try. And this is the last attempt that I bothered to try on this mission just because I was like, Dutch just dies in the same spot, he takes too much damage, there's nothing you can do to protect him, so I just end up giving up, because there's just no point in wasting like an hour if he just doesn't make it past a certain point just because they just kill him. There's really nothing besides that, just he doesn't, well, I guess he breaks his wrist there, that's about the most important thing he's done this entire mission so far, but fortunately, this will be another impossible mission. So after I admit defeat, I just decide to do the mission how Rockstar intended. You just hang on the sides of this tram. God, it's a stupid name. But just take out all the cops that are following you. It's an easy and kind of fun mission. Just you're basically playing an on-the-rails shooter at this point, but it's kind of fun. I would have just liked to do it with without guns, with only the throwables like this challenge intends, but I guess I just have to deal with it at this point, and then after this train ride, we are going to get knocked over and then be forced to run away on foot from the cops. That was pretty cool, but unfortunately for Arthur, no matter how cool it was, they are now, well, forced to run on foot from the cops in the biggest city in the game, so there will just be more cops to just try and stop all the criminals in this gigantic city. I'm pretty sure they're concussed, but I'm not a doctor, I won't know. And also, at this point, I failed the challenge, so I could have just used the revolver and taken out all of them, but I decided I wanted a little bit more fun and just try to do it with only throwables. It's kind of just sad because if that first part allowed us to use throwables, this mission would be possible because you are able to take out a giant chunk of them with the AI once again helping and killing them, and also just the open area and the ability to take cover so you can just pop out and hit them with the throwables when you have the hell. Sorry for that, I really don't know what happened. I guess I got possessed by Dr. Zoidberg there. You know, I really don't think I can make that noise again if I tried, but whatever, let's just ignore the fact that I just got possessed mid-editing, and now let's just continue with this challenge here. Now we are just taking out the remaining officers, and they're up on the balcony there, so what I decided to do is get the Molotov, run up there, and take care of them that way with fire, and luckily it does work because the, I guess, like, mission area is big enough so I can leave Dutch and go retrieve all my throwing knives and then retreat back to Dutch without failing the mission. And now we have to follow Lenny through the streets of Saint Denis while once again getting in a giant gun battle, but luckily I have all my throwing knives back, so that's good that I just don't end up with Molotovs having to throw them at running people and miss it again. But once again, there are people up on top of the balconies, which is where Deadeye comes in pretty nice. Just slow everything down, lock onto them, and once again the throwing knives are the MVP of this because of their quick throw time, but kind of small damage. You just have to hit them in the head. Just hit your shots. Would it be counted as a shot? You will hit your target. There you go. That's good enough. And there's once again the weakness of the throwing knife. You just have to be pretty accurate with it, and it really won't be that much of a problem. But now we have to just run around like a headless chicken, avoiding to die in the streets of Saint Denis with the cops. Humbug, apparently. Unfortunately, there was my last throwing knife, but luckily we do have dynamite, Molotovs, and tomahawks left, so we're getting kind of low, but we still have enough that will carry us through most of this mission, it looks like. And it's kind of annoying because the people standing up, would you call that like a roof or just whatever he's standing on, a tarp up there? And with the balcony, I can't retrieve my throwing knives unless they fall off of it. And with the tomahawk, or the throwing knives in general, I can't go up there to get it, so I pretty much just lose them and am forced to use the explosives, which are non-renewable. And here goes my last tomahawk, because I used it to take up that guy on the balcony, so I lose that tomahawk, and I'm now out of tomahawks and can't retrieve any, so I'm down to 7 Molotovs, and, what was it, 5 sticks of dynamite, I believe? And just like that, I waste one of the Molotovs because I decide to throw it on a guy on a horse. So that's clearly the smartest idea, and I'm going to use the rope to yank him off of his horse and then throw a stick of dynamite at him, which I'm pretty sure violates the Geneva Convention, but whatever. They're not out here patrolling these parts, so that's fine enough for me. And I get scarily close to dying here and just run away for the first bit of cover I can find, and pretty much just, once again, panic and go through everything looking for something that'll just get my health up. And it's kind of scary at this part, knowing that I can get shot when I'm in that menu, so I kind of have to panic, but also be quick about it. And I'm just lucky that I didn't run away from the mission, or get too far away from Lenny that the mission failed. So after I blow up that guy with a stick of dynamite, we then have to run down a street with pretty much no cover and barely any throwables. I mean, I have a couple Molotovs, but they'll come in pretty useful here with only these few guys to kill. I'm just surprised, honestly, they had this little enemies for that. If they had more enemies in that area, it would be way more of a tougher challenge, but then we have to get in the back of this carriage with Lenny and try to escape Saint Denis. Now all we have to do to try and escape Saint Denis is get in the wagon, but I just apparently had a vengeance out for him and just wanted to take him out. And if you've been paying attention throughout this challenge, this is not good, as Arthur gets in the passenger seat, and just like every other time in the game you have to get on a wagon as a passenger, you can't use your throwables. The only thing it allows you is your pistol and your repeater if you have one, but I do not have one, so this is gonna be interesting. I just have to sit here and, just like the mission with Hosea, you just have to sit here and wait and pray that well, I guess Dutch is the only one shooting, that he'll actually be able to kill them, but since whatever was happening in the back there, I don't think he will, and Lenny ends up being shot and killed. This is not looking good at all. This is looking about exactly like what happened last time. Dutch just gets jumped and honestly just... Oh no, Dutch, what happened? Are you okay? Yeah, I just, once again, give up. I just felt like Dutch will just get jumped and not be able to do anything, or Lenny will just be shot and killed. But the good news is that this isn't the part of the mission that failed us, it was the first part on the tram. Yeah, that doesn't feel right to say, but whatever, I'll just stop arguing about how dumb of a word tram is, but at least we didn't get to the end of this mission just to fail on this part. So at least 1 out of the 3 parts of this mission were doable with throwables only. I would have liked all 3, but if we're gonna fail, I'll at least be happy that we could have at least beat half of the mission. That's not even half of the third. Right after proving why I failed 5th grade math, we just have to escape Saint Denis, kill the remaining officers that'll follow us, and pull over into the swamp like 500 feet outside of Saint Denis. I think we could have went a little bit further, but whatever. We'll just get our paycheck and not question it. Oh yeah, I forgot. I bought a new horse with my money. I bought him back in Saint Denis. His name is Keanu Reeves. I think you can put 2 and 2 together, but yeah, I guess I just deleted and forgot to show you. But you're supposed to stow away on the wagon there and go into the oil refinery? Would it be a It's more of a factory, I guess. Whatever. Just you're supposed to go into the wagon and follow him in the building and then go take out one of the owners, but I decide just to chase after him. And it isn't really the smartest idea because trying to jump on the back of it, which will not let me, I fall over and then just are shot by the guards. And instead of running away like a normal person, what I decide to do is stand there and pick up my hat while being shot and then just running into the factory here. It surprisingly works. I don't know how I got this far on this mission for just alerting the guards after running after the wagon and then just wandering into the little factory here and knocking myself over. I don't know why I decided to knock myself over here. Once again, I fall over. These must be some slippery floors here because Arthur isn't doing too well. And I don't decide to kill anyone. I'm not really sure why. I just decided I can make it to this door in time. But no. I really think, you know, actually killing them would have really helped me there. But whatever. We'll get it next try. Here on the second attempt, I'm ready to fight. I have all my throwables ready, and I just decide to book it for the door. Which, I guess, to be fair, is an effective strategy. I mean, they didn't really hit me or do anything to me, and I got thrown into a cutscene, so I guess I'm the winner out of that. I could just die, restart at the checkpoint, and then run through. Pretty good. So after we interrogate this guy to know where the location of the files are, where he has them hidden, we eventually interrogate him enough where he'll give us the files, and then all we have to do is escape out of the window. And once we escape through the window, we slide off of the roof and hit the ground, and we are met by 3 very unhappy people that we just broke in, murdered like 1 or 2 people, and then stole the files. But luckily for us, the oil extractor, I think is what that would be, just blows up, giving us enough time to take cover and end up killing them. And after this, we have to go search for Eagle Flies, who is our friend who is helping us steal these files. And luckily, that explosion does give us enough time to get away and search for him. It also makes us kind of worried because we don't know if he died in that explosion. He set it off, what really happened. But so after running away from them and then going to the remains of the oil extractor, we have to take out all of the enemies in this area so we can continue looking for Eagle Flies to see where he is and make sure that, you know, he didn't die in that explosion or all of these guys just rapidly shooting at us. So we have to take out these 2 guys on horses. They will be some of the last enemies remaining, and then we will continue searching the area for Eagle Flies. And luckily for us, he is right around this corner. After somehow not killing that guy with the throwing knife, we see that he is on his horse right around this corner, and our horse is right there for us so that we can just head out with him and escape the factory that we both just blew up. And after we escape the factory, we will have a couple of enemies chasing after us, but they're not that difficult to deal with. You can just use Deadeye and lock onto them or just lasso them off their horses. But after that, we just go sit back on the mountain and look at all the chaos that we have caused. This is another mission where the gang teams up and we all group up for one common objective, and this one is to get Jack back. So we are breaking into the rich guy's manor that stole him. I don't remember his name. I think his last name was Bronte, I think. I can't remember his first name, but we're going on this little stealth mission to go break into his house and steal Jack back, which is pretty bold by Dutch, considering Dutch, Lenny, and Arthur pretty much just robbed a train stop, post office, whatever it was. They robbed that and then go back into Saint Denis for stealing back one of their own, which, I mean, I get it. Jack is pretty important for John and everyone else, so I'm not saying I don't think it's right that we're doing it. I just think it's this soon, after just committing a robbery, to then again go back into the place you're wanted for and pretty much do it all again. It's a bold move. once again being the genius that I am, I'm going into this mission with not full throwing knives, so just like that I'm out of throwing knives because I missed one. But luckily I do have the tomahawks. Missing again. I really needed to work on my aim. I just was not accurate at all pretty much through this. I mean, I could hit some shots, but there were a bunch like that where I would just end up missing. But running around like a headless chicken after that, you have to take out the guys on the top balcony, so that's at least one tomahawk that I'm going to lose, two, if the gang members don't take them out first. So that's a tomahawk I won't be able to get back because you cannot access the top of the balcony there. I don't believe so. I was just forced to kind of hope that I could just hit them and not have to worry about them and just go pick up my throwing knives and tomahawks from the people I killed on the lower balcony. And I guess, no, it'd be a front porch, it wouldn't be a lower balcony. Unfortunately, I have to sacrifice a throwable here to hit the guy on the top. Oh my god, finally, I'm throwing a tomahawk, or a throwing knife up there, and I miss. And now, I'm back to the good old strategy of just run around and try and find every throwing knife and every tomahawk that I can, just so I have something to hit people on the top with. I'm not really sure how that guy lived the throwing knife. I mean, it was in his head and I was standing like a foot away from him, but that should have killed him. And luckily, there are people still just running around on the porch there, so I can just easily get my tomahawks back. And I guess I just decided to stare at the front door while looting him. I really didn't need to loot him at all, but I guess I just decided that I really wanted to. And now I'm going to throw one of the Molotovs up there. I just stand out here and die. I'm not really sure how I took so much damage in such little time or what happened to me, but that kind of sucks. And here I actually decide to kill the guys on the top balcony instead of just stand out in their line of fire and die. And the Molotovs do come in handy there because they end up taking them out, which made it easier for me that I didn't have to waste my only throwing knife or one of my 3 tomahawks that can save them for later in this mission. And now what we have to do is break into his manor, or mansion I guess, but it didn't let me there. I just had to wait for them to get there with me. Then we'll break in and find Jack. Oh yeah, and that's legal because I'm not shooting anyone or an animal, so that's legal. I don't care what you say. Once we finally get this door open, we'll have a surprise on the other side waiting for us. 2 guys with guns ready and aimed at us, but luckily we take the bullets and actually hit him with the throwing knife successfully, and I take cover while, luckily, I'm not sure, I guess John maybe would have saved us there, but he definitely helped us. And the tomahawk, I run under the stairs trying to be Harry Potter, but I'm able to get kind of an angle on the guy in the dining room who was fighting someone. It kind of made it easy. And the tomahawks here are great for the really short distances just because you have pretty much like a 70 to like 90% chance of hitting them and not really messing because they have pretty good aim in here, and it's just nice that you have a reliable close range weapon to take care of the guards. And here I kind of decides to set him on fire. I could have just used a tomahawk. That, or my throwing knife, that would have been pretty easy, but I guess Arthur just likes to watch the world burn. But here we should have one more guy on the bottom floor, and then we have to go search upstairs. And after running super fast up the stairs, we catch this guy, but we hit him with a throwing knife, and luckily he falls through the stained glass window there. Which was good enough for me, but unfortunately I can't get that throwing knife back. That sucks. But I wish I could get that throwing knife back, but unfortunately he just decided to fall, and I don't. But luckily that was like one of the last guys, and unfortunately I picked the wrong room, because obviously, and I thought there was a door there at the end for some reason. So we just have to keep on searching for Bronte. Hopefully we kick open the right door, and luckily we do find him here this time, and I don't know why I didn't look at him, but I kill his guard, and then he will be in this room back here, threatening to kill us, but I think we'll let John handle this one. He'll do this one pretty well.
Okay, I'm sorry, friend. No, name your price. Name your price. Every man have a price. Okay, no, I surrender. Damn!
And after John exacts his revenge on Bronte, what we have to do is first loot him, apparently, but then we have to just bring him to Dutch, and then we realize that we are now wanted for kidnapping, which I guess we could have expected, that we just waltzed into a very rich man's mansion, murdered all of his guards, knocked him out, and then are currently stealing him. So yeah, I guess we could have expected this. I wasn't really sure what to do for this mission, so I just walked around until I noticed that you can't pull out your throwables, but something kind of interesting there is that he knocked Bronte out of my hands, so I was able to use my throwables again, and I kind of had like a small plan that really didn't go anywhere. I would just throw Bronte down and then just proceed to use my throwables and pick him up when I was done, just to move him to the next like kind of checkpoint location thing. I find it interesting that they won't even like let you have a knife, like the throwing knife, and just chuck it. And you also cannot use any of your tonics while you're carrying them either. So if you're low, you're either just going to have to run away and hide and stand behind something, or just avoid being shot. And here I tried to just try and run to the checkpoint, but I ran too far and had to return to the gang and kind of screwed myself because I can't use tonics and kind of cornered myself. Learned something interesting about this. If you're carrying a person, I'm not sure if it's like this in every time or every circumstance that you're carrying someone, but in this mission, when you're carrying Bronte, if you hit someone, it's a one-hit kill. I don't know why. I mean, I'll gladly take it that it's a one-hit kill. I think they just made it in this circumstance so that you have a chance to kill someone without shooting, but yeah, Arthur will either just kick them or just punch them, and it'll be a one-hit kill, so that was a surprising way to find out kind of. I thought this mission was going to be tough because I can't use throwables, but since it's a one-hit kill, it makes it kind of easier. So after I learned that, this mission will be a breeze. Oh, and this is just for you, since you probably skip past the rules. I know a bunch of people will, but I am allowed to melee people here because the game does not allow me to use my throwables in this instance. So this does count, just because the game is not like allowing me to use my throwables. Yes, I could throw him down and continuously pick him back up, but I say this counts just because I'm doing what the game wants me to, and it gives me like an opportunity for one-hit kills. So I just think that this does count and should be allowed, because like the rules say, if the game does not allow me to use throwables or I run out, I am allowed to use melee attacks, and here it is not allowing me to use throwables, so that's why I say the melee attacks are completely legal here. And after almost dying to him, I pop a tonic and just run away and try and find Bronte again, and decide to pick him up after everyone in the gang is done stepping all over him. Now all we have to do is just take him to the docks and put him in the boat, and that'll be this mission complete. Kind of easy mission. I thought it was going to be hard, but once I learned that it was a one-hit kill while carrying him, it got much easier. Now we are getting ready for probably the biggest mission in a while, and the most important one in Chapter 5. We are now going to rob the Bank of Saint Denis. Probably the biggest bank in the biggest city in the game, so this will be a interesting challenge to take on. Just right outside the bank, ready to enter, and here we go. Let's get ready for a gigantic haul, because this bank will have a lot of money for us to steal, but we'll have a giant fight getting out of here, facing all of the guards that'll come to stop us. And now that we have the vault door open, we can go into the saves and pretty much just get all that we need here. And I just sped it up because I was kind of slow doing it. I wasn't the quickest and kind of took a little bit too much time getting these safes open, but after that, Dutch soon notices all of the guards that are outside with us and that they brought some Pinkertons.
Come out! It's over! Shit. Abigail.
And when Arthur gets out of the vault to join Dutch, we see that Agent Milton and the Pinkertons have captured Hosea, which is not good at all, because the Pinkertons now are going to use Hosea's life and just as a toy to try and get Dutch out of the bank so they can take him in. But Dutch's kind of stubbornness and unwillingness to cooperate or really do anything, I mean, I kind of don't blame him. He's on the run from the feds and just trying to stay alive, but I think he could have kind of cooperated better with them, but unfortunately, Dutch's just stubbornness and poor decisions end up getting Hosea killed. And it sucks. That was a good member of our gang. He was pretty essential to us as well. We're just forced to watch him lay in the streets dying, which is pretty much all of Dutch's fault. I'm gonna pin that one on Dutch here. And now here's where the challenge will come from this. We have to fight off all the Pinkertons, the police officers, and everything else that'll come after us, and I think a lot of them will be after us considering we have a bounty of $400. And I don't think they're going to let us go that easy since we're currently robbing a big bank and we're already wanted fugitives. They are going to try and just take us down at any means necessary, however they can do it, as quick as possible with as least casualties. But at least the dynamite and the Molotovs there come in handy because they're grouped up, like behind the boxes there. So we can take out many of them at once, so it'll make it easier if I can ever hit that guy, successfully take him out. We kind of just have to stand here at the window and make sure that we don't die, and unfortunately there, Arthur pulls out the revolver and I kill him. So once again, this run is failed right here, and I do eventually brighten up and just decide to light a stick of dynamite and blow myself up instead of just waiting for them to kill me. But unfortunately, because I shot him, we are forced to fail. This attempt here, I was a little bit more careful, made sure just to watch the amount of throwables I had so I wouldn't accidentally shoot someone out there, and Dutch tells us to come over to him so we can escape the bank. So we have to join him behind the table here, and he tells us to blow open the wall to our right, which, using some dynamite, which I'm pretty good at using considering I've been using it for the entire challenge actually. So we have to place this dynamite on the wall so we can give ourselves an escape route, because we obviously can't go through the front doors. Once we place the dynamite, I tried to light it like how I did last time when I had to force myself to fail, just by going up and pressing Y on it. But for this dynamite, it's a little bit different. We need to shoot it, and once again, it's legal because I'm not killing or hurting a person or an animal with this weapon, so it's perfectly legal for that, and it's another really cool scene, so I think it can pass. And once we blow open the wall, we have to obviously go through the wall and then climb up onto the rooftops to get a little bit of an advantage. I have the high ground, and also so we don't die. But Arthur takes the gun, which I will not be using just because, no, I really don't feel like it. But it'll be nice kind of to have an aerial view so we can see where everyone is. It'll kind of make throwing some of the dynamite and everything else easier because I won't have like the windowsill or something to bounce it off of and accidentally kill myself. Since we're so high up here, once we take cover behind this little sign here, we are on kind of even level with the guy on the balcony over there, so I don't have to like throw a Molotov or dynamite up there to kill him. I have a straight shot with the tomahawk that I can use. But unfortunately, I miss because I suck at it, so I just decided to throw the dynamite. Actually, I throw the Molotov actually to go kill the guy on the left, and then another Molotov on him, which does end up working. I think it's just best to kind of save the dynamite for the guys in the semi-crowded spaces like that on the second floor. Maybe I can hit it up there. And really my plan here was just to keep killing as many as I can without jeopardizing the mission by running out of throwables here, and it does kind of get scary. I just have to wait for them to either bunch up or where I have a clear shot, and they bring out the Gatling gun here. I guess Maxim, whatever. It's whatever the last time I discovered it would be. I guess a Maxim gun. But we have to take him out, and I have one dynamite, so I just try to throw it as far as I can, and I do end up luckily hitting him. I guess it was just far enough to end up taking him out, so I was lucky that the dynamite was able to go that far, because I don't think I would have been able to hit him with the Molotov or kill him with the Molotov, so we got kind of bailed out there. So after reinforcements show up, the rest of the gang climbs up on the roof with us, and then we have to continue running to get away from all the Pinkertons and the officers.
What you think? I
reckon me and Lenny try and find a way
Here,
out.
Lenny sends Dutch and Arthur to go look and see if there's any place we can stay or anywhere we can run off these rooftops. And unfortunately here, Lenny doesn't look where he's going and two people jump out and kill him. There's nothing you can do to save him. And I slowed down the footage here because I throw the tomahawk and Arthur draws out his gun and I get the hit marker looking like I shot him, but he falls a little bit after. What I think happened is I shot to his left and just missed him because it didn't highlight like red like I hit him and was going to kill him, but I think the shot was just timed perfectly enough where someone behind me shot him and killed him and it looked like I ended up doing it, but I didn't know what to do because I thought I killed him. Like, I didn't slow down the footage, and so I decided to take myself out and do it again because obviously thought I killed him, but I don't think he did. You tell me what you think about it. Did I kill him or did I not? After we take out the two guys that killed Lenny, we just have to jump across the rooftops with a gang, continuing follow them until we find a house that we can enter and lay low until nighttime to make our escape from Saint Denis. We follow Dutch throughout pretty much the lower half of Saint Denis, trying to find any means possible to escape, and Charles sacrifices himself to just run in front of the guards and distract them. No, he actually doesn't die. I don't know why he phrased it like that, but he just takes one for the team and draws the guards away so we can all go to this boat and pretty much just become stowaways on this boat wherever it's going. No one cares, we just want to get out of Saint Denis as fast as possible so the cops don't end up getting us or the Pinkertons. Unfortunately for the gang, a nasty storm hits and pretty much just disrupts all the cargo, throwing it all over the ship. It's rocking back and forth heavily, it's on fire. Nothing is going well, so Arthur just decides to kind of just swim because it's honestly just the best idea to get out of there. And it also separated us when the cargo fell. Everyone but Arthur was together, and he really has no other choice. The boat's starting to capsize now, and the gang kind of got screwed over by that. Just a strong storm, and Arthur almost drowning here. It's not looking good for any of the gang here. After that very intense cutscene, we get back to Arthur just pretty much asleep on the shore of this random island. No one tell Tom Hanks. We don't need to get Wilson involved here, but after this, Arthur pretty much just walks some more, and then he'll pass out, and then it'll throw us into Chapter 5, Guarma. And after just a little bit more of walking, Arthur discovers some smoke, and he ends up finding out that it's his gang. It's everyone else that he got abandoned from on the ship after the storm that caused us to all to separate. So I'm just saying, it's kind of convenient that maybe like less than a mile, somewhere around that mark, is where the rest of the gang was in Arthur. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. They were on the same ship, so it kind of makes sense that they would be kind of stranded on the same island, pretty close to each other.
Oh, son.
But unfortunately, our little meetup here is cut short because a bunch of these pretty much just military guys will just walk up to us and pretty much kidnap us, force us to walk into a chain gang, and force us to follow them. We don't know who they are, why they're taking us, where they're taking us to, but we just have to oblige and follow them, or else they will pretty much kill us. So we just decide to go along with them until we have a chance to escape. And fortunately for us, a group of rebels attack the soldiers there, which gives us a chance to escape. And unfortunately for me, I don't have any throwables. I lost all my throwables because I don't have my satchel with all my tonics. So I lost all my tonics and all my throwables during the ship ride, and it kind of sucks because I can only use melee attacks right now. I have no lasso, no nothing, so I'm gonna have to go into these guys individually and tackle them and shoot them. This first attempt does go pretty well. I do actually end up beating it here. It's just kind of scary, like having to look at what I'm gonna have to do in the future and just think that I'm going to have to do these missions without any throwables, lassos, or all of my health tonics that I had back before we got onto the ship.
Damn. Reinforcements.
And then more reinforcements come, but luckily a rebel tells us to escape, and we pretty much just escape with him. But unfortunately for Javier, he gets shot, and we have to leave him behind so that we can escape safely with the other rebels. And this is a great start to the chapter. We all get separated, we have nothing, and we lose one of the gang members who's being pretty much just going to be held hostage by those soldiers back there. And now they are following us on our retreat. We luckily managed to dodge the bullets, but we have to go to this fort, pretty much just in the middle of this jungle, to escape everything. And make sure that we are safe and have a place to fight back all of these soldiers.
Hey.
Thanks for getting us out of there. Don't take me yet.
My strategy for this mission was pretty much just sit here and let the AI take care of it, because they can shoot and do it pretty accurately. It might take a little bit, but you know, it's better than running up and just tackling them in a very tightly congested area where a bunch of them are and just dying over and over again. But unfortunately, it doesn't end up too well, because Dutch does end up dying on this attempt. But I mean, I got decently far. I'm just gonna have to run through it again, see if this strategy of doing nothing actually does work. Dutch ends up dying 3 times in a row, so I'm kind of questioning this mission if it's going to be possible or not, just because I'm like, does Dutch take too much damage? Like, do I need to take them out quicker? Because he's just taking too much damage and ends up dying. But after his last death here, what I decided to do is go back to the strategy of sit around, do nothing, and let the AI take care of him, and we'll see if that'll be able to do it. And my strategy of just letting the AI shoot, take care of it, and pretty much just sitting and doing nothing and waiting for an opportunity to take out 1 or 2 of them actually does work. I was kind of surprised just by standing back here and letting them take care of all the enemies. They actually do stuff. It was kind of slow. I think this took maybe around like 2 minutes, but I just kept moving back and forth, and if they came up here, I would end up just tackling them and taking them down. But other than that, this was a mission that kind of scared me, because I didn't know if it's how doable it was. I don't know why Dutch was just crouching up and down there. That was kind of weird, but I just don't know how I'll be able to take on Chapter 5 since I don't have any throwables, and will this even be possible? I guess we'll just have to see with the next mission. While investigating this hanging body, Arthur's shot with a tranquilizer dart, but he's a man, he takes out the dart no problem, and after a little bit of walking around, he decides to take a nap. And once he loses consciousness, we are then thrusted into the next-gen port of Arkham City. It really looks beautiful. I can't wait to play this. So after some more rocking, we finally get out of our chair and catch the attention of our captor, and after this quick time event, we tackle him to the ground and beat him up. And once again, this is allowed. I don't have throwables, so John continues at this point. And now, after we take his knife, we go and free everyone else who was taken hostage with us. We help them up, make sure that they're okay, and after we do this, we are told to follow this one guy to the location of some more of his friends that were held hostage and are going to be hung. So we follow him to help save them. And after we follow the guy who wants our help to save his friends, we have to go into this stealth-based mission here just by sitting behind a wall and waiting for the enemies to move. And once the guards move, then we can. It's pretty much just your most basic kind of mission. Just follow this NPC, wait for them to move, go where they just were, hide from them. Just that kind of mission. Then we find this man's friends, and then we take out the guard after floating the gun there, but luckily I don't have to shoot him, and I do have to shoot the ropes, but if you say I fail because I'm saving someone's lives, I don't care. It counts. So, we'll set them free, but the guards will hear those gunshots, and that will unfortunately draw them to us, and yeah, I have no throwables of any kind, so it will be back to the barcaic? I'm going to be honest, I don't even know what that word means. I meant to say barbaric and kind of archaic. I tried to mix those two words together, and whatever the hell that was came out, but we have to use this barbaric strategy of running up and tackling them with guns, and it's just kind of annoying that we have to like lose everything we have because of the shipwreck, because I would have really enjoyed my throwables here, especially because there's not a bunch of cover, and the cover that the enemies do take here leave them open to be hit, so I could just like keep my sights trained on them and my weapons trained on them. And unfortunately there you see that I have to return to Leon once I get past that rock in the moss there with the archways. So this area has a very, very, very small little, I guess mission area would be the right word. I just don't have enough room to like run around and go get them. And there are a few left here, but unfortunately the toughest enemy is going to be the one that is on top of the little area building, I guess. It's not really like a castle or anything. He's on top up there, and since I don't have a lasso, I can't yank him down. There he is up there. I guess he's just hanging out up there, but since I don't have a lasso or anything, I can't throw my lasso up there to get him. I can't use any of the throwing knives because I don't have any, and because this mission area is so short, is that if I try and go up there, I will fail the mission. So I really don't know what to do here. I'm scared we might end up having to fail. After running around for a while, I just decided that I can't do this. There's no way you can get up to reach him without leaving the mission area in time, so I just decided to shoot him and give up on the mission. So unfortunately, we have failed this mission as well. I think this mission would have been possible if the mission area was bigger and gave us like stairs or something we could climb up to him, but unfortunately it doesn't give us that, and we'll just have to accept defeat here. Now we jump into Dutch and Arthur sabotaging this sugar refinery so that they can save Javier. After they go into a short little cave and find out where Javier was taken, they decide to destroy this sugar factory or refinery so that we can get a distraction and kind of cripple them, because these dictators and his soldiers pretty much make a big chunk of their money off of sugar and sugar cane. So doing this will hurt them a little bit, which will just be nice. It's always kind of nice to hurt and lessen the power of a dictator. And also this explosion of us kind of just stuffing the refinery and forcing it to eventually get too much full, I guess. Whatever. It'll go boom boom, and then we'll be able to rescue Javier and get him regrouped with the rest of the gang back at our little camp. And boom, we blew up the sugar refinery, and obviously all of the soldiers in the area and pretty much anyone within the vicinity that heard that explosion will like look for it and see what happened to it. So this is the perfect opportunity, since all the soldiers have been drawn away to the burning sugar refineries, so that we can go and get Javier out of his cage that they've put him in and free him, which is nice that we're going to be able to free a gang member, and Dutch is carrying Javier this time, so we don't have to carry him. But unfortunately, because we don't get to carry him, we don't have the one-shot kill when you're carrying him like we did back when we had to kidnap Bronte. But luckily, I guess the AI didn't really feel like shooting me here, because I was able to get up close to them, and really, they just didn't do much at all. They were missing so many shots, it just made it easier. It kind of seems like they went from aiming for Dutch to me, and then would just miss me, like right there. He could have killed me if he really tried. If he hit all of his shots, I would have died there, but Luckily, Dutch does handle himself here. He will take out a few of them, which is good that it doesn't fully rely on me to have to defend them. And my health here was getting kind of low, so I decided to go ahead and use one of my health cures. I just decided I would rather be safe than sorry and go ahead and use the health cure so I don't have to worry about kind of screwing myself over and being very low on health, like one shot away from death, and then deciding to use a cure. So I just went ahead and pre-used it, so it would give me kind of more courage, I guess, make me feel better that I could just run headfirst in them easier. And luckily there, when it just told me to cover Dutch, I just had to kill that one guy, and now I can just escape with Dutch. And I'm honestly just happy that he'll just shoot them and not just be completely useless. That's always great. So we have to escort Dutch. I guess he's the one really escorting us because we are kind of useless here, but we're going to have to escape this fort and just run as fast as we can to avoid them as quick as we can so we don't end up getting all of us captured or killed. So after we continue to just stand here, and I guess just because I was kind of nervous and not sure what to do here, just trying to process what to do, so I decided to come out of cover and go and attack all of the enemies here. And it was kind of smart, I guess. I mean, it's less enemies to shoot us from the side. I guess I'll take that, but I forgot to account for all the other enemies, and I kind of leave Dutch unattended to, and that really isn't smart because he does end up being shot and killed here, which sucks. So don't do that. Lesson learned. Now I just decide to follow Dutch. I don't want to leave him so that doesn't happen again where he'll just get overwhelmed by all the enemies shooting at him and die. So I try to stay close to him, and if there's an enemy that is very close to killing us or just me, I will attack them. But now we have to run through all of the sugar cane to avoid our pursuers. Like there, he tried to tackle me, but I ended up stopping him. I just decided to kill him because he was going to be right on our tail, just making us look like SpongeBob if I kept just ignoring him and didn't do anything about him. But unfortunately, we do not lose them running through this sugar cane field, so we have to continue running into the jungle here, trying to evade our captor. I guess they're not captors at this point, they're just killers. I run back up and kill him just to kind of get him out of my hair. I just release him and just continue to run, try and keep up with Dutch and Javier, so that once again, if I need to, I can just stand in front of them and take the bullet so that they don't die. But once we get to the other side of the bank here, Dutch says, "Hey, screw you, stay back here and hold off the remaining people for us." And I'm like, really? Do I have to do this? I didn't want to because no Throwables, so I have to run up and tackle them, every single one of them individually, and I don't have a ton of health tonics. I have a couple, but this will be an interesting challenge here. They will sit up on the rocks up there on the cliff, they'll push up on the bank, they'll follow us into the jungle here. You really can't escape them, so you pretty much only have one choice, which is going to be fight them. And as you see right there, I have to return and hold off of them, so this mission doesn't have an area that if I get too far and I run into that, I will fail the mission, so it forces you to stay here and fight, which we'll see how this goes. So far it's going decent, but the guys on the mountain, or the cliff up there or whatever, are going to be the most annoying because they are able to just shoot at us, and to be able to get them, I'm going to have to run up and tackle them. And right there, I was not able to get off the health tonic and just got surrounded. I finally decided to grow a pair of balls and just said, you know what, I'll just charge him head first. I think this will be an easier take, and I'm an idiot and tried to kill the guy right there, but failed to look at the map and realize he is up above me on the cliff up there. I don't know why I'm so stupid, but it does kind of work here actually going head first, because as you saw, that guy just decided to retreat and run up the mountain a little bit, which gives me some leverage because he's further away and will have a tougher time shooting me. And I decided to go ahead and get these guys off the cliff ASAP, because it would just be annoying because they have the most high ground, so they can shoot me no matter where I go. Like if I hide behind a rock, they could still shoot my head just because of the height that they have. And it does work out. I either kill them or knock them down below the rocks in the water where I was, so I have control of the high ground, which gives me an option so that I don't die from being behind cover. And I just decided to take a health tonic here just once again for safety after eating the rock. I don't know why I didn't decide to slow down. I just went head first into that rock, but we have very few enemies left. I think there's 2 that I knocked off of the mountain who fell on the rocks. But after we take out these guys right here on these rocks and miss, apparently, I wish I could have been better at meleeing, kind of, and not blown so many opportunities here. But we don't really have to worry about that. Just have to take out him, and then the last guy here. After kind of cutting it scarily close, after almost letting him just shoot me, we take him out, and that's all the enemies. We successfully held off their little attack there, and we can now go try and regroup with Dutch. We have to take refuge in this castle because the dictator is sending his army to kill all of us, pretty much. Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of warranted. We did steal back our friend, blow up his sugar refinery, and also kill a bunch of his soldiers, so we're going to have to defend the attack on the castle here, and it's going to be another one of those missions where I just stand here and let the AI shoot because I literally cannot do anything besides sit and wait. The fall is too long to the stairs, and even if I was able to climb down the stairs and fight them, I'm pretty sure I would just fail by leaving the mission area. And obviously if I fall off, it is a great height and I will die, so the best choice is to just sit here and wait for the AI to take out enough of them so we can reach a checkpoint. So after some more just waiting and not really doing much, just slightly shimmying around and moving the camera to try and get some cinematic shots, we end up helping him push the cannon to the edge of the castle so we can kind of get just a better view on any guys in boats or just some better shots so we can take out some of the advancing army. But then we see that there are guys in boats that are starting to come onto the shore and push up against us, so they're coming by land, by sea. Wait, what was the quote? By land, by sea, by water? And after I just got done putting on full show my American education, it's 1 if by land, 2 if by sea, so I guess we'll have both of them lit up because we are being surrounded from every direction by them. We are pretty much forced on the run and have to take out the guards, and who knew that this corner, this little corner right here, would be the pain in my side of this mission. It would be the thorn piercing my leg after I skim past a cactus. I don't know why, but every time they turned this corner, one of them seemed to die. Hercules, that's his name, I guess. That's his name now. His name's just Hercules Dutch. It didn't matter, one of them would die. It really didn't matter how hard I tried. I would just have to run and punch them because I had to deal with the guys on the right who could shoot and kill them like they did a couple times. So I came up with this strategy of wait behind them and then run down there and protect them that way. Still didn't work, so I was getting kind of frustrated at this point because I'm like, if I stand behind him, he'll still just die. If I go over there, run and tackle the other guys, they'll die there. So I just decided to take out one, let Dutch and Hercules take out the rest, and the second they start moving, I'll run in front of them and take the bullets for them and take out the enemies so they don't get shot and die. I'm like, alright, maybe it'll work, finally. And I do luckily attract the attention of them, so it does fortunately work, finally. And now, I thought that was a pain. Getting past that one corner, I thought was going to be the hardest part of this mission. But no, it's right here, where you have to protect either the front beach or like the back river part. You can cover the left or the right. Dutch covers the right, and Hercules can cover the left, or vice versa, whichever you just prefer. And this was when the real pain of this mission started. Obviously, your intended method to do this is to shoot and kill all the attackers, but I really don't feel like doing that. Now, obviously, you know that. You've watched this far in the video. So thank you for watching this far anyway. Hope you're enjoying it, but since there's only 2 AI shooting instead of the player also helping out, it kind of holds us back a lot in this mission. Also with Dutch just standing out there saying, please shoot me, not even trying to take cover. And also using revolvers. Is he trying to get gold for the revolvers like it's COD or something? Not truly sure. I guess he's going for his long shot kills there. But obviously, since I don't shoot and am kind of just being a hindrance to my team, that allows them to push up more, the enemies to kind of push up more and get closer to us, which isn't good. And this mission will soon just turn into too many enemies for us to handle, so there will just be too many enemies. You can't eliminate them enough, so it just gets too much overwhelming for the AI to handle, and they end up dying. Dutch, Damascus is not that good looking. Stop going for long shots and make yourself useful. You don't need it. You can live without it. But yeah, besides Dutch just doing that, I mean, it's just annoying because like you just have to sit here and wait until the game will give you the objective of eliminate the attackers or whatever it says, but you can't like run down the stairs until it gives you that message, so you just have to wait and pray that Hercules and Dutch will be able to live that long, and then once that happens you don't reach a checkpoint, you have to start from the beginning, so you just have to hope that the AI will live long enough and not die when you actually have the ability to attack them. This was one of the best attempts I had. I actually got far enough to where the message follow Hercules and Dutch popped up, and this was the first I ever got, so I don't even know what happened. I guess I just decided to not listen to the game and yeah, just let him die there. I think maybe if I got down there he could have been able to live and maybe would have done it. I don't know. My bad, I kinda lied actually. You can go down to these steps. My bad. It still really doesn't help that much because you can only do stuff and like kill the enemies that are on the front Omaha beach over there. Those are the only ones you can kill because there's actually land and a decent amount of space, but if you go into the water here, they're on boats and they're quicker and they'll just outrun you and they will just shoot you if you try to chase after them, so you're kind of screwed either way. It's either you go die on Omaha Beach due to the MG42s, or you run around in the boat or run after the boat and just get shot because of how slow you move in water and the amount of boats there are there. And there was always like 1 or 2 guys under the bridge there that I decided to face plant near. And if you were to do this, I would say go to Omaha Beach here first. It's just the easiest one to go to. There's more space. You can actually hit the enemies here. You can actually take them out. And while they're in the water, it's not really that bad to take them out. But unfortunately, just with no really help, Dutch dies. And this is one of the best strategies I found, was just to make sure not to faceplant first of all off those stairs, and then just wait here on Omaha Beach until they push up and either get out of the boats or they start to slow down, because they come up so close that they pretty much just land on the shore, making it so you don't move slow in water. You don't have the penalty of the slow movement in water, and it's easier to take them out. And also they just will abandon their ships sometimes like that. I'm not really sure why, but sometimes you can get lucky and they will end up swimming, which will make it so that they cannot shoot you. They'll have to get up in at least knee-high water to shoot you, so that is one of the good things about it. And also just, they'll back up on the shore so you won't have to deal with the water physics getting in your way, which is also a very good thing to happen. And this is when you can, the only time you pretty much have a good chance of taking out the guys back here is when they get out of their boats and start walking, or their boats are slowing down, just like in the water at the last place. I got happy here because I'm like, oh, there's only a few more left, I can take care of this, but unfortunately I couldn't take care of him and Dutch does end up dying. Got so close, man. So after about 40 minutes of attempts, somewhere close to 50, I decide to give up. I just decide, you know, I've only gotten to the follow Herc or Dutch wherever, I don't even remember what it said, but I got to that screen only once, and the rest of the times were just fails, with Dutch dying, me dying, Hercules dying. It just never ended up well. We got to pretty much the same part. Sometimes we get closer, sometimes we would get further away, but I just thought it was best to give up after 40 minutes. Maybe this is possible, I don't know, you just have to get crazy good RNG and actually just hope that your allies don't die, which has been a reoccurring problem in this challenge, is that a bunch of the challenges have to rely on you protecting the AI, or the AI just not doing something stupid and dying, which, after using a gun, it wasn't really that bad of a mission. I mean, it's again once a very fun mission that you don't get to enjoy unless you do use guns, but it is a very fun one though. Probably my favorite of Chapter 5 since it's such a short chapter. If I'm correct, this is the final mission in Chapter 5. There may be one more, but after we finish off the remaining soldiers, we have to follow Dutch and Herc back up to the top of the castle where the cannon is so we can take out the ship back there that was raining shots in on us. I'm just surprised that the ship was kind of that inaccurate or doesn't come into play that often on that mission, because it seems like that would have been a big part of the mission, like hitting you or the other two more often. I was kind of surprised it didn't really do much. I think the only close call I had with it was at the very beginning of this attempt, actually, where it hit the, I guess, hit the wall in front of me, hit the top of the wall in front of me, and we are going to run all the way back up the stairs, and thank God we don't have to go past that stupid corner again, but, oh wait, we do. Well, at least no one died around the corner this time. We have to make our way to the cannon, and then take out the ship. So after I make a fool of myself again, because why wouldn't I, we once again just have to go up to where we were at the beginning of this whole mission and see that they're still here, and I kind of want to know why the two guys with rifles didn't do anything and help us on the beach. I guess they just decided to take the day off and not decide to help us at all. But after this, we have to shoot the cannon at the ship, and well, I guess to be fair, this mission would have been impossible here anyway, because we are using this to destroy a ship, and I would say that that is harming someone and pretty much killing them, because you have to attack the ship and sink it. So this mission would have been impossible anyway, but I guess I would have just liked the pride of being able to do that mission where they just storm you and surround you without throwables. Yeah, it would have been nice to do it with throwables, but I guess even cooler without throwables. But after I miss every single shot in this cannon, apparently, I guess it is kind of hard to aim, but once we finally decide to actually hit it, sink the ship, we take care of one problem. But like I said, unfortunately, even if I did the castle part with Hercules and Dutch there without guns, this still would have failed because of us having to use the cannon. After holding off the army fight, we decide to return back here at night to exact a little bit revenge, and soon after this mission, we will return to the mainland. We'll go back to the main map, and I was happy here, but kind of sad. Well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't really change anything. We finally have throwables. It gives us 5 dynamite. I kind of wish they could have spared us one single throwing knife. I mean, I had to play the early game like that. I'd gladly take that again, but I guess it's at least a throwable, so I can't really be too upset with it. But unfortunately, since the throwables are non-renewable, once you throw it, it'll explode. Obviously, it's a piece of dynamite, so if I do eventually run out of them, I will be forced to go to melee attacks. And once again, I have throwables, so I just decide to light that stick of dynamite and somehow not fail the mission by Micah not dying there. I don't know why. If any other mission, that would have been you attacked Micah and failed, but here I guess it's like anything goes. You're in Guarma. National laws don't apply out here or something, I guess. I guess it'd be international. Whatever. But we have to just continue running through this kind of broken down castle, and I get kind of scared because everyone's shooting at me and I still have my dynamite, and I'm still in the mindset of I have throwables, so I need to use them before I can use melee attacks. So being one hit away from death, I'm just scared, running for my life, and manage to take cover and start regaining health. I'm gonna be honest, I'm shocked that I didn't blow myself up with that dynamite there, or get shot by him. And I'm also lucky that someone behind me shot him, because if not, I would have most likely shot him, because Arthur decides to pull out the revolver every time he uses a tonic, or I guess sometimes he just pulls out the revolver when he wants to. I mean, there's sometimes, like, he really shouldn't, but he just decides to. And at least with this mission, is since there are so many different allies with us here, that if we charge ahead and just distract them, they can kill them for us, so we just have to play the waiting game, wait for them to take care of him. So we're not completely screwed. Like, the AI will be helpful and nice just because of how many there are, and if there's an enemy very far away, we just wait for them to take him out. I'd throw the dynamite there just to take him out, which I guess just made it easier so the AI would follow me and we can continue with this mission, hopefully hit a checkpoint just in case anything goes horribly wrong. But like, here's a good example of it. Just if I'm able to distract them, the allies will just kill them for me, which is good because there's like 6 of us, somewhere around that, so we can take out more of them. And after tripping over my shoelace, I guess I was just really excited to be close to done with this chapter, because I really did not think that the shortest chapter in the game would be causing me this much pain. Thought it would have been kind of easier, but I guess I should have expected differently. And I'm kind of having Vietnam flashbacks here to the mission after the swamp hillbillies back in chapter 3, I believe, the one where you were cooped up in the little shed. What was it like? It was more like a horse, whatever, the small barn that you had to shoot out of, and I was running low on throwables. I'm reminded a lot of that right here, and I really don't like that because that mission took a while, but at least I took out as many as I could, and now unfortunately I'm out of dynamite. So back to my favorite strategy of sit here and let the allies kill them, and Dutch is actually doing a good job. You see what those pistols do at close to medium range and not going for your long shots, Dutch? And I was kind of surprised of how big the area for this mission was, where it was like, not return back to the gang. So luckily we're able to take out the last guy there and wait for Micah to plant the explosives. So we at least reach a checkpoint, which is nice. So if all else fails and it turns out horribly and we kind of just get screwed over by the mission, we'll return here, which is nice. And now, unfortunately, I'm out of throwables, so I'm going to have to run through this town just attacking people. We have to rescue this captain as well. He's held hostage and running through this city. I don't know why, but this kind of reminds me of the Spec Ops mission from Modern Warfare 2, where you have to go through favela. I don't know why, but that's just what I'm getting kind of vibes from, I guess, just running headfirst into it. Modern Warfare 2 is a great game. I kind of hope they remaster the multiplayer sometime soon. I don't know why I just got that off track, but after just becoming Mike Tyson on him, unfortunately I got put into a little bit long of an animation and kind of paid for it.
I've had enough of this.
Now we find the captain who's being held hostage by these guys, and we're now in a standoff, and luckily for me, we don't have to shoot. We just have to kick the gun to the captain and he will take care of things for us, because he will go on the run and Dutch will miss all of his shots. But at least we don't have to shoot anyone, and obviously the last part I beat just not by just not being an idiot, not thinking about Modern Warfare 2 remaster anytime soon, and also just staying on track and just doing what I've done this entire challenge. But I'm just happy for this last part here that we were not really forced to use a weapon to kill anyone in that standoff. But wait, there is still another half of this mission to do, so we will see if it'll still able to be done without guns and without throwables at this point, because I'm all out. So I have to resort to the 2 strategies: sit here and wait, or go up and tackle them. And I just go with the second option, go and tackle them, or just stand over them. I really like that option, apparently. That's really what I wanted to do there. But again, luckily they just don't really like hitting shots. They'll hit a couple, but like there, I'm just walking barely in front of him. I had enough time to pull out a tonic before the allies killed him there. I just don't get sometimes why the AI is sometimes the most immaculate shooters possible. I'm talking Chris Kyle level of shooting, and then other times they're just like a stormtrooper a foot in front of you, won't even be aiming at you, or they'll just miss you entirely and just allow you to kill them. It's just kind of weird how the AI with them interacts sometimes. And since I'm running so far ahead of the rest of the guys, I'm kind of blowing up the ambushes they had set for us. They had these whole ambushes ready to catch us off guard, kind of scare us, but no, I'm just running head first like an enraged kid after losing a COD 1v1, taking everyone out I see in my sight, and I really don't even need the allies right here. I'm taking everything on myself. Once again, just they missing shots. A couple of the allies' bullets will get in there and take out some of the stragglers and help me, but mostly this was just me charging in as fast as I can. But unfortunately here, this is where it all goes downhill, because he tells us that the guy that we're supposed to kill ran into that house there, and they're loading up the cannon, and yeah, this isn't looking so good for us, considering that it just showed us a cannon and a house, and we're about to become the Property Brothers and do some home destruction. No. We're about to commit some home destruction with this cannon here, and obviously it wants us to bring down the house and destroy it. And that violates the rule of harming a person, considering we will be crushing him with the house falling on top of him. And here I try to enter the door, it won't let me. I'm trying any other way right now to see if this mission's possible, because up to this point it was. And I tried to jump in the window there, but unfortunately it doesn't let you. So I was just scrambling for any other possible way to let me in, and it unfortunately got Hercules killed, so looks like at the very end this mission will be impossible. So after accepting my defeat once again, I just shoot the house, and yet again in another really cool scene, the house just caves in on itself. I will give it credit, every time it forces us to use a gun or a cannon or something like that, it is a really cool scene. And after we crush that man with his own house, well, he probably stole that house, but after that the gang gets on the ship and is going to head back to the mainland so we can go find the rest of our gang. Once the gang gets back to the mainland, they go back to Shady Belle to see where our gang is and how they're doing. And when we get here, we discover this note, and no one's here. They left. And there was a scene where Pinkertons attack us, and you have to carefully sneak around the house to kill them. But considering I took around like 5 to 7 minutes because I'm an idiot and didn't go upstairs, I kept searching the downstairs looking for it. So I decided to cut myself the embarrassment. And after even more embarrassment getting stuck on those barrels, I have to hop on this temporary horse right here and go to our waypoint, which is where our gang should be. We found our gang together in some swamp house in the middle of the swamp, obviously in St. Denis, and Dutch and everyone came back with a group of pissed off Pinkertons here firing the Maxim gun at us. So we kind of just, what comes from a normal, like, just reunion of everyone being happy that we found each other and we managed to reunite with the gang, quickly turns into avoid the Maxim fire and everything being set on fire by the lanterns being shot out. So we have to slowly crawl out of the back of the house with Sadie here and then carefully take out the Pinkertons here. And at least I have my Throwables back. Well, at least I have a Molotov and 1 Tomahawk. I can make this work. I will only have 1 Tomahawk after I use the Molotov, which will not be good, but at least I'll have 1 sustainable source of a weapon, so I can just go pick up and throw the Tomahawk every time that I need to, and it'll just be relieving, honestly, to have a weapon that I can pick up after I use it, and just, like the Dynamite or Molotov, it doesn't go away forever. This, once again, is another really cool scene of just kind of seeing how much the Pinkertons want us dead, and Arthur's just resentment and hate for Milton here. And after we just hear him being like, man, I hate this guy, we kick open the barn door to take all of them out, and especially the machine gunner, but I really don't like that idea and manage to suck up some of the bullets and hide behind this box, and set them on fire, which I'm honestly kind of surprised I was able to eat that many bullets from the machine gun, and that will be a problem if I miss, like there. That is probably the main thing with the tomahawk, is its slow throw, and I guess it's pretty accurate. It just falls under the user of me, how I should have been more accurate. Like, if you're close to medium range, you're almost never missing, but there's like kind of medium to far range, you have a way higher chance of missing with a tomahawk and being forced to run into their line of fire to go pick it up, just to make sure that you don't end up dying. This here is probably one of the closest calls of the entire run. You can probably tell, I'm like kind of sweating here, just like, oh, I have to find something. Where do I get my health? I need a tonic. Where's a health tonic? I was just so panicked because of all the enemies right around me. I just didn't know what to do. I was just really nervous because I'm like, oh no, I'll have to take out all that again. I'll kind of need just like the RNG of missing the bullets and surviving, and luckily Deadeye comes in clutch a bunch so that I don't end up throwing my tomahawk in the swamp and completely losing it. So we do reach a checkpoint here, luckily, after we have to follow Sadie and Bill to continue pushing back the Pinkertons' assault on us, and this is where, if I miss a tomahawk throw, it will get kind of nasty, because it's obviously dark, gloomy, and rainy, so I won't be able to see it. I mean, it does shine, but still, I'll be more concerned about avoiding the fire from the Pinkertons instead of looking for my tiny, shiny tomahawk. Like right there, I missed. It's just in the water somewhere. And I'm pretty sure I never end up finding that tomahawk. I just resort to good old tackling strategy and relying on the allies to take them out, which they do a pretty good job. I mean, I try to look for it, and I actually do find it. I do end up losing a tomahawk. I don't remember if it was in a previous mission or not, but I didn't lose it in the water. It's just, the water is just blue, and kind of like the reflectiveness could kind of hide it maybe if like the sun's reflecting off of it, but whatever. It's just, I'm happy just to have another tomahawk, just not to lose it after I throw it, be able to pick it up again and actually take out the enemies, be useful, and get involved in the combat again. In Chapter 5, you really don't do that much of combat because you just kind of have to sit back and let them do it, or just run up and tackle them, and it's just kind of relieving to go back to how I was playing the earlier chapters, and now we have to go to the Maxim gun. And turns out I actually was right, that is a Maxim gun, so yay me for being right about a video game gun. I'll take it. And it obviously expects you to get on it and take out the Pinkertons, but I really did not want to. I'm kind of surprised it actually lets you get off of the Maxim gun, because I just thought it would be like the game would just kind of sit you on it and be like, oh, you get on it, you can't get off of it, have fun. And there I take a tonic of Deadeye, I guess because I was like, oh, I don't want to miss it. I think I meant to do a health one just in case. Yeah, I meant to do a health tonic just in case, but I went with Deadeye, so I guess I'll just have to accept being happy with a Deadeye tonic. It comes in handy very well, and pushing back this Pinkerton attack is kind of easy, actually, when you don't miss. Yeah, I really should have got better at throwing through this entire challenge, but here's a fun challenge you can do by yourself right now at home. Go get some type of alcohol, you know, all the alcohol, and take a shot every time I say just in this mission alone. Actually, it's probably not a good idea because you'll probably die of alcohol poisoning. I don't know why, I just decided to say just. It was the word of the day, apparently. Elmo told me it was the word of the day, and I decided to run it into the ground. But after that, we have very few left. We just have to take out the couple here. Is it just me, or do they look like Edgar Allan Poe? I don't know, I guess it's just like the suit kind of reminds me of it. I guess I'm just think I'm on drugs right now, talking about the Pinkertons looking like Edgar Allan Poe in the damn city back there in Chapter 5 on Guarma, where I was like, it looks like favela. And that's what I deserve, I guess, for going that off the rails. Here I am taking out all of the Edgar Allan Poes, apparently, just because I'm that ingenious. And that explosion there almost killed me. It threw me to the floor and got me shot, but luckily the remedies come in clutch like they always do, and I'm like, oh, I'm so low on health, my health core is empty. What am I going to do? charge them straight up. That's a good idea. And I get what I deserve and horribly miss my tomahawk, but I guess luckily for me I pick it up, but it doesn't matter. The allies took them out, and that's this mission done. Once we're done fighting off the Pinkertons, I head down to St. Denis, and Arthur don't feel too good. He gets off of Keanu Reeves and then just collapses, coughing. You know, I'm not an expert or a doctor or anything, but he doesn't look so good to me. After Arthur's helped to the hospital, he gets a checkup by Sigmund Freud here. And I know I've said a lot of dumb things recently, and just entirety, but I think that's the closest one. Come on, that's Sigmund Freud. He basically tells him that he has tuberculosis and is going to die. Arthur meets back up with Sadie and then learns that John got arrested and now is going to be put on trial and hung. Hung or hanged? Which is the correct tense? I never know if it's hung or hanged, but whatever. He's going to be executed, and I think this is one of the most beautiful scenes of the entire game. Or at least like chapter 5, chapter 6, where you just have to go up into the clouds in the hot air balloon, and the whole reason we're up in this hot air balloon in the first place is because we are trying to go above the prison that John is kept in so we can go and see exactly where he is and just kind of scope out the area and the best place for a prison escape. And after we almost got shot because we flew so low, Sadie decides to go and murder some O'Driscolls to get back at them, and unfortunately, since we're up so high in the hot air balloon, the Throwables won't exactly reach at all. I don't even think 2015 Aaron Rodgers could hit them with the Throwables because they're just moving so fast that the second the Throwables leave your hand, they are already like a mile off and you won't hit them. You have to like pre-aim them by a mile to hit them. And this one is not off to a good start at all. Yeah, this mission is going to be a difficult one. And since none of my throwables reach, I mean, the dynamite, the molotovs, the tomahawks, the throwing knives, none of them will even get close to reaching any of the O'Driscolls down there. I just decided to give up. I maybe took like 5 or 7 attempts at this, somewhere in that range, but you just need to know when to like stop, and I did. I was not going to sit here for an hour just trying to throw my head up against a wall by trying to learn the distance that I needed to pre-throw all of the explosives and all that, so I just decided to call it. I mean, they weren't reaching anyway, and if they were, they only got a little bit further, maybe like 70 feet from where the last mission failed, so I just never progressed on this mission. Nothing happened, really nothing changed, so I decided to throw in the white towel very early, and unfortunately this will be yet another impossible mission. Yet again, this is just going to be another, like, just sped up footage of me completing the mission how it's intended. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty fun one, being able to just attack people from a hot air balloon and narrowly avoiding a bridge. Kinda cool. And also the hot air balloon kind of crashing. That's, once again, cool. Most of the missions that are impossible are really cool, and I'm kind of mad that you can't beat them just because I would have loved to be able to beat this challenge, but, you know, it's a fun game, so I'll give it a pass there. And I'm pretty sure this is the first time in a whole chapter that I get to use my throwables and my satchel back that I lost during the shipwreck and I guess before the shipwreck. So it's just nice to have them back, all my tonics, all the stuff I lost when we were stranded on Gorma, all my throwables, my weapons I guess are nice to have back even though I don't use them. It's just kind of nice just to have a full inventory of throwing knives, tomahawks, molotovs, and dynamite again. Just, it kind of sucked to have that stripped away from us for the majority of Chapter 5. Actually, almost the entirety of it, but it's just nice to be on the mainland again where you could beat a mission with using throwables. It kind of sucks because this mission, this part you can beat without throwables because it's just one of the standard run around, kill all the enemies, and make sure you don't leave the mission area and kill them all like we're used to here. But unfortunately, the, I guess, first part of this mission, because the balloon ride to the prison really doesn't count because it's just a balloon ride, there's no kind of combat, but the first combat where you're in the balloon ride and have to shoot the O'Driscolls is impossible, which just sucks because this one is, and I'm lucky that I shot to the right of him because Arthur pulled out the revolver there after drinking the tonic, and that would have made me have to restart this mission, which I really don't want to. I just want to kind of get Chapter 5 over with, just continue to 6, so that we can finally finish out this challenge. I mean, this challenge has been a bunch of fun, but I'm just ready to get to the final chapter, see what we can do, how many of those missions we will be able to beat with only throwables. It's just kind of exciting seeing how many missions of this game that you can truly beat with using throwables, and that guy just decided to launch there. I think I was just running around out of shock truly there, but that should have been the last enemy there, and we've successfully beat half of this mission, I guess. I mean, I wish the entire thing was able to be beaten with throwables, but whatever. I'll take at least half of the mission being able to be beat.
Keep it quiet. It could be
Since the Pinkerton... What, I turned to a snake there? Since the Pinkertons launched that attack on our swamp house there, Dutch sends Charles and Arthur to go look for a new home up in the pretty much mountains, kind of, up there in Murphy Brood territory, which is a gang of inbred cannibalistic killers, so really no Law or Pinkerton or want to go out there to look for him. I mean, I guess it's kind of smart, but you always run the risk of meeting them, and it's most likely not going to end well for you at all. But it's, I guess, Dutch's last resort. The Pinkertons have already killed a couple of our gang members by launching attacks on us, surprising us, and it's just not been going well recently for us, so we need to just go away and hide and just kind of hope and pray that the Pinkertons will not end up finding us, and that we can finally lay low for a while until we finally get to his goal of going to Tahiti.
I'll keep watch. You deal with that one in the entrance.
I decided to take the stealthy approach because it gave us an option of like loud or stealthy, so I'm like, I'm just gonna do what my kind of skill set here is set for in stealthy with these tomahawks, throwing knives and all that. Just catch them when they're not looking, take them out quietly, and the quiet style does suit our playstyle very nicely in this, and luckily for us we don't run into the Murphys that much. All we do is this is like the only real interaction that you'll have with them, where you have to go into their cave and kill them, so that's always nice that you really don't have to get involved with them, because they just be kind of a nuisance, because sometimes they will like jump you. They'll act like someone that needs help, or just straight up jump you and try and kill you, which is just annoying to just try to go to your mission and then that'll happen. Just some random people jumping out of a bush and murdering you for kind of no reason. But here it kind of goes bad because I slide down the hill, I guess the slant there, and yeah, he notices me, and then that gets all of them a little bit angry. And they like to run at you with machetes. Some obviously have guns, but their main form of attack is just charging you with the machete, and very quickly you can be put on the wrong end of their machete. See, some of them have pistols, some just decide to charge you there, and yeah, their machetes do a lot of damage, and also you'll get locked into the throwing animation there, where you will just kind of be stabbing someone and then also just getting shot. And this dynamite doesn't really end well for me because it was lit and he stabbed me, causing me to waste some time there and set myself on fire and die. Okay, so I learned my lesson. Don't use Molotovs around them, or at least be a safe distance away when you use Molotovs. And, you know, this attempt we actually do successfully do it. It really wasn't that hard. I was just an idiot there and pretty much got myself killed there. And we will find out that they have kidnapped a woman, and we will free her and then take her back to her family in Van Horn. Molly is coming back to the gang a little bit drunk, and she told everyone that she told Milton about it, and Miss Grimshaw there took matters into her own hands. So Dutch thinks, and he's thought for a little bit, that there was a rat in the gang, and right there they think they took out the rat, but unfortunately, a little bit of spoilers, but this game's been out for like 3 years, she wasn't the rat. I guess she was just insanely drunk and the rat is still afoot, hurting the gang. And now, after the long Chapter 5, we are in the final chapter of the game, Chapter 6, Beaver Hollow. Since Dutch doesn't want to do anything about John being thrown in jail and pretty much going to be executed, Arthur and Sadie have to take matters into their own hands and bust John out of prison themselves. I mean, I don't know why Dutch isn't doing anything. He really should, but we can do this ourselves. So after we take out the guard in the watchtower up here, we're going to take the sniper rifle up here and try and locate John. And this area is very open, which kind of gives me hope for this mission. I'm like, oh, Chapter 6 hasn't had the best start. I mean, I think that hot air balloon was Chapter 5. But whatever, it's close enough to Chapter 6, so that's what I'm counting that as. But so Chapter 6 hasn't been the nicest to us so far, so I'm like, okay, I hope we can beat a mission in Chapter 6. But after being a complete idiot and just not knowing where the shining gun on the ground is, I finally decided to pick it up and look for John. And we think that we find him right there. We think he's being put to work out in the dust bowl over there. So now all we have to do is climb down this ladder, go over, throw the explosives, maybe some throwing knives, take out those 2 guards, and boom, we break John out of prison, right? No, unfortunately, I wish it was that easy, but the mission area is not big at all, because it says return to Sadie down there, and I got too far and the mission ended up failing, so this kind of scared me, because I was like, oh no, this mission area is super small. I don't know if I'll be able to be close enough to them to hit them with the throwables. On these first few attempts here, I was really just testing, like, the boundaries of how far I can truly go, like how far the mission boundary is, and yeah, it's not far at all. You can get up to those weeds, I guess is what they are, so this will be interesting to have to work around. So after more attempts of just leaving the area and abandoning Sadie, what I just decide to do is go as far away as I can without leaving the mission area and throwing my dynamite and Molotovs as far away as I can, and unfortunately they don't reach. I tried. I was not able to reach them no matter what I threw. The throwing knife with Deadeye wouldn't go far enough. The throwing knife, the tomahawk, none of it would go. And if I just obviously went too far, I would just abandon Sadie and fail the mission that way. So unfortunately, this will be another impossible mission. Man, the back half of this game has not really been kind to us for this challenge. It's not Throwables friendly, and I'm not sure I really like that. And even if you were able to kill the guy closest to you that I was trying to hit there, I'm still like 90% sure this mission would be impossible because the guy on the horse is just too far away to hit. I think if you're able to kill one of the guards, still I just think the guy on the horse is too far out of the distance for the throwables to reach, and obviously if you try to get close you'll just abandon the mission area, so I just decided it's impossible. You know what, I'll just continue trying to beat the rest of this mission here with only throwables. It just sucks, once again, that we have to accept defeat. And after I finally decide to take out the guards and complete the mission how it was intended to, we soon realized that we kind of messed up, as John is not there. That group of prisoners John was not into, so we're going to have to go over there and take one of them hostage and then just waltz our way over to the main gate of the prison to try and trade him in for John. And I'm honestly kind of surprised. They took the trade of a prison guard for a hardened criminal who has robbed multiple trains, killed multiple, actually probably hundreds of people at this point, robbed a couple banks, and you know, pretty much everything else under the sun. And I was running away panically and ate steel and just started to swim. But yeah, I really didn't think they would allow one prison guard's life in exchange for the prisoner, who is a part of probably the most wanted gang in America, I'd probably say, because this gang's pretty ruthless, and just continue robbing and stealing from everyone that we can see and killing everyone that gets in our path, pretty much. And here, luckily, I do have Throwables, so I'm not completely useless. I can actually fight back here. And unfortunately here I don't show my worth because I decided to throw the Molotov and hit the top of the bridge. And this dynamite here will clear them out, or at least serve as, I guess, a distraction for us so we can continue running away out of the prison. I'm just happy that this has an open area where if you miss a throwable you can go retrieve it, or if you kill someone with throwable you can go pick it up off of them. It's just nice to have throwables in an open area where we can constantly go and retrieve them, especially areas that have big, like, mission areas, so it doesn't say return to the gang or return to John or whatever. That gives us like a little bit more freedom to run around and go collect all of the throwables. And we have to take cover here from their attack, and I'm very, very low on health, so going back to going as fast as I can, panicking, looking for anything that'll refill my health. I tried to go for the tonic and just ended up picking up an apple, I guess, because I was just looking for a quick fix, and there, unfortunately, I shot the guard there because Arthur pulls out the pistol, and yeah, it was an alright run, ruined once again by using something to recover my health and Arthur deciding to pull out his pistol. So after a couple attempts, we finally reached back where we got to our furthest attempt, was just sitting behind these crates here at this cover and pushing back their attack, and then we just kill some more of them, and then we go on the run to our boat so we can escape this prison and get John back to the gang with us. This was kind of an easy part, just run away, avoid the bullets, and yeah, just don't die was our main objective while we were trying to get back to the boat. And luckily for us, the boat is right here along the shore, so we don't have to run much longer. And I'm just happy that the AI is deciding to shoot back and they're not just running and doing absolutely nothing. While we have to push the boat back in the water, Arthur ends up being the gunner. Obviously, since Arthur is supposed to shoot and take out the guards, it's obviously going to put the repeater in his hands, but I'm able to switch. Luckily, for a second I got kind of scared that it was going to force me to use the repeater and not let me switch weapons. But I just have to continue throwing the dynamite and whatever other throwables I have just to try and escape the guards and make sure that they don't follow us. And luckily they don't try to follow us at all. They just kind of stand there either on the bank or in the water and just take shots at us. I thought this was going to be a more difficult kind of escape mission, but I was able to just stand here and take the bullets while just occasionally trying to throw a throwable at them, like an explosive, just trying to get them to like halt their progress or something like that. But for safety, I tried to just look for something to get my health up, any kind of tonic or anything, so I can survive a couple more bullets if I needed to. But luckily, we get John back to the horse, and we are going to take him back to the camp.
Passage out of here, I'll let you live.
Dutch decides to confront Cornwall here, and considering that Dutch is just the smartest dude ever, things kind of go south when he's talking to him, and he straight up murders him. Dutch just, once again, murders a very powerful and rich man, and safe to say, that is not a good idea whatsoever. And now we are forced to fight our way out of Van Horn here. Yeah. Dutch is not the best at talking. I mean, sometimes I guess, but if he's talking with anyone who's powerful and rich, I guess he just decides to take matters into his own hands and either kidnap them or just straight up kill them. So we can blame Dutch for making us get into all of this mess right here of having a gigantic fight to fight our way out of Van Horn and killing a giant train entrepreneur? No, he liked trains. We robbed him in the first chapter. That's his character description now, I guess. But we will soon have to fight through the lumber mill. And this is where it will get kind of intense, because Dutch doesn't want to take cover. He just wants to keep staring at me and standing right over top of me. Enemies will soon start attacking us from across the train tracks, below the mill, above it, kind of like right underneath that sign up there. Oh, we're in Ansburg. I'm an idiot. We're not in Van Horn. Whatever, they're both at the top of the map and kind of places you don't really visit unless you're forced to. So at least in Red Dead Online, I never come up here. I usually stay in either Blackwater or somewhere down near St. Denis. Never go up to the top of the map, usually. Same thing in GTA, actually. I never really go up to the desert or very top of the map unless I have to for something. But they will start coming down the stairs, and then we have to take them out and then follow Micah, who is already up in the factory up there for some reason. Not sure how he got up there and just didn't do anything about them on the stairs, but we'll follow Dutch to join Micah up the stairs, and then we will have to continue fighting our way out of Ansburg here and fight our way through this little factory. It is not really looking too good for me right now because my health core is empty, and yeah, I don't have that much health to go into this mission with, and he takes the throwing knife there after I throw it, and Arthur tries to pull out his gun, but I manage to luckily stop him, so I go for the all-tragedy of setting him on fire, but miss. No, this challenge wouldn't have been half as hard if I actually hit my throwables and like actually hit them with it during this challenge, but I luckily take him out finally. Somehow don't set myself on fire, which is another good thing. And kind of screw myself because I'm just running head first, not trying to take any cover at all, not trying to take any precautions, and I end up dying because I was not safe and just tried to rush head first in with no health. Now that I was more cautious and decided to kind of plan out my movements and not just bull rush head first into a room full of a bunch of guys with guns, we do make it pretty far here. We get into this other portion of the factory and just slowly move our way up, taking out the enemies in our path and continuing on. Then we get out to this little minecart path here, just this little path here where it starts to kind of get intense because they will start surrounding us a little bit, but luckily the area for this mission is pretty big. After setting the ceiling on fire, that was one of the big problems with the Molotovs I ended up having throughout this entire run, is that their hitbox, well, I guess it might be their hitbox, but I was like missing the throws and setting either like the roof, a wall, a fence in front of me on fire. I would end up just hitting something directly in front of me instead of what I was intending to do. And those barrels are providing a lot of fire for us. And here's where I was talking about the mission area. It's decently large. I mean, I'm a little bit away from Dutch and Micah, but just from like the John mission, breaking him out of prison, this one has a way bigger area, so it'll allow me to take them out easier. And then after taking out all the Pinkertons, I guess, in the area and all of Cornwall's men, we cut these horses free, and then we are going to ride these horses to escape all of our pursuers and go back to the gang and try to regroup and just make sure that we aren't followed. And now we are at the hardest part of this mission, a horse ride away. Yeah, the horse rides in this game, some of them are challenging, then other ones are just so easy that like there's kind of just no point in showing any of them, like nothing really happens. But this one here is one of the harder ones just because you have to run through all the trees while not being shot by your pursuers, and also making sure that Dutch and Micah don't get shot, which is kind of hard and annoying because you don't know what their health is at, and at any time they can just die like that with a restart ensuing. This horse ride is just annoying because to like hit any of the enemies I will have to pretty much just use Deadeye so I can slow it down and make sure that I don't miss, because if I do, that throwable is gone no matter what. But here I eat the tree, and somehow, I'm not really sure how, but I didn't like get too far away from Dutch and Micah. I was able to get back up on my horse and then catch back up with them, which was surprising. And there's the Deadeye coming in clutch there, because I have one more tomahawk and then nothing but dynamite and the Molotov, so I kind of have to rely on Dutch and Micah to take them out for us. And one weird thing I noticed is that out of all the failed attempts, every single one of them, Dutch failed except one. Micah died. So like Dutch probably died 7, 8 times, and Micah only died once throughout this mission, which that was kind of weird how it was just only Dutch that seemed to die, even though him and Micah were being shot at about the same amount of times, with about the same amount of people following them, 2 to 3, but Dutch would be the one that would end up dying. And somehow, after the attempt where I just eat the tree, fall off my horse, and have to get back on him and chase down the gang to meet back up with Dutch and Micah, this is the attempt that passes it. Not the one where I'm right next to them, no, the one I run headfirst into a tree is where I actually successfully beat this mission. Micah sends Arthur and Bill into, I think this one's Van Horn actually. I hope I'm right about that. But he sends us into town to ambush a wagon that'll come full of dynamite, and Bill gives us that sniper rifle thinking that we're going to use it and protect him, which I don't really like doing. But unfortunately we're going to have to go over into the destroyed house here, just overgrown by moss and stuff like that. We're going to have to go in here and just wait for Bill and kind of see what he has to do and wait for the ambush to happen. And I'm kind of scared here because I once again think it'll be a mission where it'll auto-lock me into the sniper rifle and not allow me to change weapons or really do anything, just force me to sit here and protect him. But we'll see. So after Bill does his little fake heart attack plan to draw the guy off of the wagon and go over to inspect him, we're supposed to kind of protect him and help kill all the guys, but no, I don't feel like it, and force him to do it himself, and he ends up shooting, causing obviously all hell to break loose, and I throw the dynamite there and it doesn't reach, so I decide to jump out and try and get closer so that my throwables and explosive will actually be able to reach them, but unfortunately I was too late and Bill ends up dying. Here, what I decided to do was, I decided, you know, since the throwables and explosives won't reach, I'm just going to go ahead and sit up at that wooden box up there. That's a good spot, because it just has to wait for Bill to attack, but unfortunately, no. This is out of the mission area, and I will get spotted here, so looks like I'm going to have to wait at the ambush spot, and then spring once Bill does indeed attack. After being spotted a couple times and failing the mission, I just decided to sit back and wait until Bill fires. And the second I saw some smoke from the gun, that's when I decided to push up. And you know, that was a good idea considering Bill is still alive and I was not spotted, so that's always nice. And once I do jump out of the window and get into place, we will start the fight in Van Horn. We'll have to, like, what is it, the 3rd or 4th time we have to fight our way through a city? We had to do it with Strawberry, Valentine, Saint Denis, and now Van Horn. Yeah, 4th time we have to fight our way through a town / city to steal something or just get out with our lives. And luckily that dude was burning and didn't decide to just roll over into the water. I kind of want to know, would he have extinguished himself and lived if he fell in the water? Probably, but we have to get into this wagon here, and Bill is driving, and if you remember the mission with Hosea from chapter 3, and I think there was another mission that was like this, since we're the passenger, we cannot pull out any throwables, which isn't good. You can't pull out the lasso, the tomahawks, the throwing knives, Molotovs, nothing. All you can do is pull out your revolver and repeater, and shotgun, I guess, if you have one. But here I was just hoping that, just like that Hosea mission, that we can sponge enough bullets to where we can just get to our objective and I don't have to kill them. I was kind of optimistic here. I was also kind of scared because there were 3 enemies on us and I'm like, oh, that could be kind of bad. And then that message up at the top, the dynamite is vulnerable. So, if you do not kill the guys running after you, they will shoot the dynamite, or shoot the crate with the dynamite in it, and eventually they will end up hitting the dynamite and blowing you up. So you just I guess kind of have to get lucky and hope that they don't hit the dynamite or just miss all of their shots, but they do so much damage to the box and leave the box so much open that it's inevitable that'll happen to you. You'll just end up exploding. Since you can't kill any of the enemies because you're in the passenger seat and can only pull out your gun, just like the Chapter 3 mission with Hosea, you'll most likely have all 5 enemies on you every single time, and just about every single time they will shoot and kill you by blowing up the dynamite in the exact same spot. And yes, this will be another mission that I've deemed impossible. Man, Chapter 6 has not been nice to us, but unfortunately, just like the Hosea mission, the amount of enemies are kind of what screws it over, but it makes it 100 times worse because you literally have a time bomb on the back of your wagon here, and they can blow it up whenever they see fit to. And this is just once again sped up footage of me completing this mission how it's intended, and I think if the dynamite in the back was not able to be opened, like the AI could not shoot the crate and expose it and then blow up your wagon that way, I think this mission would be possible. It would be like the Hosea one, and you would just need pretty good luck to beat it, but I think it would be doable. But unfortunately, maybe I just suck at video games, which I do. Maybe you could beat this if you try it yourself. But like I said, I deem this one possible, and after that we just have to kill our pursuers and then get the dynamite back to Micah. After hearing that Colm O'Driscoll is being hung, hanged, whatever, in Saint Denis, Sadie, Dutch, and Arthur decide to just go and watch because of all of the pain that he has caused all 3 of us. And here, unfortunately, this mission is impossible because it locks you into the sniper rifle here, and I was spamming every button. You couldn't access your satchel, you couldn't check your honor, your money, you couldn't switch your weapons. All you could do was fire and kill the O'Driscolls. That's all you could do, and I think this might be the fastest that I've ever had to deem one of these missions impossible, but yeah. I just kind of wish it would let me at least like get out of this sniper scope and let me at least try to throw a throwable. It won't reach them, but I could have let Dutch and Sadie try to handle it themselves, and I could have just been support if they really needed me to, but fortunately Dutch is dead, and this is another failed mission. And one thing that makes me mad about this mission is how short it is, because the entire mission is just you come down to Saint Denis, watch Colm O'Driscoll, think that he's gonna get saved by his O'Driscoll friends, but then we're up here, he gets hung, and then we just have to kill all the O'Driscolls here, and that's really the end of the story. This part right here, the sniping part, lasts around maybe a minute, maybe closer to 2, but still, just we take out a couple of O'Driscolls, Sadie and Dutch move up, and then just eventually get into the carriage over there and just ride out of town. I just wish this mission was possible because it's so short. It's such a short and easy mission that it would have been just cool. A fast, easy mission that's completable, but unfortunately, it will yet again be another Chapter 6 failed mission. And I gotta say, right now, Chapter 6 is my least favorite. It's right there, just after this tiny cutscene of just Dutch waving at Arthur, that's it. This mission just lasts about a minute. Dutch again hits us with an ingenious plan to attack the US military. Dutch is teaming up with some gang members and a native named Eagle Flies, and he wants to get revenge on the government for taking his land, which I don't blame him. But Dutch, once again, you're on the run from the Pinkertons. They're trying to murder you. You keep robbing banks, robbing trains, killing everyone in your path, and your plan is to attack the American government. I'm just saying that's not the smartest idea whatsoever. Already on the run criminal, already wanted. Yeah, kill some government soldiers, you know? That'll go over really well for you, won't it? But after a shot rings out, it just gets very ugly. But at least we're not locked into anything like the Colm O'Driscoll mission. We can actually use our throwables for once, which is nice. And we have the high ground as well, so we don't really have to worry about them hiding behind or taking cover because the dynamite or the Molotovs will be able to reach them, and the tomahawks and throwing knife also. It's nice just being able to have this high ground here because you can just lock onto them with Deadeye and really not have to worry about anything. Just making sure that you have enough throwables is all you really have to worry about when you're up this high. Also, the army does come up that little, I guess, hill? What would it really be? Whatever. They try to flank you by doing that, but luckily I do have Molotovs and dynamite, but unfortunately I horribly missed there. I tried to set the path on fire so they would just walk into it and burn themselves, but it didn't really work out. But at least they are just preoccupied with our allies there, which allow me to not die. After trying to set myself on fire just by standing in it there, we have very little of them to take care of, just some of them left down at the trees that we exploded, which will be easy because we can just sit on top of the high ground and take the rest of them out that way. And we only have a few enemies left, so I decide to use a Molotov on that guy right there behind the rock because it'll reach him. And after almost killing myself by falling off that hill, I'm able to correct myself and just run down safely like a normal person. And I decide to take out the last guy with throwing knife and just get closer so I can pick it up. But he does end up running away. Kind of surprised he did, but maybe he's programmed to, I don't know. This will be the one part of the game where looting everyone is pretty much a requirement to try and find something, and I guess like I can never escape my habit of looting everyone, looking for every tiny thing. Even in Red Dead Online, I've taken up that habit. Especially with that new thing that came out, the blood money heist or whatever. It's kind of fun. But after I get off track again, we're still looting bodies. That guy's on fire. Okay. We have Ghost Rider back there apparently, but we're just continue looting the bodies, and after, I guess he extinguished himself, but a cannon shot goes off, and the US military is launching their counterattack, which you probably should have expected when you try to attack the military. Now I'm happy that I did not waste all of my throwables and explosives because they'll come in handy here, because I can kind of set like maybe a little bit of a fire trap after that tree falls, and there will be a couple guys that'll get around us. Like there's a guy beside us, and yeah, I unfortunately shot him. That is one of the major downsides here, so I just decided to stand in my fire and burn myself for killing that man with the gun. And I'm not really sure why they don't decide to shoot me there. I was just asking to be shot. They're just literally standing still doing nothing, and once again he shot me, punched me in with his gun, and then ran away. I don't get why he just didn't kill me there. Here I decided to be a lot more careful, like I needed to do a bunch of times, and just decided to watch my throwables count in the top right, which that is one of the main things you need to be wary of, like how when you switch throwables sometimes he'll just pull out his gun, or when you run out of throwables Arthur will end up pulling out his gun, so you need to be kind of cautious and make sure that you always have throwables, or make sure that you don't end up doing what I do a bunch of at this run, press RT thinking I have another throwable, or I'm on a throwable and Arthur will end up shooting and you'll end up hitting or killing someone. But luckily, once again, open area, I can easily grab all of my throwables back, but unfortunately there he knocks off my hat and he must pay after I actually decide to hit him. I almost let him kill me, which is kind of sad. After I miss 2 out of my 3 tomahawks, he runs away and we get thrust into this cutscene. Cutscenes are what these things are called, and I'm just going to ignore that I forgot what they were called. Yeah, I don't know how I'm that dumb that I forgot the name of the cutscene, like what it was called. But we just talked to Dutch, yelled at him for being pretty stupid for trying to attack the US military, and he's like, no, I'm smart, I'm Dutch Vanderlyn, I'm a genius. But soon we hear pretty much just horns and everything go off, and they shoot a cannon at us. They are not happy, and we have to escape with Dutch, but first I wanted to pick up my hat. I was like, I'm not leaving this place without my hat, and I do actually end up picking up my hat, but I kind of pay the price because they are charging us down, and we're supposed to already be on the horse with Dutch. I guess we're supposed to not really lose our hat, but yeah, I kind of pay because I get stuck on this broken tree and don't live long after that. I got put down.
Let's carry on by foot. Try and sell
So while we are escaping from the US military, I almost hit my horse. I'm sorry, Keanu Reeves. I didn't mean to punch you, but we have to make our horse flee just because we can't use him anymore. The path gets kind of too tight and too steep, so we have to now run from the government on foot. And this can only end up so well, running from the government chasing after us with tip-top guns and I'd say a pretty good knowledge of the area, considering they have their fort right next to it. We have to just stay behind these rocks and protect ourselves, make sure we don't die. And obviously we're at a disadvantage because Dutch is using pistols and I'm using throwables. And I can't say I did not expect that. That was pretty expected. So since it's me and Dutch on the run right now, most likely both of us getting killed, I missed the first dynamite throw and oh my god, I go wide left with that second one. What am I, Billy Cundiff on the Ravens? I don't think I could throw a piece of dynamite that bad if I tried again. Luckily, I actually did end up hitting there, and my result is now a Molotov to a guy I can't even see in the trees. But luckily, it did not ignite when it hit the tree branch, which I was actually kind of surprised. I thought it would ignite when it hit the tree branch, and I, once again, just waste another Molotov there. So I try to aim a little bit higher, and miss even worse, about the same spot. So I think I just decided to stop throwing Molotovs for this instant and follow Dutch running up the mountain so we can continue retreating and hoping that we're able to escape and kill the rest of the government that's trying to murder us. At least here the soldiers are kind of on the same playing field as us, like we can run up and tackle them if needed to, but at least they're not on top of a mountain where I'll just throw and miss every single Molotov and hit about one dynamite that I decide to throw. But yeah, it's just kind of nice to be able to set a guy on fire standing a foot away from him. What, this is America, we do what we want here. And after just kicking him in the balls, I guess I'm the more intense version of Leonidas, we take out this last guy and continue our run up the mountain. And yet again, another stupidly close call. Once again, another shot from death. Just, I was panicking, looking for a checkpoint, and once again, the health tonics coming in insanely clutch right there. Now all we have to do is what Dutch is best at, running and fighting. You know, I will give him that. For as much like running away he has to do from the Pinkertons and everyone that gets in his way, he does fight, I'll give him that. He will fight until he ends up dying. And luckily the dynamite there, once I get a bunch of them that are grouped together, and Dutch has a pair of balls. He just runs up and charges all of them. He's going back up and charging them, and I decided to throw a Molotov after that guy just falls off the cliff there. And I'm trying to turn this little area into California. Everything is on fire. But after we take out him, Dutch decides to continue running down the mountain and not charging them again, which I'm fine with. Just running behind this rock, taking cover, trying to just not die once again. Which is pretty much the main goal of the entire game. But unfortunately for Dutch and Arthur, they really don't have that much longer left to go. They are running out of room and very fast, and yeah, there's a bridge and about a 50-foot drop somewhere along there. I'm not good with math at all, so I'm probably super wrong on that, but we get up ending. Oh my god, I need to go back to English class. We end up getting cornered by the soldiers. They take over the bridge, and then they take over the path that we ran down. I mean, for me it would just be common sense for Dutch with the 2 revolvers to just shoot them, but I guess there's backup. This kind of reminds me of the Red Dead 1 ending. If you played that game, you'll kind of know, just being surrounded by one Pinkerton and some soldiers, but Arthur and Dutch begin to back up, and they really don't suspect a thing. They're just continually backing up while the soldiers keep talking to him. Now, if this was me, I'd be kind of suspicious of the guys just trying to back off of a cliff to get away from us, but somehow we are able to get back enough and stand here for a while. I guess we're waiting on Dutch, but Dutch decides to take his time and waddle, and then we finally are able to jump. It took him like 20-30 seconds just to waddle backwards a little bit, but we are thrown into this current of the stream, and we have to survive the current, make sure that we're not pulled under and drowned, and also survive all of the army shooting at us. But honestly, if I was just the soldiers, I would just let us live. I mean, we just jumped off that cliff and did not land on a rock and survived landing in the water. They should just give us a medal, honestly. So it's just impressive enough to land and not hit a rock, but Dutch is already on the shore, and all we have to do is just make it over to him, and after that we will have successfully attacked and escaped some US soldiers. Not sure how we did it, but luckily we did, and the mission was actually able to be complete with only throwables, which makes it a good mission in my book. So I kind of made a mistake. While editing this, I was just cutting out some of the useless parts, like just horse riding, refilling my throwables and stuff like that, and somehow I managed to cut out this entire mission here of where Arthur and John are going to go plant some dynamite to blow up this train tracks. It's another cool mission, and an easy one at that. I guess I just skipped it because it was like an easy mission, there really wasn't anything to do, but I think it's pretty damn important, so I'm throwing it in here. And that was my whole pretty much mission for this, was either show missions that are important, or missions that I kind of struggled with, or missions that are just impossible in general. And that's why it led to my executive decision to cut out some missions and leave others. While you may think they're not important, it's just because I failed a bunch on them, and some important missions like blowing up this track here, because it kind of sets up the train robbery that's going to happen later, so I think it's pretty important. So after we plant our last piece of dynamite, I go back to get some more dynamite. I'm just running, trying to speed up this mission, make it a little bit quicker, but unfortunately Arthur doesn't agree with me, and he is suicidal. Man, someone really should have directed him to that 1-800 guy. So after that, I decide to be more careful picking up the dynamite, placing it, and not running when I'm near the edge, and not pressing X. Yeah, that's what it is. I try to say square like it's PlayStation, but no, X. I don't know how I forgot that, but I pick up the dynamite, go place it everywhere it needs to be, and just be more precautious so I don't yeet myself off the edge of this bridge again. Once we are done placing the dynamite, we have to return to the hand car because there's a train coming, and if we don't get this out of the way fast enough, it will kill both of us. So, because I'm just the genius that I truly am, I didn't know what I was doing and just didn't listen to the game, so I ended up getting both of us completely ran over. That was extremely fast, wow. Yeah, this time I actually decided to like try and quickly read what the game was telling me, and I quickly learned the pattern once I wasn't a brain-dead moron and just paid attention. Wow, it's truly amazing what you can do, and that you don't die when you actually pay attention. But luckily, Arthur and John jump out of the way of the train just fast enough so they don't die, like I caused them to. Now all we have to do is just follow John to the detonator and pretty much just watch this bridge explode. I guess it would kind of be implode, actually, because we put the dynamite inside of the bridge. But we detonate the dynamite, and it's just, once again, another awesome scene. This game is just full of really cinematic and beautiful shots like that. But after John and Arthur blow up the bridge, that's really all this mission is. It wasn't that hard, and yet I died twice on this mission. That is sad.
Belong to the United States government. Why is this so
the US government lying and taking land from the natives and just ignoring the treaties that they signed? What? So things kind of get heated with the General and Captain Monroe. They kind of get into an argument, and just like the prison mission, we kind of take a guy hostage in exchange for another one. But this time we just kind of steal Captain Monroe. I mean, the parallels to the prison mission where we break John out of prison is kind of the same. You slowly walk with the guy you kidnap, push him away at the end, and just end up getting someone in return. That's pretty much the same mission, except we're just stealing from the government this time instead of the prisoners. Or the prison guard. But after that, they are kind of mad that we just stole one of their captains. So we now have to escape with Captain Monroe, make sure we get him to safety while avoiding all the soldiers that are going to chase us down and try to murder us. Then after we run for a little bit, just on our horses, we decide to get off and start fighting. So we have to run into, I guess it's not really a forest, just the trees, and protect Captain Monroe here. And there's not a lot of cover. You have some tree trunks and a couple rocks, and that's about it. So you're just gonna have to kind of hope that you don't get shot, because right there, like, you can see half of that guy's body because he's hiding behind such a small tree. And my Deadeye core is completely empty, so I have pretty much no Deadeye, and my health core is empty, and I have about 45%, maybe 40% of my health left, so right now I'm not in the best of shape. At least I have my stamina, that's at least good. And if you ever want to do this challenge, don't worry, you will have a lot of stamina for how much you have to, like, run around and go retrieve all your throwables and stuff like that. But luckily enough for us, though, the AI isn't really too smart and doesn't try to, like, shoot you around the tree, or you'll rarely get hit when you're taking cover behind a tree. And you also just have time to do like that, just run completely around them and then hit them with a throwing knife before they kind of realize anything has happened. I decided to go up and kind of push them. I'm kind of risky here. It's kind of a risky move just because of, yeah, I'm about to die and my cores, most of my cores are completely empty, but luckily I had a miracle tonic there, and after almost accidentally shooting him, just because every time you use a tonic or something out of your satchel, Arthur immediately pulls out a pistol. Which, I wish there was something like you could toggle that off of, but it's not that big of a deal. You just have to have a quick reaction time to try and fix it. But the miracle tonic does come in super clutch, considering I only have one core that is not completely drained. And it's not that good because my Deadeye is now like at 20%, maybe 30 if we're lucky. So I pretty much can't really use Deadeye. I mean, I can't for much longer, and my health is at least a decent amount, but don't worry, my stamina's still completely full. After taking out all the enemies in the area, we have to mount our horse and take Charles with us and just pretty much protect the rest of them. Now all that we have to do is kill a couple of soldiers that'll pursue us, but it's not really a challenge at all because we can use our throwables. Just use Deadeye for the little bit that we have, lock onto them, and if we need to, just yank them off the horse with the lasso, and then we drop Captain Monroe off on a train station, give him some money so he can go on his way, and I guess just start a new life and get out of here before the government tries to come and kill him. Sadie asked Arthur to go help her murder all the O'Driscolls. This is her way of getting revenge for them killing her husband. And, you know, I'll do it. It's always fun to kill some O'Driscolls, especially in this area where there will be a bunch of combat and a bunch of usefulness for the throwing knives. I mean, look how bunched up they are. And this is the perfect time for the dynamite and Molotovs to shine if I ever just get out of the open. That guy did a flip. But yeah, this is just going to be a fun place to fight in, just because they'll either all be grouped up, or you can just take cover and pop out when necessary to take out the O'Driscolls. And I don't know if this is right or not, but I feel like Sadie's AI of killing them is very effective here. Maybe they made it to where she's just like more vengeful and kills more of them. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking about that. Maybe they did. Kind of seems like something that Rockstar would implement. And then a sniper shoots at me. Oh no, the sharpshooter's up in the barn. He's already missed 2 shots. And he's not really that much of a threat at all. I mean, because I just got behind that box, popped on Deadeye, and boom, he's done. Wow, he was a very effective sharpshooter. He really had me shaking. I was horrified. And these O'Driscolls don't really pose much of a challenge. I guess their only challenge is that in numbers, is that there are so many of them. It'd be kind of hard to kill them, but with some fire and explosives, that'll take care of them very fast. And also just them being stupid and just not really doing much, just standing there. And like, that guy had time to shoot me, like, let's be honest. He had time to wind up the shot and take the shot and kill me. But he chose not to. He just wanted to die. We are sent to look in the barn and just take out the rest of the O'Driscolls that will run in here and just try to kill us. So after we take like 3-4 minutes just to clear out the barn because I get kind of distracted, we then have to follow Sadie into the main house and find, I guess, the guy who leads the O'Driscolls, the leader now since Colum was hung. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing that's who that is, and Sadie decides to react her revenge, and I'd say it's revenge well served. The O'Driscolls killed her husband in the first chapter, and she gets her revenge by killing their leader in the 6th chapter. In that last Dutch mission, where you set up the ambush and attack the soldiers, and have to run away and fling yourself off of a cliff to escape them, Eagle Flies gets captured and pretty much beaten, abused, and thrown in prison inside this fort. So his father, Rains, falls, and Charles is like, me and Arthur will go save him, and that is this mission, going to get back our friend and helping out the natives when the soldiers and army are just kind of like, you know, this is our land, we're retaking it. But I like Charles' missions a bunch, like, besides that first hunting mission, I guess, but that wouldn't have been bad if I had a couple Throwables. I like his missions because he takes the more stealthy approach, like the bow and arrow, the Throwables, getting up close and like meleeing them if you have to. So Charles fits my playstyle better for this mission because he obviously goes stealthily, like I just stated, with bows and throwing knives and stuff. So he doesn't really like to use guns. If things get bad enough, he will, but his primary use is of the silent, stealthy type, which I like, and these are also pretty fun missions as well. And I guess another reason I like his missions are because they are very Assassin's Creed-esque. They kind of remind me of Black Flag, some of the missions in that game. The best Assassin's Creed game, fight me. But yeah, it just gives me that really assassin style, the sneaky, get into this place and then just take out your target or free someone, whatever you need to do, and then get back out undetected. Or get detected and start fighting your way through in very intense, fun, and enjoyable combat. Once we get on top of the fort, we have to slowly take out all of the guards around, perimeting the top up here, and I know kind of there it looks like I used the knife or the bow, but you can see I go up and I do pick up my throwing knife. So no, I didn't use the bow. I actually thought I did looking back at it, but no, because in the top right you can also just see that's what the throwables look like when you have them in your hand, and also I went over and picked the throwable up out of that guy. So now all we really have to do is just take out the rest of the guys patrolling up here. Charles will help us out. Just, it's kind of nice just to have someone who also likes the stealthy choices as me. So we'll just continue killing all of them, and it's also nice just because we get to reuse all the throwables. And we're on the base level with the camp there. We go climb up the tower and take out the guard there so we don't get spotted, and you're supposed to take out the lantern, but I got a little bit too antsy and killed him and blew our cover. It tells us to silently shoot the lantern, and I thought I was going to need a bow and arrow or a gun or something like that to do it, but no, luckily I just walk up closer to the lantern and the throwing knife works. I'm kind of surprised that a bow wasn't needed to destroy it, just because I feel like the arrow would have more power behind it and would have pierced the lantern like better. I just don't think like a knife, especially from that distance, I don't know if a knife would be able be enough to break the lantern, but whatever, I'll just stop complaining. I'm just happy that we don't have to fail the mission here and it'll continue running, because I'm not really looking forward to failing any more missions. So after Charles kills that guard and we loot him to pick up the keys to the jail cell, we open up the cell and free Eagle Flies, and he's pretty badly beaten up and bruised, so Charles will just kind of help him and take him, make sure he's okay, and Arthur will fight for us. Arthur will be the leading man here, and the second we step out of the cutscene in that jail, I mean the literal microsecond they start shooting at us, but luckily this is when the small areas do come in handy, like when you actually have throwables, and especially like the Molotovs and dynamite. because they're in such a small area, they are easily grouped up, and they're like 3 or 4 guys on top of each other in one spot, so it's just nice to be able to take out multiple guys with only using one throwable, so you can just kind of save throwables and the explosives for when you need them, considering that once you use one of the explosives, it's gone, you can't get it back. Unlike the throwing knives and tomahawks, obviously, which you can go pick up infinitely as long as you don't lose them. And also with the Molotovs there, like, it can kind of set a trap, like a fire trap, being like, if they walk closer to that area, they'll just catch on fire and pretty much burn. So you can kind of set a trap with the Molotovs if you're kind of smart enough and know where, like, they'll push up if they do, or like kind of where they will just walk. You can set a nice little trap for them. Here I'm going to use one of my favorite strategies. It's called, I guess, just the Maniac Tomahawk, man, and it is basically just a strategy of big balls, so just running around pretty much never stopping, just annihilating everyone in your path with tomahawks. Either they'll get up close to you like that and you'll be forced into that melee animation, or you'll just throw it at them. And after we make this place look a little bit like Waco, I am scarily close to dying once again, so I just kind of run as far away as I can to the first place that I can take cover where I won't be out in the open, like half my body is exposed. I continue just running with the tomahawk, just taking out anyone in my path. I kind of just get like a vengeance. Anyone I see will face the wrath of Arthur Morgan. So after we take care of this last guy up here, just a Molotov will do fine. Nothing too special to take him out. Honestly, if I had to rank all of the throwables, I might do this at the end of the video as well, but I'd probably put Molotovs as the worst. I don't know, it's just like they seem like less practical because the dynamite can do more damage, but I guess they all have their like little special things. And this boarded up door here, we kind of need to blow it open to get out of there, so you can either just, I'm pretty sure use a cannon back there that I saw, but I didn't really want to. I wanted to use some dynamite. I mean, the cannon would have been allowed because I was not harming an animal or a plant, a person, but no, the dynamite does work. Kind of sad I wasn't looking at it. I guess cool guys don't look at explosions, but after we blow open the entrance to the fort there's our horse, and now we just have to wait for Eagle Flies and Charles and escape the fort and don't die to the pursuing military soldiers that'll come after us. And in like half of the missions in the game, what you have to do here is, with the person you either kidnapped or saved, or just with your gang members, you have to run away down a hill or up a hill, just across a valley, anywhere, and not be shot by the cops, soldiers, random other gangs, the raiders, random hillbillies, anyone. Because I guess you're back in a time where anyone, if they looked at you wrong, would just pretty much shoot at you and you'd have to escape them. But once again, Deadeye coming in very clutch here, and unfortunately that was my last tomahawk, so now I am down to only dynamite, lasso, and Molotovs. That's what they are. But luckily here, just the lasso does come in very clutch because it's one of the best weapons, because it's infinitely reusable, and if you're riding next to an enemy you have to pull off, you'll just yank them off their horse and they'll most likely die, so it's just kind of something nice to use. And I considered a lasso only run, but that fell pretty dead in the water once like I realized if I was to hit people with it, or kind of like tie them up on the ground every single time, I would need to like go into the animation of hog tying them, and I was just like, no, I really don't feel like it. But if this video gets like 1 million views or something, I might consider it. And yeah, getting kicked in the teeth by a horse hoof there isn't the best idea when you're trying to survive. When we would get to the boat stop down there, just where you have to protect Eagle Flies and Charles, I really didn't know what to do in this area because obviously I have one tomahawk and just some explosives, so I just decided to try and run around for a while, just pick up the tomahawk, use a tonic if I can, trying to survive, just to see what would keep me alive the most. And here I did get to follow Charles, but I'm not really sure why. I just stood there and went back to fight. I guess I could have really just ran to Charles there, got in the other boat, or joined him, but I guess unfortunately my stupidity got me killed here. Like I said, I really didn't know what to do, so I was just testing out a bunch of strategies here and here. I decided to go with the lasso strategy, considering I just had a couple explosives, and if I threw them, they would just dive out of the way and pretty much not die. I just decided to lasso them off of their horse or just run into them with my horse. Unfortunately, that happened. I'm not really sure. I guess my horse just fainted from seeing how ugly they were. I'm not really sure, but yeah. Also, getting kind of tackled and thrown into that animation right there where he just tries to bear hug me doesn't help either. This attempt here went just beautifully. Obviously, it just kind of starts out normally like this, but I guess they didn't decide to aim for me today, and they really wanted my horse. They put so many bullets into my horse, and I failed because my horse died. Kind of surprised that's what makes you fail the mission. On the last attempt, I did reach a checkpoint, but I just decided to cut it out because nothing really interesting. I just paddled and got shot, so unlike the horse attempt, I just think that's kind of interesting how one of the fail requirements is that your horse dies, but that was just me being shot like normal. And this is kind of like the Dutch mission, except swimming in the current, you are boating, I guess canoeing. Yeah, you're canoeing through the current while avoiding being shot at. So, the only difference is you actually have a chance of surviving, and you're not just going to be swept under and drowned by the current. I'm just lucky you don't take damage from crashing into rocks, because I probably would have died there, or if the boat broke and Arthur just drowned. And you can see there, you can shoot the gunmen that are trying to kill you, but it works really nice if you just want to pass right through, just continue following Charles and Eagle flies and not really shoot any of them. Just works as good. And obviously I like that one better. I'm kind of surprised how, like, well, I guess not really, how far that they're coming out to chase us. I guess we did just murder a bunch of soldiers and break out a prisoner. And burn down their fort, actually, yeah. Never mind, I now see why. Totally justified why they want us to die. And here I just decide to go pop a tonic, health core, just to make sure that I don't die so I can tank some bullets here at the end, because I'm like, we have to be getting close to the end here. We have to. We've been paddling for a long time. And we are, so that's nice that we're coming up to the end. We just have to survive. I guess these guys up there. It's also just, I like how you don't have to shoot. They'll do it for you. That's always nice. Now that we're in this cutscene, surprisingly breaking into a military fort and escaping with their prisoner can be done without throwables, which makes me happy. Oh, you already know when the gang is in this line, something's about to go down. So Eagle Flies and a couple of his friends decided to go attack the oil refinery that we saw earlier and that we broke into in Eagle Fly's mission. And this is the mission I was referencing earlier when I was talking about my favorite missions in the game. This is probably it. It's just the how cinematic the mission is, just with everyone just running in and fighting, all the fire from the oil catching obviously on fire, just all the different guys, all the different weapons as well, with the bows, the revolvers, some people using repeaters and rifles. I guess like kind of the guy up there on the watchtower would be. It's just a fun, just chaotic mission, really. Obviously it's going to be chaotic because you're just starting a pretty big battle here with this giant oil tycoon. Because he's going to be really pissed off that you're getting, or destroying, how he makes all of his money. So he's going to retaliate. And he will retaliate big and fast. Something I also like about this mission is how you just kind of have to fight your way through just everything, all the fire, and just fight your way through the oil refinery, like how you start off at like, kind of, it's not really main entrance, but you just kind of start in from the left, you have to go in, kind of just fight through the middle of it, and then fight all the way, and you end at the right side, so it's like, you just kind of have to fight your way completely through it, and I always kind of like stuff like that, where it's like you have to enter this building and like fight your way through it, or just fight your way through a town. And that's why I always like the missions where you have to fight out of a town, like Micah's mission back in Strawberry, where you have to fight your way through Strawberry. The one in the bank robbery in Valentine, where you have to fight your way back through Valentine and then escape on your horse. And there's one more. Which one was it? It was the Saint Denis bank robbery where you have to fight your way through the streets of Saint Denis. That one was also pretty fun. And the, once again, health tonics, obviously, MVP. If I had to give an MVP, like, trophy to anything in this entire run, it would either be the throwing knives or the tonics, like the health and miracle tonics, just because the amount of times I would have died if I didn't have either. And instead of just using a normal, like, throwing knife, I just decide to ricochet a piece of dynamite on there and make sure that that guy is done. I just wasn't feeling safe about trying to throw a throwing knife there, and after I missed 2 straight dynamite throws, I decide Molotov. Still miss horribly. I mean, I guess I hit underneath him if that counts for anything, but finally I brighten up and decide to use Deadeye and a throwing knife, so I actually make sure that I hit him. Nope, I hit the fence once again. There you go, finally. So I waste 2 throwing knives, 2 dynamites, and a Molotov. Man, I am great at this. This is also just another beautiful scene. I don't know, I just love how the fire looks in this game. That was also pretty cool, how just the oil, I don't know what that would be called, just like the driller maybe, where they drill for the oil, just blew up. And also all the oil on the ground, so the ground would just stay catching fire. And after we take out the guy who was on top of Eagle Flies there, we have another group member to kind of help us just kill all of them. Which will always be handy because we are fighting a small army inside this oil refinery. And this is something nice, that cutscene will end up being a checkpoint. And I have a feeling that this won't end well, like I will die a few times. Maybe I'm just predicting the future, maybe I'm not, I don't know. But it's just always nice to have a checkpoint about halfway through. I'd say maybe there's like 25% of the way through, maybe 30. But after that guy just dodged my tomahawk, that must be like the best dodge of a tomahawk I've seen. Dude is well equipped. I stood too close to the just tank of oil and I'm pretty sure he shot it, killing me. Man, he's pretty smart. Now we're in the second part of this mission. Well, I guess 2 out of 3 parts of this mission. We have to go fight our way through this Nike kind of homes for their workers. These little Nike homes. Because they're all tight, compact, and you pretty much have no space to do anything with. But unfortunately there, you can see it says return to the gang of how small this mission area is. This will kind of be tough because I can't go onto that road over there. So, I'm not a fan of how short that little mission area is, and unfortunately, he has the high ground, Anakin. I guess the high ground always wins. I kind of went with a different approach here. I just decided to run straight for the cottages here. And once again, Deadeye being amazing, and almost dying because I'm an idiot, and just kind of ignoring the guy who has the high ground there. At least I kind of grow a brain and decide to burn that guy there, but a new player is introduced. This guy. Another Maxim gun, and he is shooting that right down the middle of the street. Which actually, now that I think about it, is just kind of a waste of bullets. I mean, like, no one's there and you have a bunch of people just down the street. Why just waste every, like, single bullet you have, fire every single second down the middle? I kinda just don't get it. Maybe position it in, like, a better spot, or at least angle yourself better. But once we miss horribly of that guy in the doorway over there, and once again, a disadvantage of the Molotov by hitting stuff like the roof and anything, I decide, no, a tonic will help, and I just run straight into the line of fire of the Maxim gun here, and yeah, based on how many enemies there are, I don't think I'll be able to get out of this. I tried to get the Molotov and catch him on fire, and luckily I do. I somehow almost got away with that by just running right up to the guy with the Maxim gun trying to burn him alive. I'm gonna be honest, I actually think I may have been able to escape that if I just didn't fumble trying to get the Molotov out and almost shoot him like twice. And unfortunately, I didn't learn my lesson because I stood on top of the oil tank there. I don't know why I didn't learn my lesson from the first time that happened. And here, this is where I had the beautiful idea of, last time it didn't work when I ran in the middle and destroyed the Maxim gun, so I'm gonna go to the left. Boom, big idea. And yeah, I'm trying to play it carefully here because I'm like, oh, if I start here, I'll just go back to that checkpoint. I kind of want to hit a checkpoint, and I decided to throw the dynamite up there where those 2 guys are just to take out some of the enemies there. Just kind of make it easier on myself. And here is just where I'm like, yes, charge. Da-da-da-da-da-da, charge, like you're at a baseball game. And here I decide to go with the same strategy. Pop that health 2 tonic and just bull rush right to the man on the Maxim gun. And this time, I'm not going to fumble with trying to do anything. Actually, I do miss the dynamite there, but luckily it does kill him somehow. I'm not really sure. But, yeah, I don't know how I was able to just stand right in front of a Maxim gun there, throw the dynamite, miss, throw it outside of the train car, and still manage to have it actually hit him in the Molotov there. It's good for about a couple uses per mission, maybe 1 or 2, but somehow we just have to take out these last 2 guys up here. I still don't know how. That is the one that beats it. That is the attempt, not the one where I played it like kind of safe, but the one where I just bull rush and miss the dynamite throw, which I'm gonna be honest really shouldn't have killed the guy on the Maximum gun in the first place. But after this, we'll hop through and realize that there's a whole nother part of this mission after hitting the top of the train car there. I don't know why, but this reminds me of a GTA 5 mission, I guess because they like trains or something like that. But I spent a little bit too long in there, and since I took a little bit too long to, you know, do anything, I just kind of stood in the train car and was like, I guess kind of relieved that I beat that part, and I'm like, okay, I got a new checkpoint, I'm fine, I can just take it a little bit slow here. But unfortunately that wasn't really the right idea, because they can push up and do a bunch of damage to your allies that you kind of need alive to finish this mission, because most of them are important. Because right there, unfortunately, Pony Boy took too much damage and died. Man, it's just like that movie Gone with the Wind. Wait, that's not the right movie. After further review, the movie was The Outsiders. Oops, I did it again. I wasn't paying attention to if I had Throwables equipped, and I shot him. You know, I really should have just looked at the top right of the screen to know if I have my throwable or gun ready. This looks pretty painful. Yeah, I bet that hurt a lot. Finally, I made it past the first 5 seconds of that checkpoint. It's a miracle. And it's also kind of nice just that how all the allies are helping you fight through it, so you always have some backup to take care of the groups of enemies, and if you're low, you can just kind of rely on them to do some stuff. Here kind of is their second assault, I would say. Really where it gets kind of hard is just because of the sheer amount of them as well, just start to group up. Of course, I don't know why the guy with the bow was not killing that guy right there at the door. He was just right there, him. He's just kind of watching him. Of course, until I decide to do something. He shoots me, but the second he like looks at him the wrong way is when he finally decides to do something. But now we have to repel their attack from, I guess this would be like kind of the front of it. I'm not really sure what this would classify as, but whatever, one of the entrances here. Once again, Tomahawks being the MVP. I'd say if I had to choose which one was my favorite between the Tomahawks and the throwing knives, I would probably just go... The Tomahawks just feel like better to use and like more satisfying when you take out an enemy. I don't know how to like kind of explain it, but I guess that'd be the best way to put it. After more useless rambling by me, we have to take out these last couple guys here. It's easy. What, there's like 4 of them left? Oh my god. Oh. Well, that's why you don't get overconfident. Haha, I will not die to those 4 enemies this time. I used a health tonic and actually came prepared and just didn't decide to charge them head first, not realizing how ill-equipped I was to do that. But oh, hey, look, it's Dutch. Someone I didn't see throughout this entire mission. Of course, that could have just been me, but I did not see this dude this entire mission. I want to know what he was actually doing.
Saved your life.
You did.
Got him.
Dutch tells us to help him in looting, and obviously he finds it because it's Dutch. He's got to be like the most powerful, best dude to ever exist because he finds all of it. But he finds a bunch of bonds and is like, it's worth a bunch of money.
More.
Honestly, Arthur doesn't look like he could care less. He's just like, I want to go home. He just wants to go back to camp and take a nap.
Mr. Morgan,
But after
let's go.
Dutch just decides to go ahead and leave, they hear a scary noise. And it's not looking that good, considering that noise is most likely people going to come and kill us and take back the bonds that we just stole after attacking this giant oil industry. Would it be really an industry? Whatever. Big oil manufacturer. Close enough. Even though oil can't be manufactured. I'm just gonna shut up. I can't make myself already sound stupider than I have. Yeah, there you go. Stupider. Not dumber. No, stupider. There they go. They finally see what was making those noise. It was a bunch of intruders, pretty much. And now we have to pretty much just fight our way out of this oil refinery. And I'm gonna be honest, these guys were no match at all. I mean, at least Dutch makes him, he shows his worth. He has 2 guns and actually kills a bunch of people. There was my last throwing knife, but fortunately, tomahawks. Once again, that's why tomahawks are better. I mean, I guess the downside is you can only have 3 of them, but we have to follow Dutch and escape. But unfortunately, the steam gets in our face. I was about to say we just trip, but no, the steam kind of just punishes Arthur, and we are now surrounded by 3 of these soldiers and are going to be killed. He's just going to stab us while Dutch just decides to walk away and not really do anything. Man, Dutch is an awesome guy, just letting one of his gang members who's just been with him and kind of just went along with it. I mean, he's had a couple disagreements, but Eagle Fly saves us, and Mustache Man comes back, and yeah, unfortunately, it throws us into Deadeye again, and yeah, just like the Bill mission, the John and Strauss mission, it'll throw us into Deadeye. We'll be forced to kill him, and it is impossible. Man, really? Right at the end, too. I wish this mission was possible, man. After a quick restart, we take down Mustache Man. I mean, he really didn't have a chance if I was actually using guns this run. And Arthur goes to help up Eagle Flies, which is something that Dutch wouldn't do, clearly, because he just walked out on us. Didn't even try to help. I mean, come on. I could have took out a guy from the ground, he could have took out 2. That's all I'm saying there, but whatever, he just didn't decide to, and once we help Eagle Flies outside, Arthur pretty much just looks at Dutch and say, "You left me to die, Dutch." And they get in a big argument, and Arthur says that he's going to take Eagle Flies back to his dad, and Charles and Sadie join him. They say, "We're going to go with you, Arthur." He kind of denies it, but they end up just going with them, so you can see who really has Arthur's back and really likes Arthur and will go and help him when he needs it. And this is where you really kind of start to see the tear in the gang. I mean, you can kind of see it throughout the entire game, just as every event happens, but I'd say this is really that kind of puts the nail in the coffin here of just like Arthur, Sadie, and Charles just kind of being like, "Dutch, you're dumb. Why'd you do this? You've just got a bunch of people killed. Your stupidness and idioticness." Yeah. It just started tearing the gang apart. At least Arthur knows that he has Sadie, Charles, and a little bit of John to help him in case he needs it, and that they all think that Dutch is just kind of losing it, and if he continues, the whole gang will end up dead. And while on this way back, we just have to take him back to his father, Rains Falls, and it's also kind of sad because once you eventually return to camp, you learn that he ends up dying of his injuries. And you can pretty much pin that on Dutch. You can say that that is Dutch's fault for him dying, which it is, because he didn't save you, and if Dutch decided to save you, Eagle Flies would never have had to jump in there and kill all 3 of the guards, and Dutch could have just shot them through the steam. It's not like steam is bulletproof or anything, but whatever. We can just pin another death on Dutch's behalf, because he kind of directly caused it. And after that, we have this, I guess, just tuberculosis attack where Arthur just gets kind of like delusional and just like starts seeing people and then just wakes up in the middle of the streets. This is Dutch's one last job here, the last train robbery that we're gonna have in the game, and oh, yay, I'm so getting flashbacks to that Chapter 1 mission. Fighting on a train, small compartments, having to run in between and inside of the train cars. And yeah, my worries were valid, I guess. I had a reason to, because it plays just like the first train mission. And I really don't like that whatsoever. And it seems like there's even more enemies this time, which is gonna make it even better. And because of me just being very stupid and trying to take cover while being like out in the open so they can easily just shoot me, I'll be honest, I don't think I should have hit that guy, but... So, at least there's only like 3 to 4 guys in all the train cars, so it'll be kind of easy. I mean, not really, because I'm pretty sure John can die here as well, and these guys are sometimes in annoying spots, like, where if I'll hit them with the throwing knife, they can fall off the train, so I lose my throwing knife there, or I just have to run into their fire and retrieve my throwing knife that way. But at least so far, this first attempt's going pretty well. I've not done anything detrimental causing me to fail or just, like, make me waste all my throwables. But getting it stuck in the door there is kind of annoying, because since they take cover right there, Arthur will try and lock on them either through the door, which happens a little bit, or just he will outright miss them entirely. There, I miss, what was that, 4 throwing knives, and unfortunately, there I shoot him, so I decide to go stand in this guy's face and accept my fate. But there was something detrimental that happened. I accidentally shot him because I ran out of throwables. And of course it takes him forever, like he really just missed trying to melee me there, but he's so ineffective. I had enough time to pick up my hat while he was trying to kill me, but John takes him out, and of course, like I've said a bunch of times, when I want to die, I can't die. I mean, I had to run into 4 people just to die, like, really? Another annoying thing about this mission is that since there's like so many crates, barrels, and other garbage just set on top of this train, you get stuck. I mean, I guess he just stunned me there, but also just annoying when you get stuck and just forced to stand out and die. This might take the cake for one of the most embarrassing and saddest fails out of the entire game. I throw the dynamite and decide to try and take cover on that door, but yeah, I ran off the train. Wow, I am amazing. I mean, I think we can be completely honest, this is just the first train mission that you have to rob with Lenny in Chapter 1, but there's just more enemies and more garbage up there, because look, it's the like almost exact same of just jump on top of this and just pray that the guys below you don't kill you and you'll face a guy up top. I mean, like, it's almost the exact same thing, just later, and with most of your gang dead. But here I'm like, oh, I can easily throw like a stick of dynamite here and just take out all the guys there. But I failed to realize that to throw a piece of dynamite, you need to be accurate, and I don't know really where that went or what I hit, or if the train was moving, and when Arthur threw it, it just came back at him, but yeah, that was nice. I think so far I've killed myself more than they have killed me. After I brighten up and just decide to kill the enemies using my tomahawks and throwing knives like I should have in the first place and not tried to risk anything with a Molotov or a stick of dynamite so I don't kill myself yet again, it's kind of nice always just to have these throwables slow down the missions. Like, you can move at your own pace, you're not just charging everyone, and once again, luckily I'm able to switch off of the gun, but it doesn't really matter because he ate it, and I got kind of scared throwing that piece of dynamite because I'm like, oh no, it's going to come back and get me, but no, all he did was just fling him right at me. I guess it was kind of nice, he brought himself to me, but here something interesting happens. There's a guy back there who I'm pretty sure is supposed to initiate a cutscene, but I end up taking him out, and it has some weird implications on this mission. So this guy here that I burned with the Molotov, who has the dual pistols there, I learned that after the attempt after this, that he's supposed to shoot a lantern and cause this train to catch fire, so I burned him alive using the Molotov, and it therefore skipped the cutscene that was supposed to play, and that, for some reason, I guess to be fair, because the cutscene never happened, the Maxim gun that's supposed to be right here never activates. As you can see, it says use Maxim gun, so since I burnt that guy using a Molotov, which I guess your intended method is just to shoot him, but since that cutscene therefore never played, this gets to happen. I'm on a invisible Maxim gun with Sadie and the other guy there. I think he's just some random hillbilly Micah pulled off the streets. I don't really remember his name, but yeah, that happens, and just, I love looking at this, just looking at Arthur just shimmy, trying to use an invisible Maxim gun. This is probably my favorite glitch, and one of the only ones, if the only one that I encountered throughout this entire game, but I just find it kind of funny that since that cutscene never happened, the Maxim gun's properties are still there. Like, it's programmed to always be on that train car back there, but it's just kind of invisible, so all the gang members are not doing anything, but the train's just moving as it should be, because I think John would be moving up with us, just advancing. I was just kind of shocked. I really didn't know what to do, because I'm like, why is there an invisible Maxim gun that I can just get on here? So I just play around with it a little bit, just still kind of like what happened, because at the time I did not know that that dude was supposed to like initiate a cutscene. I start firing it, and I think it's kind of interesting how Arthur is shooting himself with an invisible Maxim gun, like through himself. I'm not sure where the bullets were coming from, but yeah, I think this might be my favorite mission now, just because of, one, how stupid it looks, and just, obviously invisible Maxim gun's awesome, but yeah, after I'm done playing with it, I just decide, yeah, I've broken the game, so I just jump off the train and restart. Now I know why as a kid I was always taught not to play with fire, because this'll happen. You try to lock onto that guy and just do that. Burn yourself on fire, try to run away, and then just die. Wow, I tried to become Ghost Rider, but I just became dead. It's a tragic tale, really. So once I get back to the cutscene, or the guy that's supposed to start the cutscene, I almost blow him up, but luckily I don't, and I guess John shot him. He would have had to, because I didn't do anything. He shoots the light. Yeah, it'd be the light. Little lantern up there, and it blows up, so that was what was supposed to happen. I guess you just were never intended to burn him with a Molotov there. And that makes me kind of question, if I used a stick of dynamite, would the cutscene still have triggered? Because it ends up blowing up anyway, and obviously the dynamite would have caused it to blow up. And also something I also kind of want to know is that, where were Dutch, Bill, and the rest of the guys on horses? Were they just like spawned out of render distance, and during that cutscene they ride up? Actually, that's probably the most realistic thing that happens. There's the Maxim gun, or the stand at least. The rest of it's in the box to the right. But sadly, we find out that we are being hunted down by them. The soldiers, I guess? I'm not really sure who we're like being chased after for robbing this train here. I guess that's good enough for me, just the soldiers. So Arthur builds the Maxim gun, ready to fire, and John decides to detach the train, which is a good idea because it blows up. I guess we're lucky that we got out of there. And I also kind of want to know, would the dynamite have caused that to blow up earlier? But John gets shot from the guy up top. It forces us into Deadeye here, but luckily I'm able to pull out the tomahawk first, and we just kind of stand there and stare at him for a bit. And then Bill finally decides to shoot, and Dutch just decides to get out of there, while Arthur has to pretty much just build this Maxim gun by himself while they're just getting chased and shot at, and everyone is just standing around not doing a thing. And unfortunately here, it forces us on the Maxim gun. We can't get off. I tried to get off the Maxim gun, it wouldn't let me. So like the, as you can see, I'm spamming all the buttons. I managed to spam down, and it actually responds. That's one thing. If I'm spamming the buttons, sometimes you'll see the honor and my money come up, just because I'm trying to push everything to see if it'll work. But unfortunately, just like the mission where you have to go in St. Denis and attend Colm O'Driscoll's hanging, like when you're locked in the sniper rifle, that's pretty much what happens here, is that you just get forced to locked in on this Maxim gun and you can't get off. As you saw there, I can access the satchel, so maybe if I'm close to dying, I can like use the satchel and get some health tonics. But it looks like they ran into each other, which is pretty good. But unfortunately, that like little water tower there, you'll be seeing that a bit, just because Sadie dies because of the amount of enemies, and it's not looking good so far. Here is just kind of like a little quick compilation of death, just because I gave up on this mission. It was just, that water tower there was about the furthest we made it. I think there was maybe like one attempt where I got a little bit past it, but other than that, it was mostly just the water tower of death right there was just where it ended. It was either slightly before, like when we're right next to it, or just like when you're kind of looking back and you can see it. But other than that, every single attempt was just this water tower. I think it's just because of the amount of enemies, and like some of the other missions, the allies take too much damage and they don't like heal or can't use tonics like you do to get your health back, so they just get overwhelmed by the amount of enemies that can't be taken out fast enough because Arthur's not shooting, and the guy on the Maxim gun is going to be a quick and fast help to clear out a bunch of them, which, since I'm just kind of refusing to do, yeah. But I do end up just kind of using the Maxim gun here. It's fun. I do miss a bunch of shots, but I'd say this is probably one of the most fun missions in the game. It's probably one of my favorites for that glitch alone, but I just kind of prefer missions like the Attack of the Oil, I think. Where you attack the oil refinery just for how cinematic all the fire is, just how chaotic all of it is, and how the gang is just all working together to just take down the oil guy and helping out some of their friends along the way. After I miss about 1,000 shots in my bottomless mag of Maxim bullets, at least the game's nice enough to not make it overheat, so you can just hold down RT and just hit everything from the trees, the ground, the guys. You know, just hit everything you deal. Finally, we end up passing the water tower of death, at least. That's nice. It's always good to get past your mortal enemy, a water tower. But after we do this, we can get off the Maxim gun because we, I guess, just kill a bunch of them, and then they just can't follow us because of how narrow the track ends up getting. So they can't, like, join us on the train tracks, and they'll never catch up to us. And once we get to the armored train car, after just watch these two yell at each other, we have to plant some dynamite to blow open a hole in the armored car. And I tried to place the dynamite, but accidentally threw it, and I'm not sure what happened there. I think it was the explosion that kind of knocked me down and literally almost killed me, but it's always nice to just kind of get bailed out by the game. And I'm kind of surprised that, like, Sadie or the other guy didn't die from that, because Sadie was, like, right on top of the dynamite, but whatever. After I pick up my hat in here, I just decide to ignite the dynamite and run away so that doesn't happen again. And then we have to enter the armored car and see all of the riches that we have obtained. And this is probably the best haul out of the entire game, like, the most amount of money anyone will ever see. I guess unless you're a big Twitch streamer, but this might be a little bit more. And once we just grab as much money as we possibly can before this train ends up at its final destination here. So we just have to jump off with the money. And this is where the importance of the John mission earlier, blowing up that bridge. See? Told you it was important. Yeah. Nice cinematic shot, so I guess I kept it in for that reason, but it's also just kind of nice to see about 5 of us actually doing what we're supposed to and almost dying off of that train while Dutch and Micah and the rest of them just ran away, I guess. Kind of cowards, but whatever. After the short cutscene, we're chucked into the next mission, Red Dead Redemption, which is the name of the series, but also pretty much that redemption is Red Dead. You cannot redeem yourself for everything that you and the gang have done. But pretty much this entire cutscene can be summed up as Dutch is like, John was dead. Arthur's like, I bet you just left him. He's like, no, I didn't. So Arthur just gets in a big argument with Dutch, and Arthur and Sadie go back to look for John to try and find him, see if he's alive, and Arthur gives the money to Tilly and Jack there, just so they can be safe and just avoid the gang, because the Pinkertons are closing in, and the turmoil in the gang is as high as it has ever been. And for this mission here, Sadie's is like, I'm going into the city to go save Abigail because I'm dumb and kind of forgot that Abigail also is in trouble and kind of disappeared. And we have to go into this lighthouse, and I bet you can expect what our mission is to do. It's to take out the enemies and cover Sadie, and once I eventually learn how to climb a ladder, this is a nice viewpoint as well up this lighthouse at the very top of it. It's a nice sniper view. Sniper only challenge? Maybe. I don't know. But, unfortunately, like the Colum O'Driscoll mission that I referenced, you can see Abigail's being taken in the Van Horn Trading Post building, but yeah, it will lock you into the sniper rifle, so the satchel, throwables, they don't work. It's pretty much identical to the O'Driscoll mission, actually, just because you have to cover Sadie while you're locked into a sniper rifle. This time you're at the top of the map instead of the rich bottom of the map. After another pretty fun mission of just having to take out all of just everyone in your path, pretty much, you see that Sadie ends up going into the same building as Abigail was taken into, and Arthur decides to just scale down the lighthouse and go in there to just make sure everything's good and that everyone is safe and they can get back. Well, I guess they don't really want to go back to the gang, they just want to make sure that they are safe together. And now to just go check up on Sadie and Abigail, make sure that they're still alive and that everything's going okay. We have to fight our way through the streets to fight all of the reinforcements here, and I mean, it's nice because they really don't know how to shoot you, and the cover's pretty effective. Like, you'll not really take damage unless you're peeking yourself out, or they'll get a couple lucky shots, but there's nothing really challenging about this part. Maybe just me missing so many Molotovs, but other than that, it was just kind of an easy just fight through the mission part. Not a lot of enemies to take care of, I guess, just because it's just you have no allies, so there's not really a lot to take care of here. We get to where Abigail and Sadie were taken. Arthur kicks open the door, has his revolver drawn, and we're kind of thrown into Deadeye here, and I tried to, I guess, just shoot his toes. I don't know what I was trying to do there. I guess I was just trying to disarm him by shooting him in his toes, but that would have failed anyway, so... Well, it's a good thing that this mission was already impossible, because I tried to disarm him there, but no, you won't be able to, you'll just die. I mean, at least I don't fail here, like, close to the end. That's always awesome. So after I failed this mission for a second time, I just decide to accept my defeat again. Kinda sucks that this mission forces you to fail at 2 separate points, but whatever, it's not like it stacks or anything. So we cut Abigail free, and then Milton shows up, and he's like, I got you now. And Arthur's weakness starts to show because of, obviously, him having TB, just slowly dying. And then you kind of get into a grapple fight where Milton's about to shoot you, but then Abigail saves you, and then you have to help Abigail and Sadie and yourself just escape these Pinkertons and escape Van Horn. After taking down the main antagonist in the game, well, I guess Abigail takes out the main antagonist of the game, Agent Milton there, I thought, okay, we can just ride our horses and go into a cutscene, but no. Unfortunately, there's a whole third part to this mission, and you have to get on, I guess, your horse while Sadie drives? Yeah, close enough. Drives the horse, and you saw there, since I'm a passenger, and I guess no matter if you're on a wagon, stable, Mount Everest, whatever, if you're a passenger on it, you will have to only use guns. You cannot pull out your throwables. And that sucks because this means it's going to be another mission of just pray that the AI can take enough damage that they don't like get surrounded and they don't just die repeatedly at the same spot. And I'm not sure if you can access your satchel or not. You might be able to, but still, that really doesn't help you. It just helps you not die, not the AI. Because they'll, like the Hosea mission, just get shot too many times and end up dying, ruining your run, and making you very, very mad. Because I got to about this corner. I mean, I could take that corner, but it really wouldn't last much longer. After that last mission, it was a water tower, and now it's just a corner. Why? And just like the train mission, I'm going to just have a couple clips here of just me dying in pretty much the exact same spot. Well, I guess Sadie dying in the exact same spot, because, like, that was about as she's sticking her hand through the horse's neck there, but this is about as far as I could get, was a little bit past the curve there. It was pretty much just the same thing. I'd get past the curve, maybe make it another 100, 200 feet, then end up dying sometimes earlier than others. That's just why I deemed it impossible. Then, yeah, I failed 3 times on the same mission. That's amazing, but I just didn't feel like I was making any progress. I just kept dying the same spot, maybe getting a little bit further ahead from the stupid corner, but I think if there's anyone in Chapter 6, like this latter half of Chapter 6, that has been really brutal to us, because we failed like, what, 3 straight, but I think this one might be doable. You're just going to have luck on your side. And that's always fun to have to try and beat something completely luck-based. Yeah, I decided to use my gun, and wow, that mission was so easy. Just sucks that easy of a mission, because you barely have to kill any of them. I just wish it let me use my throwables. Like, I would have been fine with my lasso. Like, the lasso could have made that mission doable, just because it's an effective weapon to use on horseback. Not when you're using it just like by yourself, but on horseback makes it into a killing machine. And here Arthur just gets everyone to stop, and he tells Sadie and Abigail just to leave, and that he promises Abigail that he will find John, and he will bring John back to Abigail.
Him, Black Lung. You believe him?
Arthur rides back to camp and finds pretty much what's left of the gang, and just goes up and tells Dutch and pretty much Micah he's just done with him. And he's trying to tell Dutch that Micah is the rat that's been ruining this gang and just getting every single one of them killed. And I don't like Micah as a character, but he does what he needs to be a great villain. And there's John. And he's pretty pissed because he's just going to yell at Dutch, being like, "You left me for dead, why didn't you do anything to help me?" And Dutch's like, "I didn't know, I didn't want to get captured." So, once again, Dutch willing to let someone in his gang die just so he can get a little bit... Actually, no, it would have made more sense to save John to get more money, but I guess just to save his own skin, he will sacrifice his gang members as he sees fit.
Quiet. You live in the clouds.
No, you be quiet, Mr. Bell, and put down your gun.
There's Pinkertons coming fast.
And this Grimshaw here kind of got a little bit suspicious of Micah, so he just ends up shooting her. And I guess Dutch doesn't want to reprimand Micah for doing anything because he just killed one of their gang members right there watching him. And Dutch is kind of just in his own little standoff with everyone now. Just with us or against him. And of course he picks Micah because, yeah. But at least John is with Arthur. They don't really see eye to eye through this game, but at least John and Arthur can stand up to the rat. It's sad that Dutch actually believes Micah's perfectly fine, but we get like the distraction that we need because the Pinkertons are now starting a raid on Beaver Hollow here. And all I'm saying is that it seems like the Pinkertons follow Micah. That's just kind of interesting to me. And here, John has pretty much the best idea out of anyone here, is to let them deal with the fighting while we just run through this cave. I mean, it's an amazing idea because this isn't our fault at this point. Dutch got himself into this by recruiting Micah and letting him join the gang and pretty much call the shots behind him, and never, like, believing he can do anything wrong. And also at this point, the gang is just, like, completely fallen apart. So many people have just left, like, disappeared, ran away, died. Just, it's not been going well at all. So I think the best idea here is to just run and not end up staying back there and either dying to Dutch or Micah or the Pinkertons. And after a bunch more climbing and taking out a couple enemies, we will eventually end up climbing out of the cave and have a choice to either, like, help John escape and get back with his family, or run back into the cave and try and steal some of the loot. But first, before we have the option to help him escape or go back, we have to kind of just take all of this in that we're pretty much on the verge of dying. We have to get our horses and escape the Pinkertons, Dutch, Micah, and the rest of the gang that want us dead because we are betraying him. Totally not the guy who's just under his wing for pretty much this entire game, the guy who can do no wrong in his eyes, who literally murdered a gang member right in front of him and he decides to do nothing about it. And we have to go on a horse ride here because we now have the Pinkertons and the gang hunting us down. Which, when you think about it, is kind of reverse of the first game, because here the gang is hunting us down, but in the first game John has to hunt the gang down. I think it's kind of cool, but we have to go on this short little escape here. Pretty much just not looking back, not firing, just running for our lives, pretty much. While also avoiding the roadblocks, because we still have Pinkertons on us, and John at least shows his sharpshooting abilities, and I think he's probably one of the best AI out of all of them to have, because it seems like he actually takes out and kills the enemies that he's supposed to. He doesn't just stand out in the open, not take cover, and just die repetitively like Bill does a couple times, and I think Lenny on that first train robbery mission. But John does take care of the enemy, so you really don't have to do much. You just have to follow him and make sure that you don't abandon him, which is a nice mission. But unfortunately, both of our horses die. So we are now left on foot. Luckily though, we still have access to our throwables, our satchel, and all that we really need to, so I can just easily pop a health tonic and take care of these guys up here. It shouldn't be that bad at all, you know, just easy run up and tackle them and, oh. Well, I guess the mission area for this is not big at all, so this will be fun to work around. I implement, I think, probably the best strategy in the game of lassoing the Pinkertons up there, trying to pull them down the hill, and let John shoot them. Because I don't have any throwables, all I have is my lasso, but I'm honestly just relieved to at least have something that I can use just besides zigzagging and not dying that entire time. But like I said, John can actually hit shots, so that's just nice to have someone that I can rely on to actually do something and not just be a hindrance to me. I mean, look at him, he's a pro dodging bullets. He's practically just standing there and making them miss. But yeah, this strategy is pretty boring of just sitting here while I wait for either John to take them out or I try to lasso them down the hill and kill them that way. I end up going to help John return to safety just because I like John. He's one of my favorite characters of this game. He's a great character in Red Dead 1, and also just John is a family, and Arthur's time is limited. I mean, he has tuberculosis, and we really don't know how much longer he can last with that, but John has his entire life to live out with his family. Just something else to think about when choosing that decision. Now we just have to run with John, help him escape the ensuing Pinkertons while scaling this mountain like we're mountain goats. But at least the one thing you can say while we're getting close to the end of the game, and pretty sad that this game's coming to an end, because I ultimately enjoyed this. No matter how many times I was annoyed by one of the missions or whatever, it's just a good game, and looking at just the view off the mountains is nice. Just being able to take in the impressive view of this game. This game's like 3 years old. I mean, it looks pretty good. I would love to see a next-gen port of this game, though. I think it would look very beautiful. And now we have to fend off the rest of our attackers. And once again, I don't really feel like doing that, so I just decided to plot myself right beside this rock here. And that surprisingly worked. I guess John took out enough of them by himself, and instead of running away, he's just gonna, like, hump me there. I'm not really sure what he was trying to do, but this is just another touching cutscene. Just they are both exhausted, pretty tired, and Arthur sacrifices himself and says he'll stay here if John goes and joins his family.
No, I think I've pushed all I can. Come on. You go.
We ain't got time for this, not now.
We ain't both gonna make it. Go. Now, I'll hold them off. It would mean a lot to me. Please. There ain't no more time for talk. Go.
Arthur.
Go to your family.
Arthur!
Get the hell out of here and be a goddamn man.
You're my brother.
I know. I know.
So after that sad cutscene, Arthur pretty much just goes into his last stand here of holding off all the Pinkertons so John can escape and get to his family. And I decided to try and run up the mountain, but unfortunately I couldn't get much further than I already was. I tried as hard as I could to try and run away, maybe. They won't attack me, but no, unfortunately I just slide right down. I'm like, oh, I can go tackle them. They're not that bad. I guess in hindsight I kind of should have used the lasso, but no. There's too many enemies. The 3 guys there and the guy shooting from the back, they just overwhelm you pretty fast. So for the next couple attempts here, I just decided to run up and charge them. And spoiler alert, it doesn't work. So out of like the 5 attempts I think I tried just running down charging them, they never really went well. I mean, that one was okay till I tripped and died. So I mean, this mission is very long because we're still in the Red Dead Redemption mission, so at least I wouldn't have failed if this part was impossible, but this mission was already impossible, so I guess I can take that. But yeah, I just give up because those guys on the mountains to the side and then just the 3 guys right there do too much damage, and I don't have any throwables that can take care of them, so we fail this mission yet again. So after we kill those guys, the main enemy comes up, Micah. And I guess we're kind of lucky he didn't just punch us off that mountain, but this will instigate the final, I guess, kind of like fight and cutscene where it's just a brutal just punch battle between Micah and Arthur, and it's kind of sad that Micah just ends up, well, I guess to be fair, he just fell like a good like 20 feet onto a bunch of rocks. But that shows how weak Micah is, I guess, pretty much losing a fight to a guy dying of tuberculosis. That's sad that he can't even do that much. I mean, I guess that's pretty much what he does throughout the game, just kills his own gang members, doesn't really do anything, and will only take out enemies if he sees necessary, like to prove that, to cover his own skin, to prove that he's not the rat, that he is truly a part of the gang, and that he truly is with Dutch. This is like an okay, I guess, like final boss fight, maybe. It's, even though he's not really a boss, he's just, well, the main antagonist, I guess, but it's just a bunch of punching. It's fine. I mean, I just wish it was kind of something like a little bit better for this good of a game. Besides a little bit of a lackluster ending, it's good. I can't deny how much I love this game. I mean, if I didn't like the game, I wouldn't have gone through this whole challenge to prove that a bunch of the missions can indeed be beaten with only throwables. I mean, you have to like a game to do a challenge of it. And that's why, as painful as it was, I am willing to do this again with a different challenge. Maybe something easier, maybe something harder, who knows. Only time will tell. While we're trying to crawl to the gun, a boot steps down, and it is the second antagonist of this game, Dutch. But luckily for Arthur, he finally decides to kind of clue in and listen to him for once. I mean, he never did when he told him, Dutch, this is a stupid idea, don't do this. I guess Dutch just starts contemplating life when he sees Arthur pretty much just dead on the floor with Micah. It's kind of suspicious. I don't blame him with Micah having a bunch of bruises and blood on his face, and you see another one of your gang members beaten up on the ground. That's kind of suspicious of who was truly the rat in this gang. But Dutch, I guess this is kind of like a powerful scene, how he just doesn't say anything. He just kind of in shock of finally learning that someone that he thought he could trust throughout this entire game ends up being the one who betrayed him and pretty much set him down this whole rabbit hole to begin with, just because the Pinkertons caused all this, and which caused Micah to, and Dutch just decides, you know, I think it's better off just not doing anything. I should have listened to Arthur in the beginning.
I tried. In the end, I did.
Come on. Let's go. We can make it. Come on, Dutch. Come on! Ah!
As he uses his last strength, Arthur rolls himself over so he can see the sunset, and I guess he can be happy that Dutch finally listened to him. It took until he died, but Dutch finally listened, and Arthur can be happy that he was able to save John, Tilly, Jack, Abigail, Sadie, Charles, all of them. He was able to get them to safety, only sacrificing himself. And after that very sad ending, we can just finish out the game by looking at the conclusion, aka the outro that I have, just of all the missions that were impossible and why they were impossible. The sheep and the goats is impossible because you have to kill the guys who are holding Strauss and John hostage. A short walk in a pretty town is impossible because just like the sheep and the goats, you have to kill the guys holding Bill hostage. Blood feuds, ancient and modern, is impossible because you are forced into Deadeye and have to kill the two guys waiting for you behind the door. A fine night of debauchery is impossible because you are forced into Deadeye and have to shoot the guy who pulls a gun on you. Urban pleasures is impossible because you have to kill the cops that are pursuing you, Dutch, and Lenny while you guys are riding the trolley to try and escape. Yes, it is a trolley. I did make a mistake. And for the second part of this mission, it is a failure because while you're trying to run away out of the city of Saint Denis, you have to kill the cops that are pursuing you again just because Dutch will take too much damage and die in both instances. Savagery Unleashed is impossible because of the guy up there on top. You don't have any throwables that can reach him, and you can't get up to him. There's no way to get up to him as stairs so you can, like, tackle him or anything. Hell Hath No Fury is impossible because you have to destroy the warship back there that's firing at you, and I'm pretty sure there are people on there, and I think sinking it would have killed them. Icarus and Friends is impossible because none of the throwables are actually able to reach the O'Driscolls. They just don't have enough, like, reach, and Arthur doesn't have enough throw power to get them to reach the O'Driscolls and take them out. Visiting Hours is impossible because none of the throwables have enough distance to reach them. Like the last mission, Icarus and Friends, they just don't go far enough to reach them, and the mission area is super insanely small, so you can't even, like, get close enough to hit them with a throwing knife or tomahawk. The Delights of Van Horn is impossible because the enemies just overwhelm you and they will eventually just shoot the dynamite in the back of your wagon and blow it up. Goodbye, Dear Friend is impossible because it forces you to just stay locked into the sniper. You cannot access anything, your satchel, your honor, your money. None of the other buttons work except the sniper. My Last Boy is impossible because you're forced into Deadeye and have to kill Captain Capitalist over there so Arthur can survive and try and help Eagle Flies. Our Best Selves is impossible because you are forced to use the Maxim gun because if you don't, you'll just get overwhelmed by enemies and the AI will die. Red Dead Redemption is impossible in 4 different parts, but I only got clips for 3 of them. Sorry about that, but for this first part here, you are locked into the sniper just like in Goodbye, Dear Friend. You just have to escort Sadie with a sniper rifle. In Fail Part 2 of this mission, you were forced into Deadeye and have to kill the 2 guys holding Abigail hostage behind the door. Man, that kind of seems like it's a repeating trend. For the third fail of this mission, it's around that turn. You just get overwhelmed by enemies, and Sadie ends up dying. And as well, for the 4th part that I forgot to mention, it was the part on the top of the mountain where Arthur is overwhelmed with enemies before the final fight with Micah. And with that, you've made it to the end of the video. So I just want to thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.